Welcome to the Horus Audiobook channel. Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating content.
The purpose of this book is to place in perspective the various occult tendencies that led up to the revival of interest in occultism in recent years, and to interpret this resurgence in terms of humanity's need for a universal approach to reality that transcends all previous systems of mystical and magical attainment. Emphasis is placed upon the work of Aleister Crowley, 1875-1947, because he embodies in a highly concentrated form the particular magical tradition that underlies the present revival. And for a similar reason, space is given to Austin Osman Spare, 1889-1956, Dion Fortune, 1891-1946, Charles Stansfeld Jones, 1889-1950, and others, who in their own peculiar way revitalized the current. Having for many years practiced magic as a result of personal contact with Crowley, I have been able to relate his work to the ancient systems which he has been instrumental in reviving. My interpretation of his work is not a matter of speculation, for it can be substantiated entirely by reference to the vast mass of material, diaries, letters, essays, books, etc., which survived his death in 1947, from which I have freely quoted. As regards Austin Spare, being his literary executor, I have access to supposed the metaphysical was the exoteric version, not vice versa. This is proved conclusively by the 17th chapter of the Book of the Dead, which is certainly the oldest body of written teachings known to man. Here, side by side with the text, which was intended for general use, appears the interpolated gloss of the initiated priest, explaining the text after the manner of the gnosis, or magical tradition. The secret, oral, or hidden wisdom embodied in the gloss refers to the physical origins of the abstract concepts which appear in the text. Spiritual matters are explained in terms of physical, more precisely of physiological phenomena. These explanations were usually reserved for initiates, and the reason for their concealment was due to the physical nature of the gnosis, which became, in truth, the forbidden wisdom of later ages. The ancients may not have been acquainted with psychology, sexology, and endocrinology as known today, but they most certainly were acquainted with the occult uses of the sexual current, the improper handling of which leads to disaster. And they were infinitely more knowledgeable concerning the sexual sciences than are Western psychologists today.
In medieval times, secrecy was resorted to more as a safeguard for the occultist than for the world of which he formed a part. The scene is not much different today, except that the tables are turned. The indiscriminate revelation of occult formulae often leads to insanity and death. The unprepared who meddle with occult processes invite trouble. In the realm of profane science, the horror of the situation is today only too apparent. The magician, who was the scientist of bygone days, was wiser than his modern counterpart. He hedged his science about in order to protect not only himself, but the world about him. The reader will therefore appreciate the reason for the peculiar method employed in the construction of this book. I have resorted to the time-tested method of symbolic metathesis when the subject matter requires that veil of secrecy demanded no less today of the occultist than of the Hierophant of ancient times. With this difference, I have introduced no blinds, no deliberately misleading statements or vague allusions to formulae that cannot be shown to be as precise in their action and reaction as their analogues in the more orthodox sciences. As some of the terms used in this book may be unfamiliar to page 4, readers unacquainted with the works of Aleister Crowley or of occultism generally, an exhaustive glossary is appended. Finally, I have, where necessary, adopted Crowley's orthography of the word magic to distinguish it from the ceremonial techniques with which it is usually and almost exclusively associated. Return of the Phoenix. In 1933, Crowley wrote a series of articles for a daily newspaper in which he denounced black magic in no uncertain terms. To practice black magic, you have to of science, decency, and intelligence. You must be obsessed with an insane idea of the importance of the petty object of your wretched and selfish desires. I have been accused of being a black magician. No more foolish statement was ever made about me. I despise the thing to such an extent that I can hardly believe in the existence of people so debased and idiotic as to practice it. In Paris and even in London, there are misguided people who are abusing their priceless spiritual gifts to obtain petty and temporary advantages through these practices. The Black Mass is a totally different matter. I could not celebrate it if I wanted to, for I am not a consecrated priest of the Christian Church. The articles answered those, and they were many, who accused him not only of being a black magician, but of performing black masses and perverted rites. The ill-considered calumny continues, and Crowley's name, nearly a quarter of a century after his death, is still associated with baleful sorcery and diabolism. This misconception is not easy to rectify, partly owing to massive ignorance on the subject of occultism, and partly owing to prejudices stemming from faulty conditioning. To an individual living 5,000 years ago, long before the biblical version of Genesis had been written down, Crowley's cult of Satan, or Shaitan as then called, would have evoked no feelings of perversity and guilt. Even the later pagan traditions, forthright and free of shame, would have been at home with Crowley's ideas. Until we get to grips with the matter in a spirit of impartial inquiry, and even more important, until we check the tendency to interpret concepts in the light of their decadence, rather than according to their pristine values, we shall fail to understand Crowley's work and the real nature of the magical revival he has helped to bring about. Ancient concepts and symbols were already in their dotage before Christianity supplied the final douse to their vitality. The confusion of esoteric concepts and the decadence of symbols has rarely been exhibited so clearly as in St. John's Revelation, where fragments only of the ancient mysteries are presented without full knowledge of their inner meaning. The scribe, or scribes, was either a non-initiate or he willfully misrepresented the ancient wisdom for political purposes, or even more probably, his work has been worked over by other hands. The literal smearing and destruction of ancient symbols in the catacombs pale in comparison to the systematic iconoclasm that operated for centuries in the secret sanctuaries of Judaism and Christendom. There, documents were destroyed, texts mutilated, and deliberately distorted to pave the way for the cult of a supreme anomaly in the history of religions, an historic savior who died and resurrected in the flesh. Apart from certain Gnostic texts, preserved paradoxically by early Christian fathers, the monuments and funerary texts of ancient Egypt remain to testify to the true gnosis of light, which the promoters of a carnalized Christ endeavored to extinguish. Understanding the present magical revival necessitates grasping what magic truly is and what precisely is undergoing revival. Strangely, what is resurging is the pre-Christian gnosis, the cult of Shaitan, although it is only beginning to reemerge in a halting and fragmented form. It was Aleister Crowley who fanned the flame to furnace heat, which he did when the world was destroyed by fire in 1904. This phrase is a technical one. It signifies destruction and supersession in a sense that it may only be interpreted by resorting to the astronomical myth cycles from which it derives. The subject is referred to more fully later on. Crowley was in Cairo at the time of this event. There he received the Book of the Law, the New Gnosis, the latest Tantra, the most complex grimoire from a preter-human intelligence named Aiwaz, a messenger of that most ancient god whose image was worshipped in the deserts under the name of Shaitan, and long ages earlier as Set, the soul or double of horns. Before going back to the origins of this cult, however, we should first examine briefly the more immediate past when the flame of the gnosis glowed secretly in the hostile environment of an ignorant age. The massive resurgence of interest in the hidden side of things, in the noumenal aspect of the phenomenal world, owes itself largely to the gradual dissolution of long-standing social mores. This had made possible the unsealing of dormant cells of consciousness through the use of sex, drugs, alcohol, and other methods of consciousness control and exploration. In order to appreciate the nature of Aiwaz, it is perhaps not too misleading to think of this daemon as similar to the Dian Chomans, planetary planetary spirits that used Blavatsky and others as a channel of intercourse with humanity. The genesis of this change occurred in the latter half of the last century, when Helena Blavatsky threw open the doors of Eastern esotericism and made it available to the Western world. Also, the trend of scientific opinion changed course and began confirming the findings of mystics and occult scientists, ancient and modern. These strands were gathered together and concentrated in a single knot in the year 1875, the year in which two events of far-reaching importance coincided: the foundation by Blavatsky of the Theosophical Society and the birth in Warwickshire, England, of Aleister Crowley. In order to properly assess these circumstances, it is necessary to understand that an equally significant event was pending: the emergence of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which had existed in one form or another and under other names for an incalculable period of time. The Golden Dawn was the inner mystery school of the order that formulated itself in the outer world as the Theosophical Society. Blavatsky's intention in initiating her society was, primarily, the destruction of Christianity in its historic as opposed to its eternal form. This fact is either glossed over or totally ignored by most writers on the society and its foundress, but it is paramount to an understanding of the vital current that inspired the Golden Dawn, and even more paramount in fathoming the reason for Crowley's identifying himself with the anti-Christian formula of the beast, 6666. This formula is primarily destructive. It invokes the powers of Horus known as Ra, Hur, Quit, or Herakti, which necessarily precedes the advent of its twin and complementary power, symbolized by that ancient devil of the Akkadian race, whom Crowley invokes beneath the mask or persona of Harpocrates, also called Aiwaz. The true occult order, sometimes called the Great White Brotherhood, and by Crowley the AA, manifested in the West in 1886 as the Golden Dawn. Before this specific manifestation, the Brotherhood numbered among its openly unavowed representatives such authorities as Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Eliphas Levi, Fred Hockley, Kenneth Mackenzie, Gerald Massey, Faber d'Olivet, and others. Bulwer-Lytton links up historically with the Continental Adepts, Eliphas Levi, Gerard and Coase, Pappas, Rudolf Steiner, and Franz Hartmann, celebrated names in Western occultism. These collateral continental elements constituted what was once known as the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. Not long after the birth of the Theosophical Society, the Brotherhood of Light, until then fairly loosely organized, was, around 1875, concentrated into 10 initiatory degrees under Dr. Karl Kellner, an Austrian adept who revealed the true name of the Brotherhood as the Ordo Templi Orientis, the Order of the Temple of the East signifying the place of sunrise, the source of illumination. The initials OTO also symbolize the solar phallic energy of the beast, which Crowley later incorporated in his personal magical seal. Karl Kellner was the first OHO, outer head of the order of the newly constituted OTO, for long before this, an Order of the Temple under Jacques de Molay, 1293 to 1313, had existed and prepared the Renaissance by fusing the mysteries of East and West, and the outer history of the order can be traced long anterior to this event. The lost word in Weishaupt's system is man. The recovery of this word required that man should find himself again, that the redemption of humanity is to be effected through and by man, that man should govern himself and throw off the shackles of alien powers and controls. In a word, he should become a king in his own right, by virtue of his own primal inheritance. Later in Crowley's system, the idea of the kingly man became paramount. It is synonymous with being a Thelemite, i.e. one who has discovered his true will, Thelema, and is capable of doing it. Hence, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. When Crowley assumed control of the OTO, he chose as its motto, Deus est homo, God is man, and in Liberaz he declares, there is no God but man. It was to man that his manifesto was addressed when, in the middle of the Mediterranean in 1924, he declared Thelema, will, to be the word of the law in accordance with what had been revealed to him by Aiwaz in Cairo 20 years previously. The Equinox, a series of massive volumes which Crowley published periodically and which he described as the Encyclopedia of Initiation, was also called the official organ of the A, the Review of Scientific Illuminism. Among the names of those who, according to Crowley, represented this current in past ages appears that of Adam Weishaupt, Count Cagliostro, b. 1743, and Anton Mesmer, 1734 to 1815, were among those who were initiated into the Order of the Illuminati. Cagliostro was initiated at Frankfurt in 1781 under the authority of the Grand Masters of the Templars, another name of the Illuminati. He received instructions and large sums of money from Weishaupt, who sent him to France, where Cagliostro's special mission was to illuminize French masonry. Weishaupt, whose early training was influenced by the Jesuits, founded the Illuminati, as Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society, with the main intention of destroying the baleful effects of organized Christianity. Weishaupt claimed to have used for good ends the means which the Jesuits had employed for bad. Harking back to St. Ignatius Loyola, 1491 to 1556, Weishaupt introduced an obligation of unconditional obedience into the constitution of his order. Thus, Illuminism, as conceived by Weishaupt, was modeled on the Society of Jesus, although it proposed a plan of campaign diametrically opposed to it. Although the Order of the Illuminati was suppressed in 1786, Weishaupt and his inner circle of adepts continued to operate in secret behind the veil of Freemasonry, with which the order had linked itself in 1778. Weishaupt maintained that the Illuminati were less an order than a current, which could operate more effectively under cover of something else, under other names and other occupations. Cagliostro succeeded in forming a link with the Martinist order, founded by Martinez Pasquale in 1754, with which Anton Mesmer was also involved. The Illuminati gradually gained control of all important orders until an illuminized network of occult societies had been created. In 1880, the order was revived at Dresden by Leopold Engel. It was with this revived current that Rudolf Steiner was connected, and Franz Hartmann, founder of the Order of the Esoteric Rose Croix, was connected both with Engel's Illuminati and with the Theosophical Society. In 1895, Dr. Karl Kellner carried on the system, calling it the Ordo Templari Orientis, thus reverting to the pre-Weishauptian designation. On Kellner's death in 1905, a German theosophist named Theodor Reuss, together with Franz Hartmann, constituted the inner council of the order. It was Reuss who initiated Steiner into the OTO. The point within the circle, the symbol of the Illuminati, is not only the hierogram of the sun and of the god Horus, but, in Crowley's system, is also symbolic of the union of Nuit and Hadit, which are emblematic of consciousness and its projection as a ray of light. The union of the circle, Nuit, and the point Hadit formulates their child or combined wills, expressed as Ra-Ur Huit. The circle and the point also represent the abstract expressions of love and will, twin components of the magical equation known as the law of Thelema. Dion Fortune, in Aspects of Occultism, published posthumously in 1962, observes that primitive cults such as Voodoo initiates the subconsciousness, Hinduism initiates the higher self, and Christianity initiates the personality, the lower self. Here she refers to the true Gnostic Christianity, the eternal religion, as opposed to the cult of the carnalized Christ of historic Christianity. Austin Spare, Aleister Crowley, and Dion Fortune developed precisely these three lines of activity. Spare's formula of atavistic resurgence, see Chapter 12, develops the voodoo line by means of a system of sigils deriving from his alphabet of desire, each letter of which represents a phase of sexual consciousness. He used the formula in conjunction with a ritual called the death posture. See Chapter 12. Instead of the Vevers of African sorcery and West Indian voodoo, Spare employed various occult geometries embodying in linear form the sound vibrations peculiar to the gods, or levels of subconsciousness to be invoked. These vibrations constitute the mantras of the gods. His system derives not only from the Golden Dawn, but also from the initiated occult traditions of the original Draconian cult, operative in the dark dynasties of ancient Egypt 9. At the other extreme, the theme of Crowley's work is his ritual for achieving congress with the higher self, or holy guardian angel. To this end, he successfully adapted an ancient Akkadian or Sumerian rite used by the Yazidi, the devil worshippers of Lower Mesopotamia. Crowley identified their devil with Aiwaz, his own holy guardian angel. a peculiar state of affairs which will be explained later. To awaken and exalt the magical consciousness, Crowley used a type of ritual reminiscent of the Tantras. The Unfortunate, in her turn, evolved a system for creating the magical personality from the debris of everyday life. Her work involved the use of lunar magic. She used the energies manifesting through sexual polarity. Her novel, Moon Magic, posthumously published in 1956, explains the mystique, if not the actual mechanism of the process. She stressed the close relationship between the endocrine system and the chakras, the centers of magical power in the human organism. Her controlled dreaming technique derives from the Golden Dawn spirit vision and recalls aspects of the spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius Loyola, who founded the Society of Jesus. These aspects of spiritual development form the three major themes characteristic of the present-day revival of magic, and they reflect the three major phases of consciousness exemplified in mythology as the astral, lunar, and solar currents of the great work. Crowley's system, particularly, resumes all three. The injunction, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," first appeared in the Book of the Law, which Crowley received in Cairo in 1904, while in direct astral communication with the daemon Aiwaz. "Do what thou wilt" is the first half of a magical formula which Crowley practiced throughout his life. The second half, "Love is the law, love under will," is its complement. This also appeared in the Book of the Law, or more precisely, the Book of the Law of Thelema. For the text, comprising 3 brief chapters, is a comment on this double formula. Crowley spent the greater part of his life attempting to fathom the mysteries of this singular book, and he said in his last years that much still remained dark, but he fathomed enough of it to found a system of magic unrivaled in the history of Western occultism. The essence of "do what thou wilt" and its corollary is not new. On the contrary, it is as ancient and ageless as the Tao and the Te, the Yin and the Yang, Siva and Sakti, or the Tibetan imagery of Yab Yung. What is new is its emphasis upon action, upon doing, rather than upon non-action and surrender. Thelema is a dynamic formula, not a static one, and it requires the precise formulation before action of the energy which is to be its mainspring. When Aiwaz communicated the law, he uttered the word "will" in Greek, because Greek, like Hebrew, Arabic, and Coptic, has its own Kabbalah, with each letter also representing a number. Thelema therefore signifies not only will, which is its literal meaning, but also 93, a number of vital significance in Crowley's system. The Greek word agape, meaning love, also adds to 93, and so does Aiwaz, thus identifying these seemingly diverse ideas in a mystical unity. The 3 highest Sephiroth, which form the supernal triad of the Tree of Life, also add up to 93 when the secret key of the Book of the Law, AL, is applied in a special manner. The Book of the Law was published several times in Crowley's lifetime, and each publication was followed within a comparatively short time by international disasters: the Balkan War, the First World War, the Sino-Japanese War, and World War II. It was Crowley's belief that when the book is finally published in strict accordance with the instructions given by Aiwaz in its 3rd chapter, it will effect the total destruction of civilization as we know it. So far, the instructions have been imperfectly executed, and the Holocaust therefore incomplete. The Thelemic book is not merely passively prophetic, but actively charged with a power strong enough to reduce whole dynasties to rubble. Crowley describes the phoenix of Thelema that will arise from the dust and debris of civilization in a brief but powerful work entitled The Heart of the Master, 1936. Phoenix was Crowley's secret name in the OTO. He did not assume it officially because events had not, magically speaking, brought the Phoenix to birth. He therefore retained the title Baphomet, which he had adopted in 1912 on his initiation into the order by Theodore Royce, its then head. The Phoenix is known as the Double-Wanded One, the Bird of Return, and the title, in Crowley's case, has particular significance as a dynamic expression of the dual formula of Thelema and Agape. In ancient Egypt, the Bennu bird, or phoenix, was represented by the heron, or hawk, and the golden hawk was the vehicle of the god Horus, the solar phallic deity through whose messenger Aiwaz, the Book of the Law, was communicated. The phoenix was also an ancient constellation in which Sothis, or Sirius, was the chief star, It probably corresponded to the complex of stars now known as Cygnus and Aquila. The phoenix or Bennu bird was the hawk, heron, ibis, rook, Nycti-corax of the Egyptians. The peacock of the Hindus and the eagle of the Romans are cognate symbols. According to Pliny, the life of the phoenix had a direct connection with the great year of cyclic renovation, in which the stars and seasons return to their original positions. The duration of this cycle is given variously by different authorities. One authority ascribes to the cycle a period of 666 years, which may have been another reason why Crowley chose the phoenix as his secret name in the OTO. Other authorities ascribe to it the much longer period of 1,461 years, which is the length of the Sirius cycle. And according to Herodotus, the phoenix reappears every 500 years. The constellation once known by that name was an image of the zodiac or Siriatic year because it arrived at the meridian at the time of the rising of that star. The Egyptologist Lepsius proved that the priests of Egypt were acquainted with the phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes. The worshippers of Set were the most erudite astronomers of Egypt, as well as being the builders of the Great Pyramid. They were acquainted with the true length of the cycle of precession and calculated it as a period of 52 phoenix periods of 500 years each. This makes a grand total of 26,000 years, the great year of the Egyptians. As the returning, reappearing, or ever-coming one, this constellation was represented by the adept who bore the phoenix wand in the rituals of the Golden Dawn. For physiological reasons, the phoenix as the turner back was represented by the ibis, the vehicle of Thoth, the lunar god of magic, writing, and the word. According to Plutarch, the ibis instructed men in the use of the enema, which she administered to herself with her beak. This peculiarity undoubtedly influenced Crowley's choice of the phoenix as the special emblem of the XI0OTO, which involves a reversal of the usual copulative process. The phoenix, or eagle, was also a name of the Nile. Diodorus noted that when the waters of the Nile were sweeping down in full spate, it was known in this phase as the eagle because of its exceeding swiftness and impetuosity. In terms of magical symbolism, the Nile represented the mother goddess, whose annual inundation literally created the land of Egypt by depositing the rich alluvial mud that caked about her banks. And the most ancient form of physical geography was founded on the female form, the woman below being the earth, the woman aloft, i.e. the celestial Numi, being heaven, and whether as the woman below, with feet pointing towards the Great Bear constellation, the goddess of the seven stars, or as the Great Bear itself, Inner Africa was the womb of the world, Egypt being the vulva or outlet to the north, the Nile itself forming the vulva of the woman below. The phoenix was chosen as a glyph of the double-wanded one because it symbolized cyclic or aeonic return. The aeon renews itself like the phoenix on the scale of once in approximately 2,000 years. The sun renews itself daily, yearly, and at greater intervals of time. It is in the symbol of the phoenix, therefore, that we must seek for the real meaning of thelema as the magical formula of the present aeon of Horus, ushered in by Aiwaz in 1904. Transferring the astronomical symbolism to the magical or physiological processes, we find the Chinese sages representing a formula of cyclic return by the equation 0-2, that is, 0 equals plus minus 1. This formula is represented biologically by the congress of the sexes. The positive element of the equation is will, thelema, dynamic, masculine. The negative element is love, agape, passive, feminine. Their union is the basis of the magical ecstasy that polarizes the active and passive components of existence, reducing them to zero. From that void, not or nui, a new creation emerges, ready to begin the process again. The use of sex as a means of gaining access to invisible worlds or other planes of consciousness did not, of course, begin with Crowley. Such practices go back to pre-dynastic times in Egypt, where the great mother goddess, Tort, the prototype of the tarot, the stellar revolutions, and later the zodiac was worshipped with sexual rites, the orgia, or divine works of the Greco-Roman mysteries. Crowley endeavored to perpetuate these rites and align them with the scientific theories of today. The curiously hybrid complexion of his practices, deriving from ancient Egyptian, Chinese, and Indian techniques, is not black as it is painted. The doctrine that every man and every woman is a star, lies at the heart of the Book of the Law. Its meaning, that every man and every woman has a true will, a true center, which he must discover and express, forms the basis of the new and scientific attitude to mystical consciousness that dominates the scene today. In order to tap into the reservoirs of energy that define an individual's essence, Crowley employed various means such as drugs, sex, alcohol, and corpses, words of power derived from Eastern practices like mantra or rhythmic vibration. Through these methods, he stimulated the primal energy centers in humans, awakening what the Tantras refer to as the serpent power or kundalini. However, Crowley cautioned that this form of consciousness control could be exceedingly dangerous without proper initiation, as indicated in the Book of the Law's warning about the secret serpent. Crowley facilitated the full invocation of Thelema, the true will in man, by restoring the Greco-Egyptian rite. This ancient ritual, which Crowley considered the most potent, later became the preliminary invocation of the Goetia of Solomon the king. Its origins predate the medieval Goetia and Greco-Egyptian rites, tracing back to the Akkadian or Sumerian epoch when Set or Shaitan was worshipped by the Yazidi.
This rite, replete with words of power, or the barbarous names of evocation etymologically restored, was published by Crowley in Magic in Theory and Practice, 1929. The performance of this ritual establishes the magician in the sphere of his angel. The result is described as the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. Only through intimate communion with his angel can man learn the word of his will, and having learnt it, proceed to fulfill it, for once a man has entered into full communion with his angel, no power on earth can turn him from the performance of his will. The word of the will, the Lema, is the name of the angel who utters it at the climax of the magical rite. And when interpreted in terms of individual consciousness, it reveals the secret and supreme formula of spiritual enlightenment.
Crowley insists that it is impossible to do one's will until the name has been communicated. This is the meaning of the old texts that declare God and his name to be one. The name is the secret self of each man and woman. The aspiration required to establish contact with the true self, the angel, must be so utterly one-pointed, as in Crowley's case, that no mundane considerations whatsoever can stand in the way of its attainment. Crowley pressed into the service of this work, the great work, every conceivable means of communication with the unseen worlds. The result was that through this ritual, and others like it, he grew in communion with extraterrestrial intelligences. His already wide knowledge of magical and mystical methods of attainment deepened and expanded. To facilitate traffic with entities of other spheres, Crowley sometimes made use of women who were themselves so emotionally unstable, so feebly linked to the world, that they were able to scry in the spirit vision and project their astral bodies with very little trouble. The added stimulus of the rites of Bacchus, alcohol, and Venus, sex, greatly accelerated these experiments, and several major workings of this nature survive among Crowley's papers. These workings opened up lines of contact formerly closed. Crowley has been criticized because he used the living organism as the basis of many of his experiments. In orthodox science, such criticism is brushed aside, yet how few scientists, relatively speaking, involve themselves in experiments as did Crowley, risking disease, drug addiction, death, and the worst forms of madness in their quest for truth. According to Crowley, the true magical revival occurred in 1904 when an occult current of cosmic magnitude was initiated on the inner planes. Its focus was Aiwaz, and it was transmitted through Crowley to the human plane. It also manifested itself on the mundane plane as another phase of the OTO, which was founded by the Austrian initiate Karl Kellner, who died in 1905 under mysterious circumstances. His place was taken by Theodor Reuss, who introduced sexual magic into the sovereign sanctuary of the order. The initiation of this occult current created a vortex, the birth pangs of a new aeon, technically called an equinox of the gods, recurring at intervals of approximately 2,000 years. Each such revival of magical power establishes a further link in the chain of humanity's evolution, which is but one phase only of the evolution of consciousness. According to Crowley, the new aeon will establish full solar consciousness in mankind, thus connecting it directly with its true center by uniting Nuit and Hadit. At present, man is a separate, isolated unit. He requires the use of speech, etc., to communicate with others like himself. When solar consciousness is fully established, silence will take the place of speech. Not the absence of noise we know as silence, but a positive, vibrant menstruum of direct, intuitive understanding. Liber Alex the Twelfth states, "The law of the strong, this is our law and the joy of the world." AL 11.121, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." AL 140, "Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay." AL 142.3, "Every man and every woman is a star." AL 1.3, "There is no God but man." 1. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. 2. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. 3. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. 4. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will. AL 151. 5. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slaves shall serve. AL 11.58. Love is the law, love under will. AL 1.57. This consciousness has already formulated itself in certain individuals who are the earthly reflexes, the reflections upon earth of those masters or secret chiefs, whose work entails the administration of consciousness in its human phase, and in the particular segment of that phase wherein man may achieve full realization of his identity with the source of illumination, i.e. solar consciousness. This is typified macrocosmically by the sun, the point within the circle, and microcosmically by the phallus, which in turn typifies the kundalini, the serpentine or spiral power of creative consciousness. Men will become as gods because the power of creation, the prerogative of gods, will be wielded by them through the direction of forces at present termed occult or hidden. The methods of this direction are contained in the Book of the Law, a grimoire of magical instruction, the secrets of which are automatically preserved from profanation, because only those able to use the powers to which it is the key can understand the Kabbalistic and literary ciphers which it contains. We shall fathom a few of them here. The key symbols of that book are Nui, consciousness absolute; Hadit, the manifestation of consciousness; and Ra, or Quit, the reflection or projection of Hadit in the form of the objective universe. The manifesting power of consciousness, which is Hadit, is typified by the phallus or the beast, which is the link between the ideal world of absolute subjectivity and the actual world of concrete objectivity, their union being symbolized by Rahu or Quit. Rahu or Quit is therefore the son, or result, of the union of Nuit and Hadit, as well as being mystically identical with both. The formula of this union of Nuit and Hadit is contained in Liber Ozid, the Book of Strength. Crowley described Liber Ozid, first published in 1942, as the manifesto of the OTO. It is a concise statement of his political program in the OTO based on the Book of the Law, which Crowley received while in astral communication with transmundane intelligence named Iwaz, the word of the Aeon, Abrahadabra, a form of Abrasax, the supreme deity of the Gnostics. The word Aeon has a twofold connotation, for besides signifying a cycle of time, it is also a name of the solar phallic god of the Gnostics and the Illuminati. Hargrave Jennings, the Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries, describes a Gnostic gem representing Harpocrates seated upon a lotus, which springs from a double lamp formed of twin phalli united at their base. This is symbolic of the Lord of the Wand of Double Power. Above his head is his title, Abraxas, and over this is his name, Iao. Abraxas, or Abrasax, was a lion-headed deity whom the Gnostics sometimes called Aeon. Abraxas is the Logos, the Aeon, and Harpocrates. In other words, the word is the lion serpent that is preceded by the formulation of the babe, Harpocrates. From Abraxas is derived the word Abrahadabra, which resumes all these ideas in its 11-fold vibration. The numerical value of Abrahadabra is 418, which is that of the Hebrew letter Cheth spelt in full, i.e. Hebrew. Cheth is the number 8, which is the seal of Hermes Thoth Mercury, the god of magic. The figure A8 is by shape the caduceus of Mercury and the emblem of infinity. In the Book of the Law, Hadi or Set declares, I am 8 and 1 in 8. The identification is with Sothis, the manifestator of the 7 stars of Polaris, the great bear constellation which symbolizes the dragon Nui. She is the mother of the primal gods, and her formula of change or magic is manifested in one, her son, i.e. Sothis or Sirius, who in his occult character symbolizes the sun behind the sun. Magic is spelled with a K because Cheth, its Hebrew equivalent, is the number of the great work and the letter of Hermes or Hermetic science. Cheth 8, 418, K, being the number of the great work, is a formula used by occultists as well as alchemists to denote the consummation of the marriage of individual and cosmic consciousness. The key to this magic is to be found in Cheth's astrological attribution, Cancer, the house of the moon. In the Book of the Law, the moon is typified anthropomorphically as Babylon, the scarlet woman. Her color refers to the blood which characterizes the lunar menstruum. It is the vesture of manifestation used by Hadad when, as the beast, i.e. the phallus, he projects and clothes his essence, light, with the darkness of matter, Babylon, the symbol of objectivity. The hieroglyph of the A equals I, i.e. A, is typified by an 11-rayed star symbolizing the union of the human and the divine elements of consciousness. Its full form is the fusion of the pentagram 5 with the hexagram 6, the former being the glyph of the feminine powers, nature, the latter of the masculine powers, creative will. Crowley used the 11-rayed star in the Cairo working in conjunction with the letter Cheth. The letter Cheth appears in its Arabic form because Crowley was, at the time, mainly working Egyptian rituals as practiced in the Golden Dawn. The secret star of magic is also 11-fold. It is the unicursal hexagram of the beast plus the 5-petaled rose typical of Babylon, for the flower or flower is the symbol of her magical function. The Book of the Law is couched in Egyptian terminology because the Egyptian and Chaldean mysteries form the basis of the Western occult tradition, the tradition of the Illuminati, or the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, later known as the OTO, Nuit. Hadith, Rahur-Quit, Abrahadabra, Therion, the Beast, and Babylon are the vital elements of this tradition when stripped of all inessentials. The subtle concept Horapar-Krat, or Set, of whom Aiwaz claims to be the minister, and with whom he is for all practical purposes identical, is of great complexity. Set represents the absorption of the projected energy of Horus. It is in the silence of the death of desire that the child of the blasphemous union of Babylon and Therion, woman and beast, realizes its identity with absolute consciousness. Set, therefore, is the means of return to the supreme state represented by Nuit, Numiant, and as such is the formula of the phoenix. In the preceding aeon, that of Osiris, Set or Satan was regarded as evil because the nature of desire was misunderstood. It was identified with the devil and with moral evil. Yet this devil, Satan, is the true formula of illumination. Called evil to conceal its holiness, it is desire that prompts man to know himself through another, i.e. through his own double or devil. When the urge to know is turned inwards instead of outwards as it usually is, then the ego dies and the objective universe is dissolved. In the light of that illumination, reality, the gnosis, is all that remains. In the Eastern tradition, the process is called the opening of the eye of Shiva, which is also the eye of Set, because it sucks into itself all the light that Horus has projected. It is in this sense that Satan came to represent the opposer of the light. More precisely, Set is the destroyer through identity. For Satan, as the name implies, is the combination and balance of north, Nuit, and south, Hadit, or consciousness, and its projection as the objective universe. This explains the equivalence of Set, the god of the south, and Nuit, the goddess of the north. These ideas have their roots in biological phenomena. Sex functions through polarity. Babylon and Therion are the biological avatars, Tes and Phallus of Nuit and Hadid, moon and sun, north and south, circle and point, earth and air, water and fire, and so on. Their union produces Rahu Queen, which, although one, nonetheless conceals his twin or double within him. This double, or devil, is Hor Par Kra. The two are identical in the sense that any idea can exist only by virtue of the contradiction contained within it. A classic example is the famous paradox of Chan, I am because I am not. If this is not intuitively understood, no amount of explanation will elucidate it. This paradox and others like it are brought as near as possible to explanation in the incomparable works of the pseudonymous Wei Wu Wei, to which the reader is referred.
Metaphysical bases of sexual magic. There exists a talisman of universal application. In the elemental kingdom, it is represented by Pyramis, fire, in geometric terms by the pyramid or triangle, and in biological terms by the phallus. As the sun radiates life and light throughout the solar system, so the phallus radiates life and light upon Earth, and, similarly, subserves a power greater than itself. For as the sun is a reflection of Sirius, so is the phallus the vehicle of the will of the magus. In the non-initiate, the phallic power operates independently of, and often at variance with, its possessor. It functions capriciously, regardless of the individual. The phallic power possesses the individual, not vice versa. In the case of the initiate, however, the position is reversed. The OTO possesses the secret knowledge of rectification and the means of release from the thraldom of unregenerate instinct. It instructs the operator in the proper use of the elemental fire, the right building of the pyramid, the successful wielding of the magic wand. The control of the elemental fire involves the inhibition of the usual physical results of sexual congress. The libido is not earthed, but directed by the will to incarnate in a form specially prepared for its reception. Liber Agape, the Anchiridion of the sovereign sanctuary of the gnosis of the OTO, show how sexual magic is based on the assumption that no cause can be balked of an effect. If the natural effect is annulled, the discharge of energy is not lost. It forms a subtle or astral image of the idea dominant in the mind at the climax of coitus. Ordinarily, this idea is one of lust, and because of this, a tendency or habit is set up in the mind, which consequently becomes increasingly difficult to control. This tendency must therefore be destroyed. The mental exaltation generated by a magically controlled orgasm forms a lucent lens-like window past which stream the vivid astral imagery of the subconscious mind. Specific images are evoked and fixed. They become instantly and vitally alive. As their luminous presence is obsessive, magical safeguards are essential to offset actual obsession. These images are dynamic links with the deeper centers of consciousness and act as keys to the experience or revelations which form the object of the operation. To incarnate such experiences is the object of sexual magic. It is necessary, therefore, to formulate the will with great care and with strict economy of means. There must be nothing in the mind at the moment of orgasm except the image of the child, which it is intended to bring to birth. Objurgations against masturbation, onanism, coitus interruptus, carezza, and other apparently sterile methods of using sexual energy follow logically upon awareness, however consciously unacknowledged this awareness may be, of the sacramental nature of the generative act. Erroneous conclusions drawn from incomplete apprehension of the factors involved led in the past to the fire and brimstone admonitions directed against abuses, which at one time were thought to lead to degeneration of the nervous system, blindness, paralysis, and insanity. In actual fact, none of the energy is lost, though it fails to find a field of operation in the matrix which nature has provided for it. It breeds, instead of physical offspring, phantoms composed of tenuous matter. Through the deliberate and persistent practice of such abuses, cliphotic entities are engendered. They prey upon the mind and feed upon the nervous fluid. As Crowley notes, the ancient Jewish rabbis knew this and taught that before Eve was given to Adam, the demon Lilith was conceived by the spill of his dreams, so that the hybrid races of satyrs, elves, and the like began to populate those secret places of the earth which are not sensible by the organs of the normal man. Many long and tedious dissertations on the possibility of a witch giving birth to offspring after union with the devil in the form of an incubus should be understood in the sense that children are born of such unions, though not physical children. Any discharge of energy, of any kind, has an effect on all planes. If results on one plane are balked, as would happen in the case of the incubus, then they appear on another. According to ancient authorities on witchcraft, incubi and succubi were personifications of the devil himself. The devil is synonymous with the creative spirit in man. Crowley goes so far as to declare that the satyr is the true nature of every man and every woman. The incubus or succubus is the exteriorization or extrusion of the satyr in each individual. It represents the subliminal will. In effect, the dwarf self or holy guardian angel. It is this principle in man that is immortal, and it is inextricably bound up with the sexuality, which in turn is the key to its nature and the means of its incarnation. In ancient Egypt, tomb and womb were interchangeable terms. The womb brought to birth into the material world, the tomb into the spiritual world. The ideas of resurrection and re-erection were also interchangeable. The phallus erect, or rising, symbolized the resurrection to the new life in the spiritual world. It also signified the ability to live and to cause to live again. It was said to die in the act of transmitting the vital principle, its word, its truth. From an unpublished comment on the Book of the Law. See, on this subject, Franz Hartmann's Life of Paracelsus, under incubus and succubus. In an Egyptian creation legend recorded in the papyrus of Nessi Amsu, the sun god Adam is described as having thrust his member into his hand and performed his desire, thus producing the two children Shu and Tefnut. These children represent the mystical principles of fire and water, heat and moisture, necessary for materializing the phantom, the matrix, the humid moist womb, or succubus, through which the energy is transmitted to the subtle planes. The god Capra also is recorded in the same papyrus as having had union with his hand and of embracing his shadow in a love embrace. The shadow is the succubus. In rabbinical lore, its name is Lilith. She was the first wife of Adam and was created out of the substance of his imagination. In a Golden Dawn manuscript entitled the Merkara, she is described as a woman outwardly beautiful but inwardly corrupt and putrefying. Eve and Lilith are not two different creatures, but two aspects of a single entity. The bright, solar, creative, angelic aspect was called Eve, a form of the creative deity IHVH, Jehovah. The lunar, corrupting, demonic aspect was named Lilith. She strangled souls in her embrace or with the cincture of a single hair. She was called the Serpent Woman because of her connection with the lunar current of periodicity, symbolized by her capacity for slaying children as soon as conceived. She later became the goddess of witchcraft, the magic of night, i.e. of the dark, black magic, as opposed to the magic of the day, i.e. solar or white magic. These twin aspects of the holy guardian angel, the good and evil demons, appear alluring and terrible by turns, in the same way that the Hindu goddess Kali appears to her devotees as the gentle Durga, or the terrible Bhavani. Mystically considered, they are subjective entities, aspects of consciousness that can be vitalized by appropriate magical methods. They are vague and shadowy companions responding to the most tenuous evocations of the nervous system. In a spiritual sense, they may be considered as guiding the soul along the luminous and dark byways of a menti. The evocation of the dark companion for personal ends is referred to by J. Marx Riviere, Tantric Yoga. I was able to know personally the absolutely depraved and abnormal sexual appetite of these false yogis. The method used is called the prayoga, through which it is possible to visualize and animate certain female entities who are called succubes. Arthur Avalon also refers to an analogous process of sexual black magic in The Serpent Power. Those who do practice magic of the kind mentioned work only in the lowest center, have recourse to prayoga, which leads to Nayika Siddhi, whereby commerce is had with female spirits and the like. Crowley gives a method of generating such companions, which involves the use of Dee and Kelly's Enochian system. Such elementals or familiar spirits are, he says, to be treated with kindness and firmness. The best types of spirit are the spirits of the elemental tablets, which Dee and Kelly devised for the conjuration of magical servitors. These servitors are perfect in their nature and faithful, affectioning the human race. And if not so powerful as, they are less dangerous than the planetary spirits. Crowley conjured them by the keys or calls of Enoch. See the Equinox, Volume 1, Notes 7 and 8. After the calls, he performed an act of sexual magic after the manner of the papyrus of Nessie Amsu, letting the semen fall upon and be preserved within the pyramids of letters comprising the names of the spirits he was conjuring. In 1945, the then head of a lodge of the OTO in California successfully performed a similar operation, but with disastrous results to himself. See Chapter 9. Most of Crowley's magic was performed on the astral plane and usually involved some form of sexual congress. The one really easy physical operation which the body of light can perform is congressus subtilis. The emanations of the body of desire, of the material being whom one visits are, if the visit be agreeable, so potent that one spontaneously gains substance in the embrace. There are many cases on record of children having been born as the result of such unions. These children were elementals or companions. If the former, they acted as servitors, like the witch's familiar. If the latter, as links through which he was able to communicate with denizens of astral realms, consonant with the nature of the succubus. Thus, Crowley gained direct access to regions hidden from occultists using the old ceremonial techniques of evocation. It also enabled him, in many cases, to dispense with a medium between himself and the entities contacted. For by sexual union with a non-terrestrial entity, he was able to enter the stream of non-human contacts, of which Dion Fortune often makes mention. The body of light is so called because it was anciently known that man resurrected, not in his physical body, as believed by Christians, but in a more tenuous and ethereal vehicle that rose from the dark of death, the abyss, like the stars that rose resplendent from below the horizon. The astral body or ghost was the most ancient type of resurrection because, according to Egyptian doctrine, when the mummy transformed in the underworld of Amenti, when it spiritualized or obtained a soul among the stars of heaven, the individual rose again on the horizon as the constellation Orion, the star of Horus, the Sahu, or glorified body resurrected eternally in the fields of Sekhet Arhu, space or eternity. Orion represented the risen Horus, the glorified deceased, at least 6,000 years ago, when the star, astral body, rose up from the dark death in the west, the underworld of Amenti. See the Book of the Dead, chapter LX699, etc. The stellar or astral body is also called the desire body because it is the vehicle of sentience in the human organism. This body was ascribed to the most ancient star god, Set, who was also a god of fire. To Horus, his twin, was ascribed the spiritual body represented by the sun. The link between star or fire gods and the sun is the lunar current typified by Thoth, lord of magic and scribe of the gods. Thoth is sacred to the youthful god Khonsu, of whom Crowley, as a magus, claimed to be an avatar, thus identifying himself as the link between the beast, Set, lord of the stars, and the angel, Horus, lord of the sun. Sex being the mainspring of the astral body, it was through its use that Crowley accomplished most of his magic on the subtle planes. No cause may be balked of its effect, and if the effect is hindered from manifesting on one plane, it does so upon another. It is in its secondary manifestation that danger lurks for the uninitiated practitioner, because in this phase, it generates a debased image of the will. To circumvent this, the will must be as steady as a flame in a windless place. The slightest tremor and the image wavers. This is why intensive practice of mental concentration is essential. The mind and the will must unite and function one-pointedly. When the image is distorted, it breeds an alien and parasitic growth that lives on the vital energy of the person who called it into being. With each fresh sexual act, the creature gathers power. It becomes a vampire, obsessing the individual and driving him to actions of cruelty or lust, of which he would normally be incapable. Eliphas Levi well describes the situation. When one creates phantoms for oneself, one puts vampires into the world, and one must nourish these children of voluntary nightmare with one's blood, one's life, one's intelligence, and one's reason, without ever satisfying them. Key of the Mysteries, Crowley's translation. If correctly used, however, there is no limit to what may be achieved by the magical direction of the sexual current. Crowley wrote, "I did not know until June 1912 the tremendous importance of the knowledge held by the OTO, and even when I knew, I did not realize it. When the First World War broke out, Crowley suspected that the end of civilization was imminent. he based his surmise on the text of the 3rd chapter of the Book of the Law. It is interesting to see what he wrote to Frater Akkad, Charles Stansfeld Jones of Vancouver. Akkad was to become the living proof that the Book of the Law had been communicated to Crowley by a preterhuman intelligence, thereby demonstrating that consciousness can and does manifest independently of man, i.e. of cerebral and nervous structure in man. In view of the impending collapse, i.e. of the present world order, is it not essential to select a number of properly trained men and entrust them with the secret at our disposal? My knowledge of the technique has largely increased since I wrote my commentary on the 9th degree. The supreme importance of this matter lies in the following considerations. The discoveries of science in the past century or so have been alike in this respect, that all are apart from virtue. They can all be equally used by vulgar men, often by merely brutal men, at the direction of vile and ignoble masters. The result has been as we see it. But through the OTO, we possess a form of energy stronger and subtler than any yet known. And its virtue is this, that it cannot be employed successfully by men ignorant of spiritual laws and untrained by spiritual methods. That the most malignant of mankind are capable of concentration, which is an essential factor in success. But though we must do all that we may to keep the secret from unworthy minds, we cannot deny that it is already widely known, at least in gross and erroneous forms. We must rely on the natural fact that the technique of virtue must needs prevail. Yet even at the worst, I hold it better that the world should be ruled by black as well as white lodges than that, as at present, its government should be mere confusion. On this account, I shall not shrink from the responsibility of using this great secret to determine the direction in which the rotten tree of civilization shall fall. It is above all on such points that I ask the wisdom of the elder brethren. Given their approval, we should find little difficulty in selecting and training a sufficient number of men to study, develop, and apply this energy. The commentary on Liber Agape, referred to in the above letter, concerns itself with the secret knowledge upon which the sovereign sanctuary of the Gnosis, OTO, is constituted. What Crowley did not dilate upon in that commentary is the role played by the Sakti, or female partner, selected to assist in the ritual. 20 years of independent research with the formula of the IX0 have convinced me that Crowley was not fully aware of the part played by the mystical kalas, or vaginal vibrations, emanating from the Saktis used in the rite. The nature of the kalas forms a highly technical part of tantric doctrine. That Crowley was aware of the importance of the partner during sexual rites is evident from his diaries, letters, and essays. He says, for instance, "I am convinced that one important consideration is that of the partner, and this is beyond the control of consciousness. In doing ordinary ceremonial work in the old days, I used to find that some people seemed to have a faculty of getting things to happen on the material plane, and that instantly. Usually, they could do nothing themselves. They were not even clairvoyant, but with me to get them going, phenomena began to occur at once." Discussing the suitability of the partner in a letter dated 1938, he says, "I do not think that the fine types of women are likely to be much good. The gross are the best, people whose procreative instincts are naturally excessive, but have been turned by one circumstance or another into channels of voluptuousness and extreme libido. By libido, I mean really to use the word in its widest sense, an intense and instinctive lust for various objects." And in certain instructions concerning IX0 working, he writes, "Choice of an assistant seems so important that perhaps it should be left to caprice, i.e. to subconscious attraction. A hint as to the type of assistant qualifying for the role of Scarlet Woman is given in the Book of the Law, Chapter 2, magnificent beasts of women with large limbs, and fire and light in their eyes, and masses of flaming hair about them. These epithets are not merely literary devices. They are ciphers concealing definite characteristics by which the initiate is able to recognize magical aptitude in certain types of women. The flowery eulogies of female charms found in many tantras similarly conceal the precise characteristics required for successful magical working. In tantric terms, the Scarlet Woman is Suvasini, literally the sweet-smelling lady of the mystic circle, chakra, which is formed for the purpose of obtaining oracles and tantras. Tantras are collections of instructions in magic, communicated by paraterrestrial intelligences in much the same way as the Book of the Law was communicated to Crowley. In ancient times, the high priestesses of Dodona, Delphi, and Eleusis fulfilled similar oracular functions. They became the sacred uterus, utterer of the word. Lack of precise information concerning the function of the female partner, and the discovery by non-initiates after Crowley's death of references in his magical diaries to particular women, some of whom did and some of whom did not fulfill the requirements necessary for the office of Scarlet Woman, has led to a general misinterpretation of his activities and motives. The mystic chakra, or magic circle of the Tantras, is a symbolic and externalized form of the subtle centers of the human body. Yoga is replete with descriptions of these chakras, 7 of which are of great importance. They have been described in detail in numerous books on yoga and occult anatomy, and occultists like Dion Fortune have drawn attention to their correspondences in the endocrine system. Looking at the matter from this angle, many interesting facts emerge, some of which are discussed in Chapter 4. The alchemists were concerned with the living organism and its peculiar potentialities, no less than the tantrics, their oriental counterparts. That the chakras emanate a subtle power has furthermore been proved by scientific experiment. In 1939, Wilhelm Reich discovered a radiating energy in bions derived from sand. They were later found to be present in the soil, the atmosphere, solar radiation, and the living organism. In aspects of occultism, Fortune mentions the vibrations detected in sand. She attributes Egypt's strange influence to the electricity generated by the ever-moving sands of the Great Sahara Desert, which so changes the normal rate of vibration that an extension of consciousness is the result. The Ajna chakra, commonly called the third eye, has been found to consist of particles of very fine substance resembling sand, or the crystals in a wireless receiving set. The affinity between the secretions of the endocrine glands and the vibrations radiating from the subtle chakras explored by yogins forms the basis of sexual magic, which utilizes these vibrations in a way as yet unknown to science. All the so-called phallic cults originally possessed the true knowledge of these matters before it was lost or perverted by improper use. What remains of the ancient wisdom is the remnant only of debased and phallic rites. It is these, not the true doctrines, that are today the butt of the self-styled sophisticated and enlightened experts, whose worldly wisdom is, in actual fact, as nothing compared with that of the ancients. The magical tradition, which included sex as a means to spiritual attainment, existed long before dynastic times in ancient Egypt, and there are early references to it in the sacred writings of India and China. In Egypt, this tradition was known as the Draconian or Typhonian cult. It was the first systematized form of earlier African mysteries. The doctrines which the Egyptians elaborated into a highly specialized cult flowered later in the tantras of India, Mongolia, China, and Tibet. Paradoxical as it may sound, writes Crowley, the tantrics are in reality the most advanced of the Hindus. The essence of the tantric cults is that by the performance of certain rites of magic, one does not only escape disaster, but obtains positive benediction. The tantric is not obsessed by the will to die. It is a difficult business, no doubt, to get any fun out of existence, but at least it is not impossible. In other words, he implicitly denies the fundamental proposition that existence is sorrow, and he formulates the essential postulate that means exist by which the universal sorrow, apparent indeed to all ordinary observation, may be unmasked, even as at the initiatory rites of Isis in the ancient days of Kem, Egypt, a neophyte presenting his mouth, under compulsion, to the pouting buttocks of the goat of Mendes, found himself caressed by the chaste lips of a virginal priestess of that goddess at the base of whose shrine it is written that no man hath lifted her veil. Crowley knew that the crux of tantric ritual lay in its connection with the magically induced ecstasies of sexual orgasm. Orgasm, in Reich's sense of a fulminant paroxysm involving the entire organism, is sometimes set against the tantric concept of A, a total orgasm, or B, a total absence of orgasm. Both these interpretations have been read into tantric texts. In either case, orgasm is commonly regarded as a psychophysical phenomenon. But this is incorrect. Reich emphasized the distinction between ejaculation and orgasm, the one being physical, the other being, strictly speaking, metaphysical. Ejaculation without orgasm is a common occurrence, and as Reich pointed out, total orgasm is a far less frequent phenomenon. It is undoubtedly even less frequent than he supposed. The tantric conception of orgasm in its directly sexual sense, for it has others, is of a more comprehensive order. It may, in fact, be described as parasexual. It involves the Kundalini Sakti, of which the sexual aspect is its most material form. The actual production of semen is the end product, if not the waste product, left over from an improperly and incompletely absorbed current of consciousness. Consciousness current is twofold, magical and mystical. The former operates in the lower chakras, the latter in the higher. That which ejaculates as semen is unabsorbed energy, prana or ojas, and it always contributes to the creation of material forms, whether lodged in a womb or not. If not, the overflow, as in masturbation, sodomy, fellatio, etc., is taken up by the astral and quophotic entities and built into organisms already existing upon the subtle planes. Paracelsus refers to homunculi, artificially generated creatures made from sperm independent of the female organism, and to astral larvae and parasitic monsters built out of the substance of voluptuous imaginings. Orgasm can occur at any of the 6 main bodily centers, or at all simultaneously, in which case a 7th is brought into being as the supreme event act. It is represented as existing or coming into existence at the crown of the head. This is the Sahasrara chakra, the 1,000-petaled lotus said to be situated at the region of the cranial suture. At the moment of an adept's death, or at the onset of profound trance, consciousness quits the body at this center. It does so to the accompaniment of indescribable bliss. This bliss is the true nature of consciousness, which manifests as light. It is the ultimate orgasm of which all lesser manifestations are but shadows, for this orgasm is the great going, the goer being the special designation of the highest gods, both in Egyptian and Indian lore. The ankh or sandal strap is its symbol, the secret seed, the goer from life to life, the goer who transcends death altogether. The sandal strap, the symbol of going, and therefore of orgasm, is the glyph of Venus, goddess of love. She is the instrument, in the sexual sense, of ultimate transcendence of individual consciousness. Orgasm at the various centers are flowerings of specific powers hidden in the subtle anatomy of man's body. The powers siddhis pertaining to each lotus are described in standard textbooks on yoga. When the serpent power discharges itself as semen, the results are physical as opposed to metaphysical. In the Book of the Law, which may be described as a modern tantra, the downward and outward movement of the power is described as resulting in venom, i.e. poison, as opposed to nectar. I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my nui are one. If I droop down my head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. Whatsoever may be the goal of man as conceived by Reich and others, for the tantrics, the goal is attained by a reversal of the process which leads to the substantiation of the power generated during orgasm. In Tantric Buddhism, for instance, the bodhicitta, light of consciousness, is not permitted to formulate itself as semen. The process is entirely mystical, and when women feature in the rituals, they are used to stimulate the kundalini to awaken it from sleep in the lowest center before it begins its ascent. The notorious Kala circle of the Vamacharyans, tantrics of the left-hand path, in some of its divisions, utilizes the female for similar purposes, but she remains virgin. Some confusion has arisen because of the curiously ambivalent nature of the symbolism adopted by Oriental initiates. There are, undoubtedly, some tantric divisions which do express the consciousness current as semen and then reabsorb it into the system by a method in which the penis is used like a siphon. This is dangerous unless the practitioner is an adept. Crowley circumvented the dangers to some extent by absorbing the substance orally during his magical operations. To be effectively used in this way, the consciousness current must be charged by the will of the operator at the moment of its transformation into semen. It is the total fusion of the active and passive principles in a dazzling explosion of rapture, which constitutes the transubstantiation of the gross elements of the sacred rite into the glorified sacraments of the true mystic marriage. The word orgasm implies a sacred rite, or working, besides its indicatory meaning of emotional paroxysm and swelling. The Gnostics called this rite the Mass of the Holy Ghost, and the male-female essences expressed in their gross forms were symbolized by bread and wine. The Gnostic Mass is therefore an eidolon of the metaphysical ecstasy, or orgasm, which is veiled beneath the symbol of the Holy Ghost, of which the dove, the bird of Venus, is the special vehicle. The dove is also symbolic of the Garden of Eden, the field of the interplay of odic energies, typified and actualized by woman. Garden is one meaning of the well-known word for the vulva, Kent, the garden of the south. But a woman is not necessarily present in tantric ritual, any more than she needs to be present when sexual orgasm occurs. The wet dream is an instance of this. There is an awakening at the critical moment, just as the consciousness current begins to flow out of the body in the form of gleat. Consciousness outwardly flowing is mind, or more precisely, mind in motion, i.e., thought. When this occurs, the dream, subjective image creating state, passes into the waking, objective image creating state. It is at this juncture that the sleeper awakens and, for a fleeting moment, is convinced that he has been cohabiting with an actual woman. A succubus has been generated, an objectivization by the light of consciousness within the mind of the mind's desire, because the mind always assumes the form of its object. The experience is as vivid as the real thing. For the dreamer, dream activity is as real as everyday life to the wide-awake person. When the current is reversed, consciousness assumes its own form, which is in reality no form, for it is void, i.e. beyond form. The void is that Atman of Hinduism, which is equated with the true immortal principle, the real self. In the void state, pure bliss is experienced as in deep dreamless sleep. There is no knower there, no object to be known, no man or woman, no subject or object. Consequently, consciousness assumes its own nature, which is self-effulgent. When this state is entered knowingly, one cannot say consciously, for there is never a time when consciousness is not. Then deep sleep becomes, not forgetfulness, but instant self-awareness, which is pure knowledge, the nature of which is bliss. By this means, the tantric seeks release from the thraldom of matter, from the duality of the phenomenal and noumenal universe. It is an orgasm of consciousness, a flowering of consciousness beyond all duality. Edward Carpenter, Adam's Peak to Elephanta, 1892, noted, apropos of certain Hindu doctrines, that they contain a glimmering embodiment of the deep-lying truth that the whole universe conspires in the sexual act, and that the orgasm itself is a flash of the universal consciousness. This is true, but it is not the whole truth. The consciousness current is seen by clairvoyants as a thread of brilliance within the central canal, spine, of the human body. It may be seen as a quivering web of scintillant branches interpenetrating the astral body, the body of light. The identification of consciousness with light is ancient and universal. The biblical phrase declares, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light." The eye is the symbol of the seer. It is the consciousness that illumines objects and makes vision possible. It is also a symbol of the yoni, the source of images. As such, it is identical with consciousness itself, without which images or forms cannot exist. The biblical passage refers to the practice of retaining the light, consciousness, in its immaculate or preconceptual state, prohibiting its outflow and fabrication of images in the material world. At the moment of orgasm, a bright light seems to explode interiorly. It is difficult to say precisely where it occurs. It is said that it may be located by the alert observer at one or other of the subtle centers along the spinal canal. Dion Fortune has drawn attention to the fact that these centers approximate specific regions of the endocrine system and are connected with the production of endocrine secretions. It must not be supposed that the chakras respond to physical investigation any more than the mind can be discovered by brain surgery. The chakras exist as realities in extra-physical dimensions, and they are as real on their own plane as are dreams on theirs. Sexual polarity in its deeper and tantric sense is a natural form of union, yoga, used by adepts, Eastern and Western, for the attainment of the ultimate goal. Paracelsus, Levi, Blavatsky, Hartman, Fortune, and others peppered their writings with hints, but it was left to Crowley to speak plainly, to evolve the fullest and most systematic account of this ambiguous path. General ignorance, misunderstanding, and malevolent misinterpretation of his writings have done their best to obscure his purpose, but now, more than 20 years after his death, the situation at last shows signs of changing. In the most ancient times, the fire of the creative process was identified with the beast, cf. Bast, the Egyptian goddess of lust and sexual heat, symbolized by the hippopotamus, crocodile, lioness, cat, sow, or cow. When this symbolism was interpreted anthropomorphically, as later it was, the organ of generation itself was chosen to represent the entire creative process. In the course of time, the beast changed into the human, but the Ks, the symbolic organ of change or transformation, remained the same. In the hieroglyphics, it represented the great magic power, which concentrated symbolically and actually the power of the beast to recreate and transform itself, to project its image into the future as if by magic, and to go on doing so forever. A special sanctity was thus attributed to the female genitalia, the gateway of perpetual life. At a much later period, the Egyptians concealed the human identity of their gods beneath animal masks, which represented the types of energy it was desired to invoke and control. The keen-sightedness of the hawk, for instance, and its ability to mount the heavens and approach the sun, caused it to become a solar glyph of such gods as Horus and Ra. The priests assumed the mask or god form of a hawk in operations involving clairvoyance, discovering hidden treasure, and so on. The snake, with its swiftness, subtlety, and ability to slough its outworn skin, became the type of rejuvenation and change, and therefore of magic. So did the moon, in one phase of its symbolism. The snake was originally a glyph of the female, owing to its powers of periodic renewal. It unifies the dualism of phallic power, firstly in its feminine and mutative aspect as lunar energy, and secondly, in its creative aspect as solar energy typified by the sudden erectility and lightning-swift ejaculation of venom. The concept finally became merged with the serpent power, the kundalini of the Tantras. The ancient formula known as the assumption of god forms was revived in the Golden Dawn and was continued in the OTO under phallic symbols. This formula evokes the Saktis, lovers, latent in the elements, the beasts or the gods, who represented aspects of the subconscious mind of man embodied in symbolic forms. The transition from mortal to immortal is accomplished by an act of creative will, and the magical weapon, wand or phallus, is the fierce erectile flame common to beast and man. The god Mentu, or was the ithyphallic form of Horus. From is derived the word man. Mentu became Mendes, the name of the Egyptian gnome sacred to the ram or goat, the Baphomet of the Templars, depicted with phallus rampant. The primal power was also symbolized by the Uraeus serpent, which crowned the Egyptian gods, or the horns which protruded from the brow of the great god Pan, the Greek all-begetter. It is the risen Kundalini, identical with the Set Pan Baphomet Mendes Phoenix chain of symbols. In the earliest stages of Crowley's magical career, the involuntary use of sexual magic, plus repeated assumptions of the god forms of ancient Egypt, especially that of the Horus hawk, resulted in the rapport with Aiwaz in 1904. 11 years later, 1915, he realized himself as the Beast 666, a magus of the age and lord of the Aeon of Horus, the word of which is abrahadabra, which conceals the formula of shaitan and of sexual magic. Whatever the specific nature of this beast, hawk, lion, serpent, dragon, phoenix, etc., identification with a non-human entity is implied. Crowley identifies himself with the Beast 666 because this number is a mask of Hadit or Set Shaitan, represented celestially by the dog star and on earth by the phallus. The number of the sun is 6, symbolized by the Seal of Solomon. The number of the star of Set is 6, as the unicursal hexagram, which is the invoking hexagram of the beast. The number of the sun, child, is also 6, Vau, thus 666. Similarly, the Scarlet Woman, Babylon, the home of the phallus, represented astronomically by Nui, Draco, and her stars, is upon Earth the Vesica or Tays, and her number is 7, which is the number of Venus, her planetary representative. Originally, however, the number 7 derived from her identity with the 7 stars of the Great Bear, or Dragon of Space, whose name was Sefek or Sebek, 7. To be at 6s and 7s is an expression based on this vastly ancient occult lore deriving from a time when confusion reigned at the period of changeover from the stellar 7 to the solar 6 mode of reckoning. The subject is too complex to be treated here. The reader is referred to Gerald Massey's chapters on time in The Natural Genesis, Volume 2, Section 12. The earliest calculations of time centered in the revolution of the serpent, Draco, or Nui, round the dog star, Hadit. Sept or Set, the star of Sothis, is in actual fact the name of the number 7, the number of Sevek or Venus, who, at a later epoch of time, was the planetary representative of the original stellar concepts. Therefore, the 7-rayed star of Babylon is a glyph of the spirit of Sothis. It is the star of Isis Sothis, the mother and child. The beast or dragon of Revelation was 7-headed, the 7 principal stars of Ursa Major, and the manifester of these lights or spirits was neither the sun nor the moon, but the light that illumines the city. But there is another, more magical interpretation of the 6 and the 7, which is concealed in their union, 13. This number, apart from its lunar implications, is also 31 in reverse and indicates that the key to the formula of magic, especially characteristic of the beast and the woman, is to be sought in the ZOTO. The stars, magically speaking, represent astral consciousness concentrated in the subtle essences, kalas, units of time, that have been described in the Indian secret tantras as vaginal vibrations. In the Book of the Law, Aiwaz discloses his identity and concentrates the formula of Shaitan in these mysterious words. Behold, it is revealed by Aiwaz, the minister of Horpar Krat. The Kabs is in the Ku, not the Ku in the Kabs. Worship then the Kabs, and behold my i.e. Nuits, light shed over you. Kabs is an Egyptian word meaning star, and the Ku is the female essence or magical power. The star, i.e. Sothis, the star of Shaitan, resides in the magical power of the female generative essence, for the dog star is Sothis, which is also called the soul of Isis. By worshipping, i.e. by deliberately or ritually using this star, Shaitan's light is also invoked. These verses comprise the entire formula of sexual magic and the mode of its use. Again, according to ancient magical lore, the formula of the incarnation of a god was that of the beast conjoined with the woman. In the comment on the vision and the voice, Crowley observes that all mythologies contain the mystery of the woman and the beast as the heart of the cult. Notably, certain tribes on the Terai at this day send their women annually into the jungle, and any half-monkeys that result are worshipped in their temples. The sexual act, in such cases, can be raised from the level of an animal act by the humanizing influence of the mother, which, transmuting the animal fire, produces a child transcending both the bestial and the human qualities of its parents. In the Bagi Muatar, 1910, Crowley says that the Sphinx is the deification of the bestial, and therefore an apt hieroglyph of the great work. The beast, as the embodiment of the Logos, which is Thelema, will, symbolically and actually incarnates his word each time a sacramental act of sexual congress occurs, i.e., each time love is made under will. This is the sacrament which the Christians abhor as the supreme blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, because they cannot admit the operation of the formula of the beast conjoined with the woman as the necessary condition of the production of divinity. This formula reaches back into remote antiquity and, interpreted on its own plane, is a sublime alchemical allegory. The tradition of the tribe of the Terai, mentioned earlier, is paralleled in the legends of Leda and the Swan, Pasiphae and the Bull, Europa and the Speckled Serpent, Mary and the Dove, and numerous cognate legends. In the Paris Working, 1914, Crowley declares, "This is the great idea of magicians in all times, to obtain a messiah by some adaptation of the sexual process. In Assyria, they tried incest. Also in Egypt, the Egyptians tried brothers and sisters, the Assyrians mothers and sons. Phoenicians tried fathers and daughters, Greeks and Syrians mostly bestiality. This idea came from India. The Jews sought to do this by invocation methods, also by using various sexual acts. The Mohammedans tried homosexuality. Medieval philosophers tried to produce homunculi by making chemical experiments with semen. But the root idea is that any form of procreation other than the normal is likely to produce results of a magical character. Either the father of the child should be a symbol of the sun, or the mother a symbol of the moon." In the same writing, Crowley mentions the worship of Apis the bull in a certain labyrinth in Crete. This worship derived from Egypt. The bull was white. At the feast of the vernal equinox, 12 virgins were sacrificed to it, 12 being symbolic of the number of houses through which the sun passes during his annual cycle. In each case, the bull used the virgins, similar to the legend of Pasiphae. The ceremony was performed with the intention of obtaining a minotaur, an incarnation of the sun, a messiah. A variation of this sacrifice involved the immolation of the bull. A virgin was placed in the hot carcass and violated by the high priest. She finally choked in the bull's blood during orgasm.
The formula of the beast conjoined with the woman relates to the 11th key of the tarot. This key is entitled Lust and depicts the Scarlet Woman, Babylon, straddling the beast with 7 heads, as described in Revelation. The sacred letter Teth, meaning a serpent, is attributed to this key. Its number is 9. Lust is especially significant in the cult of Thelema and is associated with the 20th key, which shows the Stele of Revealing. The stele is a talisman of great power in Crowley's system. It shows the goddess Nuit arched over the solar phallic fire of Shin, spirit, the letter of Abrasax or Abrahadabra, the word of the Aeon of which Iwas is the current expression. Shin is also the letter of Shaitan or Set, the fire of desire, Hadit, at the heart of matter, Nuit. The combination of these two keys, 20 and 11, therefore unites Shin and Teth. In the Greco-Coptic Kabbalah, these are fused into one letter that equates with Kether, the first emanation of the magic light. Babylon and the beast conjoined as in the 11th key enact in reverse the formula of the 20th key, which was entitled The Last Judgment in traditional tarot packs. Now, however, as revised according to the teachings of the new Aeon, the key has been renamed the Aeon.
An aeon, as previously explained, not only designates a cycle of time, it is also the name the Gnostics gave to their supreme deity, Abrasax, of which Abrahadabra, the word of the current aeon, is a special form. In the key entitled Lust, Keats sense, Babylon is shown elevating the Graal. In the key entitled the Aeon, Keats X, the Graal, in the form of the arched body of Nui, is inverted, thus showering the earth with her starlight. The fusion of these two images formulates the divine hexagram, the phallic fire, A, or ascending triangle interlacing itself with the water of space represented by the downward pointing yoni 7 of Nuit, Night, Nox, or nothingness. But the 6-rayed star thus formed is only apparently 6-fold, for the secret seed Hadit is concealed at its center, making it in actual truth the 7-rayed seal of Babylon, the goddess of the stars, the dragon of light at the heart of Nuit. This secret seed, called Bindu in the Tantras, is the potentially creative point concealed within the mystical chakra. The rituals of the Order of the Rosy Cross, Second Order of the Golden Dawn, are heavily tinctured with traces of the Sabian or Draconian star cult. This is particularly evident in the symbolism of the floor and ceiling of the Vault of the Adepts. Crowley used the 7-fold star as a basis for the seal which he designed for the Great White Brotherhood. The major emblem of the silver star is thus the 7-fold seal upon the yoni of the star goddess. In the yonis, or triangles, appear the 7 letters of the name B-A-A-A-L-O-N. Centrally, a vesica is shown, blocked or barred, indicating the presence of the secret seed. The point has become the line. The diameter has become the circumference. This seed is the hermit, the hidden, masked, anonymous male essence in the process of begetting its image as the sun upon the mother goddess. This is therefore the seal of Set, who opens his mother's womb, as Sothis the star opens the circle of the year. His infinite light breaks open her night and causes her to appear as infinite darkness. The symbolism stems from the mythological phase of human evolution, a phase long antedating the patriarchal systems of later societies, either sociologically or religiously considered. It stems from that period of time when the male's role in procreation was as yet unsuspected. The symbolism therefore reflects a stage in human consciousness when the mechanics of regeneration were conducted by the priests under the guise of the beast, thus rehearsing the primal drama of fecundation, when the great goddess was imaged in animal form upon all fours. Nui, arched over the earth, translated this symbolism into an anthropomorphic image. The ritual assumption of God forms, as taught and practiced in the Golden Dawn, has nevertheless a more profound significance than the rehearsal of primitive sociological phases of human behavior, and Crowley's assumption of the mask of the beast was no mere gesture of identification with primitive processes. He assumed the role with the magical intent of affirming his identity, not only with pre-eval atavisms, but with those transcendental powers which, when properly controlled and directed, he was able to incarnate at will. This forms the basis of his magic. John W. Parsons, head of the Californian Lodge of the OTO from 1944 until his untimely death in 1952, sums up this magic. To go deep, you must reject each phenomenon, each illumination, each ecstasy, going ever downward until you reach the last avatars of the symbols that are also the racial archetypes. In this sacrifice to the abysmal gods is the apotheosis that transmutes them to the beauty and power that is your eternity and the redemption of mankind. Neurosis and initiation are the same thing, except that neurosis stops short of apotheosis, and the tremendous forces that mold all life are insisted short-circuited and turned poisonous. Psychoanalysis transforms the false ego symbols and exteriorizes them into false social symbols. It is a confusion of conformity and cure in terms of group behaviors. But initiation must go on until the barrier is passed, until the misty bastions of infantile Trauenfels change into the rocks and crags of eternity, the garden of Klingsor into the city of God. It does not matter ultimately whether the new dimension, the redeeming factor, the savior, is a beast or a god, so long as the formula of matter is transcended, or, more precisely, so long as the spirit and matter, Teth, are realized as one. Dark Dynasties, Wanderer of the Waste, was a name given by the ancients to those stars or comets that appeared to have no precise orbit and therefore no observable regularity. Crowley describes himself as a wanderer of the waste because of his seemingly erratic and unpredictable career. The metaphor is apt. The ancients failed to discern any regular orbit in certain celestial bodies because their cycle of activity covered periods of time so enormously vast that systematic observation was not possible. Crowley's orbit is similarly unpredictable from the standpoint of mundane reckoning. One has to be a fellow wanderer to observe the total arc. Failing this, we can map out the points at which his light comes within mundane range. Crowley identified the heart of the thelemic current with one particular star. In occult tradition, this is the sun behind the sun, the hidden god, the vast star Sirius or Sothis, which opened the zodiacal year of 365 days, as well as the great year of approximately 26,000 years. According to Herodotus, BK2, 58, the Egyptians celebrated the annual return of this star, or god, with obscene rites characterized by bestial copulation, thus the dog star. Crowley knew that no rite of antiquity was without a magical purpose. Our sun was thrown off from another sun around which it revolves, taking 25,827 years to perform its cycle of 1 year, the great year of the Egyptians. He performed exhaustive experiments with this formula, see the diaries of Aleister Crowley, and found it more effective, in many ways, than the formula of normal sexual magic which Theodore Reuss, following Kellner, had incorporated in the OTO. Kellner had received initiation at the hands of Oriental adepts versed in tantric ritual. The hidden god, Set, represented astronomically by Sirius, the dog star, typified the peculiar formula of the 11th degree of the OTO, which could be applied to the male or the female. It is in this sense that we must understand the symbol of the phoenix, the title which Crowley assumed in secret conclave with Frater A. Akkad in 1915 in connection with the sovereign sanctuary of the order. The phoenix, or ibis, is the bird of cyclic return and an apt symbol of the god who administers to and by himself his own clyster. He is thus the double-wanded one in a physical as well as in a mystical sense. Dion Fortune notes that Venus is ultimately transcended in Sirius, and the only physical explanation of this phenomenon is as explained above. That Fortune was acquainted with this formula is evident from her references to the later Greco-Roman degradation of it. In the Book of the Law appears a reference to the Egyptian god Rumachis, or Hormaku. The name means Horus of the star, and Hrumachis is described by Aiwaz as being beyond the present aeon, as Sirius is beyond the sun. For this can be interpreted in terms other than those involving the sequential flow of time. It is probable that in this concept, Crowley saw an adumbration of the hidden God who will not therefore eventually assume my throne and place, as is written in the Book of the Law, but who is already throned, has been, and will be forever. This resumes the formula of the phoenix, already described in Chapter 1. The star of Horus is also the star of Babylon, the seven-rayed star of the planet Saturn, or Set, which rules Aquarius, the 11th house of the zodiac. Aquarius is the constellation through which the influence of Horus, the sun, reaches man during the present aeon. Saturn, therefore, is the power behind Venus, as Sirius is the power behind the sun. These two great stars, Set and Horus, are therefore symbolically identical, and in this way also is Venus transcended in Sirius in a celestial sense. Crowley unequivocally identifies his holy guardian angel with Sothis, Sirius, or Set Isis. Aiwaz is not a mere formula like many angelic names, but it is the true, most ancient name of the god of the Yazidi, and thus returns to the highest antiquity. Our work is therefore historically authentic, the rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. The last dozen words are emphasized because they form the crux of Crowley's system, without which it is both incomprehensible and unfathomable. It is incomprehensible in its magical significance for the present magical revival, and unfathomable without the key supplied by the Sumerian tradition, which involved the worship of Shaitan, the astronomical vehicle of which was Sirius. Crowley, speaking for the Beast 666, declares that Aiwaz's solar phallic hermetic Lucifer is his, i.e. the Beast's, own holy guardian angel, and the devil, Satan, or Hadit of our particular unit of the starry universe. This serpent, Satan, is not the enemy of man, but he who made gods of our race, knowing good and evil. He bade know thyself and taught initiation. He is the devil of the Book of Thoth, and his emblem is Baphomet, the androgyne, who is the hieroglyph of arcane perfection. The number of his Atu, Ki its Kfi, which is Yod-He, the monogram of the eternal, the father one with the mother, the virgin seed one with all-containing space. He is therefore life and love. But moreover, his letter is Ayin, the eye. He is light, and his zodiacal image is Capricornus, that leaping goat whose attribute is liberty. The Kabbalistic and true etymological meaning of the word devil will enable us to recover its primal significance. The devil, diabol, or dual one, was the double, or twin, cf. Doppelganger, of the earliest phases of mythology. Primitive man was made aware of the double at times of crisis, just as the psychic today sometimes sees the double at the time of a person's death. Frequently perceptible at such times, the double has long been associated with ideas of misfortune, disaster, and death. But the devil achieved his apotheosis as the epitome of evil and ill omen at a comparatively late stage in human history. Superstitions connected with twins, doubles, and simulacra date from remote antiquity. The primal pair of twins was Set Horus, and it was based upon man's awareness of darkness and light. The alternation of night and day was the first natural phenomenon of a dual nature to be observed, and the symbols of it, wherever or whenever subsequently employed, always implied this original alternation and division. Inherent in all manifest life, this duplicity was later personified by the light and dark angel, the good and evil genius. The Bayun glyph, or two-in-one, of alternating and opposite forces gave rise to the image of the androgyne long before the drama of Jesus and Satan contending on the mount. In the cult of Thelema, Therion, Beast 666, and Baphomet are two types of the devil, or image of the double power. The double-wanded one combines the solar and hermetic functions of Therion and Baphomet, and both these functions involve the formula of the beast and the woman conjoined. The devil is the dual one, T-11, the double-wanded one, having the attributes of male and female potencies according to the solar or hermetic nature of the rite. The goat is the traditional, most popular, but not the sole bestial type of the devil. This attribution relates to the ancient astronomical reasoning. When the sun attained its ultimate declination at Hermetic, because Baphomet is a glyph of Mercury, and therefore of the alchemical process which includes the formula of corruption. The winter solstice, that is, when it sank into the abyss beneath the horizon, it entered the constellation Capricornus, the goat. This animal, therefore became the type of the god of the underworld, the sun in the abyss, which later became identified with the idea of the devil on account of its association with darkness and death. The great god Pan and the Egyptian Set are identical concepts. The cat was another devil symbol. Also the bat, which, like Sirius, rose when the sun set on the western horizon. The hyena, the beast of blood, and other hybrid creatures also symbolize the devil on account of their dual nature. But the primal type of duality in unity was supplied by the dog and ape merged in one image as the cynocephalus. This was the sacred dog-headed baboon used in ancient Egypt as a type of time, Saturn, feminine, ape, and of the Holy One, or priest, Mercury, masculine, dog. The calf ape, or cynocephalus, overshadows the magus in Crowley's interpretation of the second key of the Book of Thoth. He did not publish it in his recension of the book because it was too explicit. It revealed the essential secret of practical magic. The ram or lamb of the vernal constellation, Aries, came to be identified with the sun and the sun as the savior or redeemer from the waters of the abyss or the darkness of the winter underworld. The ram or lamb of Christ was preceded by the bull of Mithras, and prior to that, the fish, Dagon. The animal types depended on the astronomical figures, not on the animals as such, though the latter lent their names to particular constellations owing to formal similitude. Shaitan, Satan, or Set, is Hor-Par Krat, the concealed aspect of Horus, whose manifest side is Rahor Kuit. Shaitan is the god of the south, yet his votaries face north when invoking him. Dion Fortune observes that Crowley gives the north as the holy point towards which the operator turns to invoke, instead of the east, whence light arises, as is the classical practice. Now the north is called the place of the greatest symbolic darkness, and is only the holy point of one sect, the Yezidis, or devil worshippers. The explanation is that on entering Capricorn, the zodiacal house of Shaitan, the sun turns northward. Consequently, the worshipper identifies himself with the sun Horus, which is therefore not the object of worship, for he is the god that dies and is reborn on entering the house of Set, Capricornus. This was the god with whom the candidate for initiation identified himself in the old Aeon of Osiris. The candidate in the new Aeon, however, identifies himself with the other Horus, the sun behind the sun, represented by the star of Set, Sirius, which shines perpetually in the darkness of Nui, and which in actual fact is visible from all inhabited parts of the earth. This is the one star in sight which forms the title of Crowley's Manifesto of the A. See Magic, pp. 234-244. There was a time when the south had precedence and was the primary station of the pole star. In the Book of the Dead, the oldest book in the world, Set is hailed as having been first in glory, chapter 175. The powers of Set which hath departed were greater than that of all the gods. Albert Churchward, The Origin and Evolution of Religion, p. 189, notes that Set was looked upon as the fallen leader of the angelic host because he had been the first in glory as the ruling power at the primary station of the pole, south. This is he that is worshipped by the Yazidi in Mesopotamia, who say there is to be a restoration as well as a fall. This restoration, perhaps, is the revival or rediscovery of the cult of Shaitan, which Crowley and others initiated at the beginning of the present century. In ancient India, Dakshinamurti, which means the southward-facing one, was equated with the spiritual North Pole and therefore traditionally faces southward. See Arthur Osborne, Collected Works of Ramana Maharshi, p. 122. Dakshinamurti is the supreme teacher who initiates by means of silence. His devotees faced north when venerating him, their backs to the south. Aiwaz, being the minister of Harpocrates, the lord of silence, is therefore also a form of Dakshinamurti, the god of the north. Thus, Horus is the lord of the north and the south and combines within himself the two infinities, Nuit and Hadit. This is Shaitan, or Sat-An, which, as the name itself shows, combines south and north. Aiwaz is not only the reflection of Set in the south, he is the concentration of energy as a concealed force illuminating the northern darkness. He is the primal astral god, Sirius, the revealer of Nuit, mystically speaking, the revealer of nothing, and therefore the god of the path of supreme attainment. The path which Crowley has made accessible again is the path once pursued by the devotees of Shaitan, the antique god of Sumer. In what sense, then, may it be described as new? Firstly, in the sense that since those remote times, enormous advances have occurred in scientific knowledge. Secondly, the advantages deriving from the power thus accumulated over the centuries, combined with the psychophysical modifications attendant upon evolution, have made it possible for man to penetrate the inmost sanctuaries of nature. The mysteries of time and space will be revealed in the present aeon. Fantastic concepts, such as those described in the flood of pseudoscientific literature appearing today, will seem dully prosaic beside the truth. Recent scientific developments sustain Crowley's contention that the Book of the Law contains precise indications of forthcoming events. See Chapter 9. Advances in the exploration of space make it highly probable that time also will yield its secret, time and space being twin aspects of a single continuum, which is in reality no thing. During the period of the earliest migrations from Egypt to Sumer, the worshippers of Set took their god with them, and his name became changed to Shaitan. The Yazidi, like the Jews, were forbidden to utter the name of their god. In consequence, the true name was lost. It seems probable that as Jehovah, Yahweh, was a substitute for the forbidden name YHVH, which only initiates were able to pronounce, so also the name Shaitan may have been a veil of the true and most ancient God. Crowley claims that Aiwaz is this god. In the ritual of the Mark of the Beast, Crowley gives the secret key of his worship. See Magic, P331 et Seek. The numerical value of IHVH, the unpronounceable name of the Jews, is 26, which is the sum of the numbers of the Sephiroth, constituting the middle pillar of the Tree of Life. This equates the name IHVH with the phallus. As Crowley observes in his magical record, the Arabic word for phallus is aswa, which sounds like a timura, i.e. a permutation of Aiwas. 26 twice 13 is the number of Akkad unity. Thus, the number 26 is a formula of the phallus in function, extended in action. In the Jewish and Christian recensions of the hidden wisdom, the name Shaitan appears as Satan. But as these recensions are distortions of earlier doctrines, the mystery of the unpronounceable name remains occult. In ancient Egypt, the first anthropomorphic representation to succeed the long procession of zoomorphic deities was that of Bes, or Ves, the dwarf god. Albert Churchward notes that up to the time of Ptah, or Bes, the human likeness was not given to any god or goddess, and Atum Horus, or Amen, the son of Ptah, is the earliest divinity in perfect human form. The representation of Bes, based upon the anatomical peculiarities of a pygmy race of Nilotic origin, is the first effort ever by man to mold his god in his own image, thus supporting overwhelming evidence that the human race emerged from lower forms of life in the equatorial regions of Africa. Upon later fanning out, the race gradually swarmed northward along the Nile Valley and then to Mesopotamia, where the first colony was founded. This was Sumer, and the dwarf god Bes, Ves, or Vas was probably the original form of Aiwas. Bes, or Betch, equates with bitch, bast, bastard, and beast. The beast is that which transforms, evolves, or emerges from the past. CFF Pasht, a form of Bast, the mother goddess. Bes was regarded as the great magician, he who transformed from the beast to the man. In Egyptian, the name Bes actually means to transform. Thus, the beast is the type of magic or change. The formula of the beast is also the formula of Set. In the Book of the Spirit of the Goat, Crowley writes, "For two things are done, and a third thing is begun. Isis and Osiris are given over to incest and adultery. Horus leaps up thrice armed from the womb of his mother. Harpocrates, his twin, is hidden within him. Set is his holy covenant, that he shall display in the great day of Maat, 7 that is being interpreted the master of the temple of A, whose name is truth. The formula of the god Set is paramount in Crowley's cult. It is also the formula of the Einsguence of the OTO, which involves the identification of spirit and flesh, shin and teth. Set is the result of this process. Like the Hindu god Siva, Set is considered to be the god of destruction. But from an esoteric point of view, absorption is a closer approximation to the idea implied, in the sense that to be reabsorbed into primal selfhood necessarily entails the destruction of the ego, the limited personality complex. Set is therefore regarded as a god of death and destruction, because he leads from life to death, from being to not being, from Hadit to Nuit. Crowley formulated the process Kabbalistically in the word Lashtal, which is too technical to be treated here. Its meaning is explained in Magic, pp. 335 et seq. The number of Lashtal is 93. It is the major formula of the present Aeon. The Kabbalistic extension of Shet Set is Shtn, Shaitan, the god of the Yazidi. The final letter, N, is attributed to Scorpio, which is the zodiacal glyph of the sexual process, as well as being the glyph of the draconian serpent of wisdom. The numerical value of Shaitan is 359. The cult of Thelema has another magical link with the Yazidi. Tradition in the stele of Ankh of En Khonsu, the number of which is given by Aiwaz in the Book of the Law as 718, or twice 359. The stele is thus doubly charged with the magical power of Shaitan, or Set. He is the Lord of the double wand of power, referred to in the 3rd chapter of that book. The stele 718 is therefore the talisman of a magical current initiated at a period vastly anterior to that of the Exank 6th dynasty, c. 680 BC, when Crowley claims to have been incarnate as Ankh-Fen Khonsu, a high priest of Amen-Ra. He is described in the Book of the Law as the Prince Priest the Beast because, as shown above, Amen-Ra or Adam Horus was the son of Bes, i.e. the Beast. Thus, Ankh-Fen Khonsu, the priest of Amen-Ra at Thebes, was the priest and prophet of the first god in the form of man. Thebes means the ark or ship, a symbol of the waters and of the Graal, hence a cult center of the mother goddess. The cult of Amen-Ra in the Gek 6th dynasty was in itself a magical revival of the worship of the star goddess Sevek, who was worshipped under the form of a dragon or crocodile in the 5th, 8th, 9th, Xth, and again in the 3rd, 6th dynasties. These were the dark dynasties of the Draconian or Typhonian cult, when the worship of the whore or unmated mother reigned supreme. It is significant that the Sevek Hepts, or devotees of Sevek of the 13th dynasty, c. 3180 BC, numbered among their pharaohs those whose names terminated with Abra. This was a secret name of the son of the mother, which the Gnostics later perpetuated in the name of their supreme deity, Abrasax. It re-emerges in the 6th century in the Therionic cult of Aiwaz as Abra had Abra, where it shows the two faces, or the dual aspect, of Had, as the solar twins Set and Horus, Hor-Par-Krat and Ra-Hor-Quit. Abra is also the sun in the form of the ram, Amen. Amen was a title of Sevek, the draconian sun god of the Typhonians, and it was the worship of this god that was revived in the 6th dynasty under the name of Amen-Ra, whose high priest was Ankh-Fen Khonsu. Moreover, Amen-Ra was called the father of Khonsu, the moon, because the moon was the reflector of Sevek as the solar continuation of the earliest star god, Set, or Shaitan, whom the Yazidi adored. The numeration of Yazidi is 31, which is not only the number of Set, according to the Book of Thoth, but also that of Al, God, and El, not, the latter being the key of the Book of the Law, which Frater Akkad discovered in 1916. The title of the 9th Sephira, or emanation of the Tree of Life, is YSVD, Yesod. It is the Sephira of the lunar magic of Ab, or Ab, the serpent, whence Obeah. The serpent is a symbol common to the Yazidi, Voodooists, Tantrics, and Thelemites. Yesod or Yesod as the secret center of the Yazidi is an apt description of the Sephira, which corresponds to the sexual center in the human body. Yesod means foundation, and the snake of the Yazidi, the Ub of the Obeah men, the Kundalini of the Tantrics, and the Hadit of the Thelemites, is the foundation of the world, as Yesod is the foundation of the Tree of Life. The accursed god of the south is, then, no other than the lord of the reproductive forces typified by the southernmost Sephira, Yesod. Yesod is attributed to the moon, not to the sun. The curious symbolism is explained by the connection of the serpent or dragon with the lunar current typified by Babylon. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. The symbolism may be fathomed at the Hindu level of mythology, where Siva, the Indian Set, is called the god with the crescent, i.e. the moon, in the Bhagavad Gita. Also, Thoth, the moon god, was originally the god of Sirius, identical with the star god Set, before the luni-solar mode of reckoning time supplanted the stellar reckoning. This is the reason why the averse or southward pointing pentagram, associated with Set, is considered symbolic of the forces of darkness and destruction. As the ancient people moved from equatorial Africa and settled in Egypt, they worshipped Set and Horus as equal and opposite powers vying for supremacy in the waters of space. Each year, the sun was vanquished by Set, representing darkness and winter. However, each year, the sun would rise again as Horus, the bringer of light and life. over time, Set slipped permanently beneath the horizon to become the Lord of Hell, and Horus was established as the supreme and ever-resurrecting son, or son of the mother, Nuit. This shift led to Horus taking the place of Set as the god of summer after the fall, while Set became associated with darkness, winter, and death. The myth of the twins, Set and Horus, is a representation of one god with two aspects: the god of the double power, south and north, before he became god of the double horizon after the establishment of the equinoctial levels, east and west. Once this change occurred, the east symbolized the lion of light, and the west represented the setting, dying, or fallen sun. Horus then became the lord of the eastern horizon, and Set was assigned the west. In the Book of the Law, this change of roles is applied to the candidate for initiation. Abrogate are all rituals, all ordeals, all words and signs. Ra-Hor-Khuit, i.e. Horus, hath taken his seat in the east at the equinox of the gods. This event took place in the year 1904. The myth of Set slaying the father of horns, i.e. the sun, was evolved to account for the rise of the Horus cult. Horus avenged his father's death by the slaying of Set, the dragon of drought and blasting heat, one of whose symbols was the ass. The meaning of the myth can be found only in the primal cult of Set, the bastard who formulated his father and made fertile his mother, and the child of Osiris, who replaced the original stellar deity as being of the male, or higher, and therefore more noble lineage. Patriarchy had been established because the father had been discreted from the herd. He was distinguished or identified in the early stages by a totem or clan, and later as a specific individual. In consequence, the cult of the Great Mother was degraded, and the primal goddess became the whore, and, in the curious language of the ancients carried over by Crowley, virgin to all, Pan. This means that she received all comers and could not identify the father of her children. Hence, they were the fatherless, the bastards of Bast. The Scarlet Woman, Babylon, was the outcome of this change in primitive sociology. When Soli-lunar time reckoning replaced the star reckoning, and the fatherhood superseded the motherhood in mythology, religion, and society, Set, too, was cast out and became the devil of the later cults. But there was an intermediate or lunar phase of the myth wherein Set, Sept, or Sothis was represented as the son of the mother moon, the full moon. In this phase, he was known as Khunsu, or Khonsu, and Crowley claims to have been an avatar of this god in the 6th dynasty, when he was known as Ankh-En-Khonsu, the life or child of the moon. This was the child who waned, diminished, and faded as the losing light, while Horus, born of the new or horned moon, i.e. the moon in its male phase, waxed and grew in strength. Hence, the dark fortnight was ascribed to Set, and the bright fortnight to Horus. The dual modes of the moon are of vital importance in the magic of Thelema, and will be referred to again. Vast cycles of time separated these various phases of the myth of Set and Horus. The lunar phase originated as follows. The male child, the horned or new moon, waxed and impregnated his mother, filling her with his light so that she became full. She then gave birth to the dark child, who waned and was superseded by his twin, the new moon, who waxed strong and impregnated his mother. And so the cycle continued unceasingly. When it was discovered that the moon was not self-luminous, was not illumined by the light of the child she bore within her, but informed by the rays of Ra, the sun, the lunar phase of mythology yielded to the solar, and the moon was degraded and cast out like the stars before it. This is the origin of the sterile moon of sorcery, of her who had once been considered as the self-renewing light that rejuvenated itself by witchcraft. Thus, the goddess became the witch. It is significant that in the Book of the Law, Aiwaz claims to be the minister, not of Ra-Hor-Khuit, but of Hor-Par-Krat, or Set, the sun born at the summer solstice, the diminishing or dwarf god who withdrew, sank down, and became the god of the deep, or Hell, or Amenta, the hidden place, the place of darkness. In the book, first chapter, Nuit, the star goddess, mother of Set, describes her star as five-pointed, with a circle in the middle, and the circle is red. Red was the color of Set, the child in her womb or circle. He is described in the Book of the Dead as having a reddish complexion, signifying his genesis from the red source of creation, or the mother blood. Nuit says that her color is black to the blind, that is, to the blind Horus, or Par-Krat Set, because he had become the Lord of Darkness. And the text continues, "But the blue and gold are seen of the seeing." Blue and gold are the colors of Jupiter and Sol, both of which hide within him, i.e. Set as Rarakuit. The eternal conflict between Set and Horus may only be understood by reverting to the oldest pre-monumental times in Egypt before Mena's reign began c. 5770 BC. Time was first reckoned with reference to the circumpolar stars of Ursa Major, or Typhon. She was the goddess of the north, identical with Nuit and Isis. This identity is revealed in the Book of the Law, where Nuit proclaimed, "I am space and the infinite stars thereof." She was the primal goddess of the 7 stars, which were considered as her spirits, souls, or sons. These 7 were manifested by the firstborn son, Typhon, i.e. set in the southern constellation of the Great Dog, of which Sirius, Sothis, the soul of Isis, is the brightest star. He was the primal god of fire or light in the south, and his image was the pyramid or triangle. He concentrated the 8 or height of heaven in the south, while his mother reigned supreme in the lower heaven of the north. He manifested her light and opened the year by announcing the inundation of the Nile, which occurred at the summer solstice, when the sun entered the sign of the lion. The mother and her brood of 7, culminating in Set, were the earliest and most ancient gods of chaos and night. In the later lunar cult, the Sabian Set became the lunar Thoth, but this was aeons later. Then, when the even later solar cult attained supremacy throughout the land, the cult of the mother was superseded, and the cult of the fatherhood held sway. It reigned upon the earth, and was figured in the heavens by the sun having superseded both the stars and the moon, as a truer teller of time. In the 7th dynasty, c. 4163 BC, however, occurred a religious revolution which reinstated the ancient worship, all traces of which had been erased from the temples and monuments. For although the star goddess and her child had given way to the solar child, and Horus had replaced Set, to the Typhonians this son was still the son of Isis, not Osiris. A state of constant conflict between the Osirians and the Typhonians, or Draconians, continued until, at the end of the Xth dynasty, c. 3348 BC, the Osirians again effected a total overthrow of the worshippers of Set Horus, and re-established their own god, Osiris, as the chief figure of their supreme triad, Osiris, Isis, Horus. In Crowley's cult, the Thelemic Trinity is the earlier complex consisting of the beast, the whore, and the bastard. With the advent of the 13th dynasty, c. 3180 BC, the Draconian cult again rose to power, and from thence forward, until the end of the 16th dynasty, c. 2243 BC, the cult of Set reigned supreme. It was during this latter series of dynasties of the dark Typhonian gods that we see the first clearly defined signs of the cult, which Crowley revived through the Book of the Law. The black and gold, sun Sirius. God held sway in Ombos, the shrine of Sebek Ra in South Egypt, as Set Nubti. In Nubia he was called Set Nasi, in Syria Bar Sukek, and in Israel Aya or Jah. The Sebek Hepts of the 30th dynasty worshipped the male divinity as the son of the mother alone. They were Typhonians or Draconians because they rejected the fatherhood and continued the pre-monogamous mythical types, the types reanimated in the Book of the Law. Set Horus, Sut-Har, combines the star sun and solar sun of the ancient goddess of the 7 stars on the way to becoming the solar Hor-Maku, the double Horus of the 2 horizons, east and west, but still as the mother sun alone. Sut-Har is the god that appears on the Egyptian monuments as the dual-natured one, the ass-headed Set and the hawk-headed Horus. This was likewise represented as Sut-Nubti, the double announcer, both of the year and of the inundation, who combines the sun and Sirius in a dual unity. This was the black and gold one, and it was because gold was here united with the symbol of darkness that that metal became accursed in the Osirian religion. Because of its Typhonian connections, it was considered the root of evil, and in consequence, as Plutarch observes, at the Feast of the Sun, the worshippers were prohibited from wearing ornaments of gold. Yet the origin of the Golden Age, common to innumerable myths of the Old World, is to be found in the pre-monumental and pre-Osirian worship of ancient Egypt. The perpetual strife between the worshippers of the Virgin Mother and her son, and the Osirians who acknowledged the individualized fatherhood, raged and ravaged Egypt for thousands of years. In the Book of the Law, it is Horus, the son of the pre-monogamous mother Nuit, that is concentrated in the Lord of the Wand of Double Power, Hrumachis, the star that combines both Set and Horus in one god possessing twin attributes, Hor-Par-Krat and Ra-Kuit. And it is this aspect of the worship that is once more gaining ascendancy today. And one of its features is a return to the pre-monogamous phase of society when the beast and the whore united in blasphemous bliss. The twill or devil concept, set horns, forms the essential mystique of the new aeon. It is this duplicity at the heart of the Therionic cult that makes it difficult for some people to grasp the true significance of Crowley's doctrines. The ritual of the Mark of the Beast, which Crowley composed in Cefalù in 1920, is based in part upon the ritual of the pentagram as practiced in the Golden Dawn. But at the 4 cardinal quarters, it is the averse invoking star of Set that is traced by the magician, not the upright pentagram. Therefore, if this ritual is performed by one who considers the downward pointing star as symbolic of matter dominating spirit, they will inevitably invoke the energies of that evil congeries of forces which the Christians misnamed Satan. A Thelemite, however, free from the obsession of sin and moral evil, can perform the rite with impunity. If it is well understood that Set is the necessary complement of Horus as subject to object, day to night, shadow to substance, the false moral accretions that have distorted it will fall away. Set is the initiator, the opener of man's consciousness to the rays of the undying God typified by Sirius, the sun in the south, even as he is, astronomically speaking, the opener of the zodiacal year and the great cycle of 1460 years. He is the child in the sense that man's real nature is charged with infinite potential, infinite possibilities of growth and development. Centers of power. The magical doctrines and practices which characterize the worship of Set have been revived or rediscovered by Crowley. Several adepts in the past attempted this rehabilitation, among them Adam Weishaupt, Cagliostro, Eliphas Levi, and Helena Blavatsky. For one reason or another, they all failed to effect a complete restoration of the ancient doctrines. If Crowley has succeeded, it will be due to his scientific and magical use of sex and drugs, and the fact that he received initiation of a higher order than any of the adepts who preceded him. Blavatsky and Levi were of the grade of Master of the Temple, 8 equals 3A, and Cagliostro, like MacGregor Mathers, was an exempt adept, 70 equal 4 number. Weishaupt's position is doubtful. It is quite possible that he was a magus, 9 equals 2 char, although he declared no historic word in the strict magical sense. That he was far more than the revolutionary schemer he is made out to be is certain. In the Confessions of Aleister Crowley, p. 839, Crowley mentions Weishaupt in a very curious passage, quoted here in full. Shortly before the time of Muhammad, I was present at a council of masters. The critical question was the policy to be adopted in order to help humanity. A small minority, including myself, was hot for positive action. Definite movements were to be made. In particular, the mysteries were to be revealed. The majority, especially the Asiatic masters, refused even to discuss the proposal. They contemptuously abstained from voting, as if to say, let the youngsters learn their lesson. My party therefore carried the day, and various masters were appointed to undertake different adventures. Mohammed, Luther, Adam Weishaupt, the man we knew as Christian Rosenkreutz, and many servants of science were thus chosen. Some of these movements have succeeded more or less. Some have failed entirely. In my present incarnation, I have met several such masters who, having failed, are now building up again their shattered forces. My own task was to bring Oriental wisdom to Europe and to restore paganism in a purer form. Two significant facts emerge. To begin with, Crowley would not refer to Weishaupt as a master unless he were indeed far advanced upon the path in a magical or mystical sense. Secondly, there is a definite declaration of the nature of Crowley's mission in that remote incarnation. And in his most recent incarnation, he expressly and unequivocally describes his work as the rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. I have to a certain extent reconstructed this tradition in the light of Crowley's researches. From Weishaupt, Crowley undoubtedly borrowed or continued the term Illuminism, as also the glyph of the point within the circle, which Weishaupt adopted as the secret cipher of his order. Like Weishaupt, Crowley aimed at destroying Orthodox religion. He summed up his program in the first number of the Equinox, the Review of Scientific Illuminism. We place no reliance on virgin or pigeon orthodoxy. Our method is science. Our aim is religion. He wrote in Liber Elect 30, The Urn, while I have done my utmost to advance directly towards truth by the regular traditional magical and mystical methods which Botromen, the Book of the Law, has perfected, I have constantly sought pan passu to correlate my results with those of modern intellectual progress. Indeed, to demonstrate that the deepest thinkers are unwittingly approaching the apprehension of initiated ideas, and are in fact, despite themselves, being compelled to extend their definitions of the Ruach reason, to include conceptions proper to neshama, intuition, that they are, in other words, becoming initiates in our sense of the word, without suspecting that they are committing high treason against the majesty of materialism. By a properly tempered attitude of skepticism, allied to a profoundly inquiring disposition, Crowley has been able to reveal the ancient tradition stripped of the accretions of superstition and sectarian distortion. He has shown the folly of reflecting Aiwaz, Set, or Shaitan through the flawed mirrors of the sin complex into the sphere of morals and ethics in an age bereft of the keys of initiated understanding. The withdrawal of the genuine magical tradition occurred when the Gnostics, the true pre-Christian Christians, were stifled by the forgers of historic Christianity. A certain amount of the original gnosis is preserved in Talmudic and rabbinical lore, but generally speaking, the Jews, like the Greeks and Christians, did all in their power to distort and destroy all traces of the original current. The Knights Templars preserved some of the salient features of the ancient worship. They are said to have paid homage to an old and venerable head. This was the symbolic head of the Christ, the greased one, the head of the one only creative deity that was anointed or greased at puberty by the unction of its viral oil. The roots of Christianity, as of all other religions, are sunk in the mysteries that were, before all else, mysteries of a physical nature. They became metaphysical or mystical when the bodily actualities were translated into terms of mind. The genuine psychomagical mysteries therefore combine, but do not confound, the two systems. The one makes sense of matter and spirit. The other makes nonsense of both. The cult of Sumer represents the initiated stellar tradition as it was carried out of Egypt, where the primeval cult of Set characterized the religious modes of the Dark Dynasties. These were the dynasties whose monuments were mutilated and scarified by the adherents of the later solar cults, who abhorred all reminders of the Sabaean origins of their theology. The desecrators of the star and moon cults were the Osirians, later represented by the Christians, who, in their fierce persecution of the Gnostics, played a role analogous to that of the Solarites against the Draconians. The author of The Trail of the Serpent, 1936, claims that features of the star cult can be found in all modern mystery schools. She cites particularly the Stella Matutina, an offshoot of the Golden Dawn, of which at one time she was a ruling chief. Discussing the grade of Practicus, 3 = 8 degrees, she says, the candidate is Horus and receives the mystic name Monoceros de Astris, the unicorn of the stars. Moreover, Kabiric god forms, built up according to the instructions of their mysterious master in Mesopotamia, were astrally assumed by the chief officers in the ceremony. May not this mysterious master be Aiwaz, whom Crowley ranks as ancient among the ancient ones, adored in the dawn of man's sun sphere, even in the land of Sumer? The cult was carried on in the worship of Mithras. Baphomet, the name which Crowley adopted in the OTO, means, quite simply, Father Mithras, i.e. the bull-slaying deity. The bull is the sun, or rather, Taurus is the constellation through which the solar influence was transmitted to humanity at the time of the Mithraic cult. Thus, Mithras, like Sirius, was a sun-slayer, for, as Churchward explains, the first celestial hero was not the sun, but the conqueror of the sun and solar heat. He was represented by the dog star not only as the fire god, but a god over fire. And at the season when the sun was in the sign of the lion and the heat in Africa was intolerable, then Set as dog star, or Sut-Har, Orion, arose, and as the sun had then attained its supreme height and began to descend, the dog star, or Orion, was hailed as the conqueror of this cause of torment. The lion, as is apparent from its place in the zodiac, was the type of the furious summer heat. Out of the slain lion comes the honey. God Set, who slew the solar lion, brought the inundation. He was the herald of the outflowing waters of the Nile that saved the land from annihilation. In magical terms, Set is the beast that leaps forth from the slain sun, or phallus, and rises as the phoenix from the deluge of the waters. In one of Crowley's magical seances with the wizard Abuldiz, he receives this curious answer to a question concerning sex magic. The lion must be very dead indeed. We can now see in what sense this is meant. It is only when consciousness withdraws from the instrument of desire, the phallus, that the spirit is free to manifest itself in the form consonant with the aim of the magical rite. The phallus, the lion, is to the magical will what the sun is to Sirius. It is a reflection in the mundane sphere of trans-terrestrial intelligence. During the Amelantra working, 1918, Crowley received the correct spelling of the name Baphomet, which tradition had preserved correctly except for the missing last letter R, making the orthography Baphometer, which means, as mentioned, Father Mithras, the type of solar phallic energy. In his magical record, Crowley says, "The Greek word Midas is the Orphic word for semen. Hence, Baphomet evidently means the baptism of the Holy Ghost, the Holy Ghost being the phallus in its most sublimated form, i.e. semen." This is the eightfold name, Aphometer, which conceals a formula of sexual magic, which the Templars employed and which they were accused of perverting in a manner reminiscent of the Greeks. Dion Fortune observes, Psychic Self-Defense, p. 1149, that this practice in its debased form was one of the causes of the degeneration of the Greek mysteries. Long before the Greeks or the Templars used this formula, the Tantrics of India, and prior to them, the ancient Egyptians, employed a similar device. It still forms the substance of instructions pertaining to the sovereign sanctuary of the Gnosis, OTO, which Crowley took over from Theodore Royce in 1921. Royce himself is said to have received the formula from an Arab named Solomon ben Ifa via Dr. Karl Kellner, who revived the OTO in 1895. One of the secret books of instruction alludes to the history of the monks and knights of OTO, who met and mingled with initiates in the armies of Salahuddin, and from them obtained the secret called Baphomet, the mystery of the measure of heaven and earth. This formula dates from remote antiquity, its Templar or Baphometic phase being modern by comparison. The fact that it is effective irrespective of the gender of the participants has caused it to be adversely criticized by various arcane schools. Crowley identifies Aiwaz with the image of Baphomet and claims that during his incarnation as Eliphas Levi, he drew himself as Ayin or Baphomet, the devil, with beast's head. This is the beast throned, crowned, exalted, the leaper, the erect, the butterin. He goes on to say that the Scarlet Woman's womb is his city, Babel or Babylon. This Ayin is then my phallic will, my holy guardian angel, Aiwaz, who was afterwards called Satan. See Levi's Baphomet, p. 229, Transcendental Magic. The animals sacred to the Yazidi are the snake and the peacock. Levi notes the symbolic equivalence of these two animals. The snake symbolism has already been explained at some length. The peacock symbolizes all-seeing vision because of the countless eyes emblazoned on its outfanned tail. The tail, the eye, and the fan are symbols of the feminine principle, power or Sakti. In particular, the eye symbolism is connected with the devil through its affinity with the Hebrew letter Ayin, the number 70, which, as 7 by 10, represents the most material aspect of the number 7, Sevek, Venus. In the Hindu tradition, the peacock accompanies Krishna, the black or dark god. Krishna is the great lover of the Puranas, and in the Srimad Bhagavata, he often appears in the form of a mischievous child, which suggests a late and romanticized version of the cart or dwarf god, symbolic of the phallic power, the silent self. The cart is Hurpar Krat, the young god of silence seated upon a lotus, his thumb or finger in his mouth. Krishna is credited with having had a dwarf incarnation, Vamana, hence the symbolism of the fascinating child whom none could resist. Hence also the connection with the sexual symbolism of the Vama, or left-hand path. In a voluminous comment on the Book of the Law, Crowley notes that Rahur Kuit is the crowned and conquering child in ourselves, our own personal God. The child is the dwarf self, the phallic consciousness, which is the true life of man, beyond his veils of incarnation. We have to thank Freud, and especially Jung, for stating this part of the magical doctrine so plainly, as also for their development of the connection of the will of this child with the true or unconscious will. and so for clarifying our doctrine of the silent self, or holy guardian angel. They, i.e. Freud and Jung, are, of course, totally ignorant of magical phenomena, and could hardly explain even such terms as algoides. And they are seriously to blame for not stating more openly that this true will is not to be daunted or suppressed, but within their limits, they have done excellent work. According to the Mahabharata, the classic epic of Hinduism, the god Indra once attempted to seduce the wife of a renowned sage. The latter cursed the god and impressed upon him 1,000 marks resembling the vagina, so that Indra became known as Sayoni. These marks were afterward changed into eyes, and the god was then known as Netrayoni and Sahasrara, the thousand-eyed. In other words, he was transformed into a peacock. This legend stems from the solar cult of ancient Egypt, for the yoni, once held sacred, was later made to serve as a brand of shame. The legend supports the theory that the deity adored by the Yazidi was feminine before it was conceived in the male mold as Set or Shaitan. That Aiwaz, as the messenger, cupbearer, or Graal, i.e. the transmitter of the power of the gods, preceded the masculine version of the devil. The peacock symbolism is implicit in the name of the A itself, for in the secret and inner sense version of the name of the order, the second A stands for the name of a mythical character, having eyes all over his body. When Hermes, the god of magic, slew him, Hera placed his eyes in the peacock's tail. In the Black Book of the Yazidi, Shaitan exclaims, "Speak not my name, nor mention my attributes, lest ye be guilty, for ye have no true knowledge thereof, but honor my symbol and image." The symbol was the peacock, the image was the snake. This is the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory. And in order to arouse and direct upward the kundalini or serpent power, Crowley was instructed by Aiwaz to employ wine and strange drugs, the purpose of which was to arouse the subtle centers to activity. It is necessary at this stage to say something about the subtle or occult zones of consciousness in their microcosmic and macrocosmic aspects. There are numberless sacred centers on the face of the earth, each one being the counterpart or reflection of a subtle nerve complex in the physical organism. 72,000 nerve plexuses are referred to by the Hindus in their sacred writings. All ancient nations had their power centers on earth, which served as foci of transmundane and cosmic forces. For example, the gnomes of Egypt were mapped according to the distribution of the various members of Osiris's body after being hacked into pieces by Typhon. Cult centers corresponding to parts of his body contained shrines with replicas of these organs, and sometimes the originals, as has been claimed. The phallus of Osiris at Het Benun in the Nome of Mendes was the most important shrine and focal point of the ancient worship. The adoration of the Baphometic or Mendesian goat rehearsed the sun god's resurrection in the house of the goat, Het Bait, the womb of Isis. Similarly, in India, when the goddess Sati was hacked into 51 pieces by the discus of Vishnu, the places where her various members fell were sanctified with shrines or sacred monoliths. Kamrup, in Assam, was particularly revered as the repository of the Devi's yoni. Kamrup or Kamarupa, meaning the image of desire, remains a supreme spiritual focus for tantrics who worship the goddess with the aid of her priestesses, who possess naturally the characteristic talisman of the goddess. In Kamrup, the menstruation of the earth occurs according to Hindu belief. The examples of divine centers provided earlier are specific to Egypt and India. However, there is a worldwide network of centers that are reflected in miniature within the 7 major chakras in the subtle counterpart of the human body. More specifically, the chakras function through the endocrine system and therefore influence humanity at psychophysical levels. The macrocosmic centers are widely distributed across the Earth's surface. One is located in Cairo, another in Sumer, and a third in the British Isles. The macrocosmic centers are widely distributed across the Earth's surface. One is located in Cairo, another in Sumer, and a third in the British Isles. The most exalted and spiritual center is located at the southern extremity of India. The remaining 3 centers are located in the trans-Himalayan region of the Gobi Desert, in the Andes, and in California, respectively. The 51 members correspond to the 51 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, each of which represents the mantric or vibratory key to secret zones of the goddess. Their special combination forms the mantras used in the rites of her worship. They awaken the subtle centers and control the flow of elemental energy, which her body contains, or rather, which she attracts from the cosmic spheres and transmutes through her body into the nectar of immortality, Amrit. The etheric body contains vortices of immense magical energy, which attract and concentrate within themselves cosmic forces from outer space. They have affinities with the principal endocrine glands situated in the physical body, of which 7 are of primary importance from an occult standpoint. They also correlate to the 7 chakras, or psychic centers. The glands themselves saturate the body with the subtle effluvia that flow into them from the batteries of cosmic and extra-cosmic energy radiating from planets, stars, and suns. The supreme seat of energy, the Sahasrara chakra, is not located within the physical body at all, but above the cranial suture, where, figuratively speaking, the lotus of infinite light blooms and bathes with its perfume the subtle anatomy of man. The Sahasrara is the seat of the Atman, the true self in man, which is known as the Brahman in the cosmos. It is the abode of Siva and is represented on earth by the sacred hill of Arunachala in South India. This is the cult center of the most profoundly spiritual path now open to humanity, i.e. the Advaita Marg, or path of non-duality. Arunachala, the oldest hill in existence, is said to date from the Lemurian phase of the Earth's history. The light of pure wisdom, Jnana, shines through the Sahasrara. It is broken into 1,000 streams by its multitude of petals. The nectar drips perpetually over the subtle bodies and energizes the chakras beneath it, each chakra absorbing and transmuting a little of the light in accordance with individual spiritual development. The first 2 glands to be animated by the light are the pineal and the pituitary. The pineal gland is located in the middle of the head of the physical body, and its function is to initiate the current of light in the remaining centers and to regulate its distribution from the corresponding chakras in the etheric body. The pineal gland is backed by the Ajna chakra, which once constituted the third eye, or eye of Siva. This is the channel of direct spiritual energy, and although it is normally sealed after puberty, it may be reopened by constant self-inquiry, atmavichara, that is, by true meditation or thought-free consciousness. This is not a mental process, since it pertains to the formless plane of pure being, from which it is, figuratively speaking, just one step removed. Ajna is served by the 2 glands, pineal and pituitary. The frontal lobe of the pituitary body stimulates the intellectual centers situated in the frontal lobe of the brain. The dorsal lobe of the pituitary body affects the base of the brain, where are situated the centers capable of generating poetic inspiration and exalted aspiration. The springs of high-powered sexual creativity and initiative are controlled from this center, which forms the second petal of the 2-petaled lotus of the Ajna chakra, the second eyelid of the third eye. Through this center flow the amalgamated vibrations of the astro-etheric and lower mental planes, where they are harnessed to the light by the power of the spirit, Atman. On the earth plane, as if to counterbalance the southerly situation of Arunachala, the Ajnaic center is located in the northern and trans-Himalayan region of the Gobi. It is sometimes referred to as Shambhala, where an occult concentration of cosmic will radiates through the vehicles of the so-called hidden masters, of whom Aiwaz is the chief in the present aeon. The thyroid gland, in the region of the larynx, is backed by the Vishuddha chakra. This gland, in its active state, enhances sensitivity and renders the individual hypersensitive to all kinds of physical, astral, and mental sensation. If this gland is overstimulated, there is danger of megalomania, because its vibrations attract cosmic entities seeking to dominate the Earth sphere through mantric and verbal impressions. In the present aeon, the cult center corresponding to this chakra is situated in Cairo, where the voice of Aiwaz manifested and communicated the Book of the Law. The major triple complex consisting of the Sahasrara, the Ajna, and the Vishuddha corresponds to the supernal triad in the Kabbalistic system, i.e. with Kether, Chokma, and Bina, the first 3 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. The Ajna and Vishuddha chakras unite the 3 influences of the pineal, pituitary, and thyroid emanations, concentrating them in the chakra of higher knowledge, represented by the 11th Sephira Dath, which comprises Chokma and Bina. The latter are represented by the planetary powers of Mercury and Saturn, the Word and its formulation in matter, the Word made flesh. The thymus and the pancreatic glands are attributed to the Anahata chakra. The thymus, situated in the chest, is the channel through which the higher knowledge, Dath, is brought down to inundate the chakras below the heart center. This is the Tifereth center. 2 cult centers reflect its energies onto the earth plane. One of these secret centers is said to be situated in a mountain submerged beneath the sea about 100 miles off the coast of Peru, in the region of the Andes. This mountain corresponds to Arunachala, situated precisely at the opposite side of the globe, so that if a stake were driven through the planet, Arunachala would form one end of the supreme spiritual axis. This axis is the macrocosmic expression of the link between Kether and Tifereth, or the Sahasrara and the Anahata, the head and the heart. The second of these 2 cult centers is at Glastonbury, the focus of the Western mystery tradition, which asserts that this region was an occult powerhouse long ages before it became the secret stronghold of the Holy Grail. Dion Fortune founded her Fraternity of the Inner Light at Glastonbury, thus reviving certain aspects of the ancient worship in our own day. In the region of the solar plexus, a little below the Anahata chakra, is the pancreatic gland, which plays such an important part in what is virtually the brain of the body. The solar plexus, backed by the Manipura chakra, registers impressions from innumerable points in the subtle web of the cosmic energy complex. Clairvoyance, or sight through the solar plexus, is a well-attested phenomenon. Clairaudience also occurs here because the astral body is based through its etheric sheath upon the liver, and the more powerful etheric currents flow through this organ. The solar plexus center is situated in the spleen and forms a link with the solar radiations impinging on that organ through the medium of the ether. These radiations generate emotional stresses which discharge their effluvia into the lower personality complex. If not controlled and transmuted by the will into spiritual dynamism, they attract the larval phantoms that haunt graveyards and seance rooms. The adrenals are backed by the Svadhisthana chakra, which forms the downward point of the second triangle of chakras in the psychosomatic organism. Sahasrara Ajna Vishuddha form the first, Vishuddha Anahata Manipura form the second, Manipura Svadhisthana Muladhara form the third. Svadhisthana is the focus of the forces that nourish the animal and instinctual nature. The adrenals, which secrete adrenaline into the bloodstream, are small glands situated above the kidneys. In the Kabbalistic system, Yesod is the corresponding sephira, or vortex of energy. This is the Horal sacred to the Yazidi, and to it is attributed the cult center at Sumer, which Crowley claims to have been the scene of man's first consciousness of himself as an individualized monad or spirit. The complex symbology of this center forms the substance of the present book. It is the cult center of sun and moon, of moon magic, and the Eiksgees, as the final center Malkuth is of the Earth and Saturn, and of the secret Zivir degrees. The extreme lower point of the third triad is represented in the physical organism by the gonads, backed in the etheric body by the Muladhara chakra. The gonads are involved directly in the mechanism of psychophysical creativity and sexual reproduction. They emanate potent kajas, or essences, which act dynamically wherever their impact reaches. Their radiations are used in all inspirational and psycho-magically creative work, as well as in the more secret formulae of regeneration, astral and physical. At this region in the subtle body sleeps the primal fire snake, Kundalini. It focuses the fires of the physical plane, all the electromagnetic currents of blind force that are highly dangerous unless polarized by the controlling light radiating from the highest center in the region of the supernal triad. On the earth plane, the energies of this lowest chakra, Muladhara, are concentrated in an occult center in California that is only now becoming dynamic. It will prove to be a magazine of tremendous power during the evolution of both man and the planet in the present Aeon of Horus. The gonads are backed by the Muladhara chakra, Malkuth of the Kabbalistic system. As the moon of Yesod controls the creatively sexual aspect of Kundalini, so the earth currents are represented by the sphere of Malkuth, the sephira of the bride. This is the sphere of the most material emanations of the light and their connection with the mysterious formulae of regeneration or resurrection through the Sixer Vizgriel. The number of Malkuth is 10, the pillar and the egg, and the number of Kether, the supreme light, is 1 or unity. Malkuth and Kether conjoined add up to 11, the number of magic, and of that 11-fold word that is made flesh by a process of sexual magic which the Yazidi practiced and at which the Arabs hinted in their most ancient holy books. There is a Kabbalistic saying, Kether is in Malkuth, and Malkuth is in Kether, but after another manner, and its meaning is to be sought in the mysteries of the Zerzgro. As the human body is a battery of energies and an exact replica in miniature of the macrocosm, it will be seen how closely interwoven are all these foci, centers, chakras, or vortices. The body is based upon or formed around 7 major centers through which the cosmic radiations flow and interact upon its own electromagnetic emanations. The ancient Egyptians were acquainted with the approximate position of these centers in the human body and, as previously noted, symbolized them by certain gnomes of the land which they inhabited. Physical science is slowly beginning to consider the possibility of the influx and influence upon the endocrines of gigantic cosmic radiations exerted from beyond the solar system. It is significant, in view of the preeminence of the sacred number 11 in Crowley's cult, that the solar system itself, with our sun as its heart, respires as a human body. The vast breath cycle taking 11 years to pass through its heart, the sun. The subject of the chakras was one that concerned Crowley deeply, as it has concerned other occultists. He conducted extensive research into the main chakras, as well as noting certain no less mysterious centers that are not described in the standard textbooks on yoga. In a letter dated 1916 to a brother named Kifra, whose actual identity is not known, Crowley wrote, "Spent some time exploring. It appears that a special set of nadis nerves feed the Muladhara lotus as if it had 3 roots. The source of these roots is in the 3 centers you mentioned, but they are not lotuses of the same order as the sacred 7. For one thing, they are not protected by the spine and do not enter into that symbolism. They compare with the 7 as the invertebrates do with the vertebrates in the animal kingdom, or as fungi with flowers in the vegetable kingdom. The anal lotus is of 8 petals, deep crimson, glowing to poppy color when excited, the center being of a rich Rembrandtesque golden brown. This lotus contains a certain mystery of the Apanavayu, vital airs. The prostatic lotus is like a peridot, extremely translucent and limpid. Its center is as clear white as diamond. The petals are numerous, I think 32. The 3rd lotus is in the glans penis, close to the base, and the inferior surface in the median line. It is of a startlingly rich purple, with a radiance of lilac merging into ultraviolet. The center is golden like the sun, and from its play waved flashes of scarlet and pure blue alternately. Within this golden center is a dark spot of infrared rays. Close concentration on this spot is extremely difficult owing to its violence. This strange word expresses well the fact. I had not the time to enter it properly. I do not think there is any danger in vivifying these 3 lotuses if one has previously awakened the higher centers, and especially if the Kundalini has been trained to bathe daily in the Svadhisthana chakra. It would be improper to begin work with them though, and indeed, as I told you, I think it better to begin with nothing below Anahata, though it is more difficult to awaken the Kundalini in this manner. P.S. In the female of the human species, these 3 lotuses also exist, but in a very different form. The anus lotus is like that of the male, but smaller and less brilliant. The 2nd of the chakras is situated between the urethra and the cervix uteri. It is a very large lotus with myriad petals, somewhat diffuse and cabbage-like. Its color is neutral gray, but in pregnancy it becomes a brilliant orange and flower-like. It is extremely sensitive and absorbent, and constitutes the greatest danger to women. Foreign influences easily invade it, and cause hysteria and obsession. During the catamenia, in particular, it is suffused with red and brown streaks and appears corroded. The 3rd lotus is at the base of the clitoris. This is small, but extremely brilliant. The petals are 49 in number, 7 rows of 7 each. The basic color is a rich olive green, sometimes kindling to emerald. The leaves have veins of vivid ultramarine blue. The center is rose crimson with golden pistils on feathery stems of misty white. The leaves are edged with pearl and purple. drugs and the occult. It was Alan Bennett, Frater Yehiaur, who introduced Crowley to the use of drugs between 1898 and 1899. This adept of the Golden Dawn had already experienced some of the high spiritual trances by the time Crowley met him. Of Yehiaur, "Let there be light," Crowley wrote, "We called him the White Knight, from Alice through the Looking Glass. So lovable, so harmless, so unpractical. But he was a knight, too, and white. There never walked a whiter man on earth. He never did walk on earth either. A genius, a flawless genius, but a most terribly frustrated genius. Spasmodic asthma, continuous through months of drastic remedies, which remedied nothing, pushed to the danger limit, rare intervals of blessed peace whose price was deathly weakness. But through it all, the calm, undaunted spirit walked the Empyrean, and the radiant angelic temper ripened the wheat of friendship. He was a man of science, Bernard Dyer's most promising student, but appalling ill health prevented his holding down a job, and he was desperately poor. I got a room for him next to my flat in Chancery Lane and settled down to pick his brains. For he was known all over London as the one magician who could really do big-time stuff. There was, for instance, a party at Sidney Colvin's. The conversation turned upon the blasting rod, and somebody pooh-poohed it loudly. Alan produced his pocket wand, a luster from a chandelier, and pointed it at the incredulous one. 15 hours later, the doctors got him back to consciousness. At 18, he, E. Bennett, had an accident. I should think almost unique. Two of the most important stages in yoga training are called Atma Darshana and Shiva Sarshana. In the former, the whole universe, grasped firmly as a homogeneous unity, and deprived of all its conditions or categories, is united with the pure self of the yogi, equally purged of its conditions, in a single supreme act. And this, although no subject or object remains, results in a positive state. In the latter, this state is annihilated. In Alan Bennett at 18, without training or preparation of any sort, this Shivadarshana spontaneously occurred. He was, of course, instantly thrown out again. The effect, even upon the man well trained by years of arduous work, is absolutely blasting. It is a marvel that Alan survived and kept his reason. But he did, and had sufficient memory of the event to swear to himself, "This is the only thing worthwhile. I will do nothing else in all my life but find out how to get back to it." One of the great ironies of the relationship between Bennett and Crowley lay in the latter's belief that by prolonging Bennett's life, which he did by magical means, and enabling him to travel to the East for the good of his health, Bennett would plant the banner of Thelema in Asian lands. Instead, as history testifies, Bennett brought Buddhism to the West. The matter is humorously expressed in rhyme by Crowley. Dawn was golden when you met the guide, between the massive pillars, white and black. You took the boat that floated with the tide, to leave behind no track. I got you gold that you might go abroad, and take my message to another land. I hoped that you would raise my magic sword upon another strand. Buddha, who died from eating too much pig, netted your soul. With corybantic swine, you swilled your fill to prance a porcine jig beneath an alien vine. Yellow your heart, as yellow as the gown you wore, the color of the sneaking spy, who from within betrays the tortured town, when victory is nigh. Rocher was blind, but saw the vision splendid. Fielder was mad, and Loveday devil led. But you found yourself ere your drab journey ended, rejected by the dead. But before these events took place, Bennett had fired Crowley's imagination with hints of a magical tradition, which featured a certain rare drug potent to open the gates of the world behind the veil of matter. In the flat at Chancery Lane, where Crowley lived under a variety of aliases and where he entertained voluptuous women, Bennett and he sampled many of the well-known drugs and several strange ones as well. Charles Rocher was associated with the Golden Dawn. Crowley believed that Rocher's blindness was really a punishment for neglecting the great work. He was reduced to poverty and died friendless. This man's identity remains unknown. Raoul Loveday drank polluted water at Crowley's Abbey of Thelema in Cefalù and died in consequence. Because of his asthma, which was severe and unremitting, Bennett was in the habit of taking opium, morphine, cocaine, and chloroform in a cycle. It took about 2 months to come full circle. After the total bodily prostration which these attacks produced had worn off, the cycle recommenced, leaving Bennett brief respite. He was, therefore, no novice in the matter of drugs. There was no legal prohibition where drugs were concerned at the time of Crowley's early experiments. In a paper on cocaine, for instance, he says that the very best men may use drugs with benefit to themselves and to humanity. He instances Herbert Spencer, who took morphine daily, never exceeding an appointed dose. Wilkie Collins, too, overcame the agony of rheumatic gout with laudanum and gave us masterpieces not surpassed. But he continues, some went too far. Baudelaire crucified himself, mind and body, in his love for humanity. Verlaine became at last the slave where he had been so long the master. Francis Thompson killed himself with opium. So did Edgar Allan Poe. James Thompson did the same with alcohol. The cases of De Quincey and H.G. Ludlow are lesser, but similar, with laudanum and hashish respectively. The great Paracelsus, who discovered hydrogen, zinc, and opium, deliberately employed the excitement of alcohol, counterbalanced by violent physical exercise, to bring out the powers of his mind. Coleridge did his best while under opium, and we owe the loss of the end of Kubla Khan to the interruption of an importunate man from Porlock, ever accursed in the history of the human race. Crowley experimented not only with narcotics, but drugs such as datura, juice of the Vedic soma, or moon plant, and the black drink of the Florida Indians. The typical sacred tree, or tree of life, was itself based upon actual trees whose fruit or bark yielded alcoholic or narcotic juices. These were used for the induction of trance conditions and religious ecstasy in ancient times. The Egyptians distilled the juice of the sycamore, the sacred fig tree, and because it was noticed that mortals who drank of it were transformed into immortal spirits, able to penetrate the spirit world and hold commerce with disembodied spirits and other subtle entities, the liquid was mythified as nectar, ambrosia, a drink fit for gods. In Africa, the toddy palm yielded nectar, already fermented. In India, it was the peepal tree. The juice of the people placed men on an equal footing with the gods, enabling them to see into the past and the future, to transcend space and time, and to know the secrets of the hidden regions of the universe. Intoxication was a mode of communing with spirits and of becoming a spirit, hence the term spirits, even yet, suggests both the shades of the disembodied dead and the dead drunk. Soothsayers and magicians, inebriated by drink or drugs, were held sacred as oracles of the gods or spirits, which spoke through their mouths words of supreme wisdom. As the Samaveda has it, we've quaffed the soma bright, and are immortal grown. We've entered into light, and all the gods have known. The ideas of spirit and of sexual heat are also comprehended in one of the Egyptian glyphs for intoxicating liquor sak, which has for its determinative the lioness, Sekhet, the goddess of summer heat, of the south, of the sexual fire, which is the spirit or inspirer, literally the Sakti, of the male. But whatever the drink or drug, Crowley used them all in his search for the mysterious elixir potent to unseal the gates of the invisible world. He also wished to compare the states of consciousness induced by their use with those resulting from madness, obsession, and mystical exaltation. With Alan Bennett, he carried out several experiments with hemlock and obtained glimpses of the world behind the veil, but these glimpses were fleeting and sporadic. He therefore set himself to experiment systematically with all known drugs. He studied the subject in theory in books and in practice under the guidance of specialists. He refused to believe that the theory of irresistible fascination was correct and determined to prove that the magically consecrated will was the sole safeguard against addiction. That prohibition increased the danger and made the drug taker a criminal into the bargain. He tested these theories on himself and found that none of the so-called habit-forming drugs had any such effect on him. But in 1919, heroin, which he had used but once previously, was prescribed for his asthma and bronchitis by a Harley Street physician. Crowley, like Bennett, was subject to severe bouts of asthma, which he attributed to his Himalayan experiences in 1901. In a letter written after Crowley's death, however, Frater Acade, Charles S. Tite Jones, claimed that Crowley's asthma was the result of a deliberate attempt by him to destroy his, Accade's, wife. Crowley, it seems, had charged her with poisoning her husband's mind against him. Ruby Jones had long suffered from asthma, but it ceased abruptly the moment Crowley launched his magical attack. Far from being destroyed, she found herself completely cured. But from that time on, Crowley himself was afflicted with the disease, and it attacked him intermittently for the remainder of his life. How much of this is fact and how much is due to Akkad's innate paranoia remains uncertain. Crowley ignored Akkad's accusations and always attributed the illness to his climbing experiences in the ascent of Kanchenjunga, which long antedated the Akkad incident. In the Confessions, p. 856, he refers to his asthma as having been exacted by the god of the mountains. Owing to this complaint, which was at times exceptionally severe, Crowley was forced to resort to heroin more and more frequently, and by the year 1923, he found that a physical, though not a moral habit, had been firmly established. He tested his power to break it and found that he was able to do so, but with great distress, for 3 or 4 days at a stretch. The account of his struggle with and ultimate triumph over the drug is recorded in Liber 93 vel Nick, the first part of which is entitled The Fountain of Hyacinth. It is a terrible document, lit by flashes from the profound and ultimate sphere of initiation beyond the pylon of which the drug enabled him to pass. He came through the ordeal, and from his magical record, it appears that he attained to the highest possible grade of the Great White Brotherhood, i.e., the grade of Absissimus, 10-1-5. Of his attitude to drugs thereafter, he wrote, "Most of the fixed ideas about drugs are superstitions. I have long observed this fact with regard to a great many, but the more I learn, the larger is the rubbish heap of accepted statements. For instance, with ether, hashish, mescal, opium smoking, and morphine, I find no tendency to habit whatever. More still, I am unable to force myself to use these drugs at all, except on the rarest occasions. Yet I have nothing but the most pleasant and profitable experiences in connection with them. With heroin and cocaine, on the contrary, I have not much to thank them for, and there has been a good deal of annoyance connected with them. Yet it is for these and these only that I hanker. I begin to have a grave suspicion that there is a masochistic complex at the bottom of it all." There is indeed a pronounced masochistic component in Crowley's makeup, as proved by certain passages in his magical record. In view of this fact, it remains a mystery why, although Crowley consorted with whores and various unorthodox kinds of women, he was never known to have sought deliberately or received fortuitously any gratification of this urge, except in the unique instance concomitant upon his supreme ordeal and the vow of holy obedience which he took to Alastrael, his Scarlet Woman, during the Great Initiation to the grade of 10 degree equals 1 citoyen class, the preliminaries of which occurred in July 1920. His experiments with drugs enabled him to refute popular misconceptions. His own experiences prove that ill-considered statements for and against drug taking were grossly exaggerated in respect both of their dangers and their delights. He also showed that the action of a specific drug varies according to the health or sickness or general disposition of the person concerned, and demonstrated that the various reasons why people resort to drugs determine to a large extent the effect which the drugs have upon them, as well as the kind of hold established over them. He gives a dozen reasons why people take drugs: the search for new sensations, failure to fit environment, hypocrisy, ambition to acquire preterhuman knowledge and power, the stress of modern life, excess of imagination, excess of sensitiveness, ennui, pain, moral weakness, ignorance, and vice. As regards hypocrisy, a motive which may not suggest itself readily, he suggests that in countries where society condemns normal pleasures, those who fear public censure resort to secret vices. Pain, on the other hand, may be regarded as a legitimate excuse, while ignorance applies to people who, perhaps involved for any of the other reasons, take drugs because it is expected of them. The only really legitimate excuse for resorting to drugs is the scientific one, i.e. for the acquisition of preterhuman knowledge and power, which includes poetic inspiration or any other form of creative dynamism. Crowley analyzed the results of abusing certain drugs under the following heads: A. Alcohol, the abuses of which are too well known to require specific mention. B. Ether, same as alcohol plus paralysis. C. Hashish, insanity. D. Anhelonium luini, insanity. E. Cocaine, nervous collapse, insanity. F. Opium, smoking, bad results rare. G. Morphine, nervous collapse, madness, insomnia, digestive trouble. H. Heroin, like morphine, with great dullness and depression. On the other hand, mastery of these drugs can lead to the acquisition of new states of consciousness and a deepening of character analysis and introspection unobtainable by other methods, except those pertaining to specialized yogic techniques. Crawley found that ether proved invaluable for mental analysis. By its use, he was able to discover his final judgment on any matter and to trace thought to its source in pure consciousness. It confers the ability to distinguish and appreciate the elements of which sensation is composed. He compares ether with alcohol in respect of its power to emphasize the mood prevailing at the time of its administration. In 1917, Crawley carried out special experiments with this drug in connection with prana, life force, breath, and the chakras, or bodily centers of the life force. Ether caused the whole body to glow, but after sexual intercourse, the glow ceased above the Muladhara chakra at the base of the spine. The particular glow induced in this way was of a spherical or auric nature, not ganglionic as it would have been if it had been of nervous origin. From this, he concluded that the theory of auras was probably correct. In a paper on ether, he says, "Experiments conducted at odd times, beginning July 1916, on my own person have convinced me that the particular technical administration of ethyl oxide in combination with certain mental exercises enables the experimenter to ascertain 1. The value of the relation of a given thought or faculty with the sum of his mental characteristics. 2. The final opinion of the experimenter on any given subject. In the popular phrase, what is at the bottom of the flask? While, of course, complete unconsciousness has often been reached in surgical operations, etc., it has never been ascertained what occurs in this state of anesthesia induced by ether to the normal healthy individual when he has trained himself to hold a thought through a period of unconsciousness, so that there is complete identity between the last thought before losing and the first after regaining consciousness. It suggests itself that knowledge on this point might throw light upon A, the psychology of the dying, B, the post-mortem consciousness, assuming that after bodily death, the individual awakes to another form of life." During my stay with Crawley in Hastings in 1945, I used ether in various magical experiments which he had devised to test my powers of astral vision. He would draw a glyph or symbol that was quite unknown to me, and I proceeded as follows. With eyes closed, I imagined the dark surface of a door, closed and set in a blank wall. When this mental image did not waver, but not before, I superimposed the symbol upon it so that it glowed vividly in white light. Still holding the image steady, I inhaled the ether. As I inhaled, the symbol appeared to grow intensely bright, increasing or diminishing in size despite my attempts to keep it steady. This defect in concentration took me some time to overcome. When the image remained invariable, I proceeded to the next stage of the experiment, which was to visualize the gradual opening of the door in the wall. The vista beyond was wrapped in a hazy mist. I transferred the symbol to the mist and then projected my consciousness through the door by willing myself through it. I found myself, suddenly, bereft of my body. A sensation of extreme lightness and freedom characterized my movements. I found myself surrounded by an unfamiliar landscape lit from within. It seemed as real, if not more so, as a mundane landscape. It conformed in one way or another with a region of the astral plane, consonant with the nature of the symbol visualized. Figures resembling human beings hovered and floated nearby, and presently I was able to establish intelligent communication with them, as with creatures of dream. Although after some practice, I could arrive at this stage of the experiment without inhaling ether, the drug not only accelerated, but intensified the ensuing experiences. In his paper on ether, Crawley notes the conditions most favorable to this sort of experiment. One of the conditions he does not remark upon, and one that weighed heavily in my own case, was the directing influence of Crawley himself. Without his presence, the process of passing through the door and projecting consciousness into the region beyond became one of great difficulty, and success was only achieved after much effort. Hashish, Crawley found useful for mental analysis because it aids the imagination and increases courage. The genesis of ideas and imaginative concepts is revealed sometimes as a series of pictures. The subject is treated extensively in the Equinox, Volume 1, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, which contain interesting articles by E. Wineray and H.G. Ludlow. Crowley's translation of Baudelaire's poem of Hashish and an account of Crowley's researches with the drug entitled The Psychology of Hashish, which he wrote under the pseudonym of Oliver Haddo, the name of a character in Somerset Maugham's The Magician, based on Crowley. Hashish is of special use to the occultist because it abolishes the subconscious. In the Amelantra Working, 1918, Crowley notes that a hashish experiment is rather like going slumming. One is amazed by the variety and vividness of the impressions. I think this is caused by a Freudian recognition. One sees again the things that used to be familiar in a simpler consciousness, things long since buried. The same thrill as revisiting one's childhood. It is therefore a return or a regression in mental structure, a degeneration. Thus we see that analysis represents going back and synthesis, advance. This again is proof of the nature of Choronzon. As dispersion represents analysis or destruction, he is the enemy of man, whose formula is creation by synthesis. This synthesis is love. Hence it is written, love is the law. But this synthesis must be morally pointed to a definite purpose of which love is only the method. Hence it is written, love under will. The law of Thelema is consequently a complete statement based on the facts of the structure of the mind. Anhelonium Lewinii is similar to hashish and ether in that it enables one to get behind superficial ideas and trace thought to its source. This is of use in practices such as Atmavichara, an enquiry into the nature of the self, which forms the basic meditation practice of the Hindu Advaitins. In the Kabbalistic system, these two drugs are equated by Crowley with the Sephiroth Netzach and Hod. They produce, in one mood, voluptuous visions characteristic of Venus in the sphere of Netzach, and in another, self-analytical powers of discrimination, characteristic of Mercury in the sphere of Hod. Morphine tends to aid concentration and relieve the pressure of anxiety. Like opium, it aids the creative imagination. Objections to the use of these two drugs consist of the fact that they impair executive ability, so that the ideas which they inspire remain sterile and are rarely carried over into practical life. As is well known, opium has the virtue of relieving pain and conferring philosophic tranquility. Cocaine prevents fatigue and enables a person to work at full pressure for an indefinite period. Crowley remarks on its power of giving endurance, its treacherous voluptuousness, and its quality of anesthesia. For these reasons, he tends to ascribe it to Scorpio rather than to Leo. The fact that Mars rules the house of Scorpio explains this attribution and its aptness to the energy aspect of cocaine, which pertains to chokma by virtue of its direct action on the deepest nervous centers. Heroin combines the virtues of opium and cocaine. It excites the imagination, aids concentration, and induces calm. Unlike opium and morphine, however, it increases executive power and endurance. The life and death struggle which Crowley waged against heroin is related in Liber 93. Towards the end of his life, he notes, "There is no yen at all for the drug when I am free from A, care, B, boredom. To reach physiological minimum, I must have 1, daily masseur valet to get me up and out, 2, supply of books and forced stage or screen visits, 3, secretary at will, 4, company, 5, food and drink." In the same diary, he notes that 1914 was the probable date of his first heroin experiment, taking some 3 grains per day. After the tremendous struggle with the drug, to which reference has already been made, he shook off completely its hold over him, and there is no further record of its use until, in 1940, 7 years before his death, his doctor began prescribing 1/4 or 1/6 gram for recurrent attacks of asthma. The complaint had again become acute, and this is the first record of heroin consumption in his diaries for many years. From that time on, until his death in 1947, he took steadily increasing doses until in 1946, we read of doses as large as 6 grams per day. His excessive use of the drug between 1920 and 1922, he ascribed to financial anxiety, lack of stimulus, correspondence with chelas, etc., and his inability to get things published. The conclusions he reached in respect of the drug in Liber 93 led him to declare that his experience should serve as a preliminary prima facie case for a revolutionary revision of the extant medical theories on the subject and of the legislation regarding the sale of heroin and similar drugs. It is evident from a study of Crowley's writings that he used drugs with the set purpose of invoking and questioning spirits, in much the same way that Kelly and Dee questioned the spirits that appeared in their shoe stone. In a comment on the Book of the Law, chapter 2, verse 22, he wrote, "Wine and strange drugs do not harm people who are doing their will. They only poison people who are cancerous with original sin. If you are really free, you can take cocaine as simply as saltwater taffy. There is no better test of a soul than its attitude to drugs. If a man is simple, fearless, eager, he is all right. He will not become a slave. If he is afraid, he is already a slave. Let the whole world take opium, hashish, and the rest. Those who are liable to abuse them were better dead. For it is in the power of all so-called intoxicating drugs to reveal a man to himself. If this revelation declares a star, then it shines brighter ever after. If it declares a Christian, a thing neither man nor beast, but a muddle of mind, he craves the drug, no more for its analytical, but for its numbing effect." Lytton had a great story of this in Zanoni. Glyndon, an uninitiate, takes an elixir and beholds not Adonai the Glorious, but the dweller on the threshold. Cast out from the sanctuary, he becomes a vulgar drunkard. We of Thelema think it vitally a right to let a man take opium. He may destroy his physical vehicle thereby, but he may produce another Kubla Khan. It is his own responsibility. In certain magical operations which Crowley performed, e.g. the Aboldes working in 1911, the Paris working in 1914, and the Amalantra working in 1918, a variety of drugs was employed. Cocaine, which he assigns to the element of fire, was used for fortifying the will, thus helping to keep the object of the operation firmly in mind. Morphine, slowing and purifying the mind, makes thought and its formulation more vivid and precise. Heroin, it seems, partakes of both these qualities and combines them in a peculiarly subtle manner. To the element of water, he attributes hashish and mescal, owing to their image-making properties, and also because they open the gates of pleasure and beauty. Morphine he also attributes to this element. To air, which is the element assigned to the reasoning faculties, he attributes ethyl oxide ether for its use in mental analysis and the more profound movements of introspection. Finally, the element earth embraces all the directly hypnotic drugs which induce repose and forgetfulness, enabling the magician to withdraw into the arms of the Great Mother to restore his devitalized vehicles, astral and physical. With the attribution of specific drugs to the elements, the old ceremonial and symbolic techniques of subconscious control are superseded by living and experiential aids. Similarly, with sex, alcohol, the mystic dance, and circumambulation, the use of mantra and lyrical incantation. These aids, used in conjunction with drugs, stimulate the whorls of energy in the subtle body. In connection with sex and drugs, Crowley wrote in 1917, "I note, with all stimulant drugs, that if one is with others, the force is entirely dissipated, usually on the sexual plane. If one is alone, one becomes creative at once. This is important as establishing the Kundalini doctrine with its upper and lower exits. It does not bear, however, on the doctrine of abstinence from sex, for in normal excitement, the sex seems to stimulate the other creative power. That is to say, sex seems to stimulate the Kundalini or serpent power." Crowley thus observed the direct effects of sex and drugs on the vital center or magical power in the human organism. Drugs in relation to magic and the discovery of the true will forms the substance of the Diary of a Drug Fiend, recently republished after nearly 50 years. When the book was written, drugs had not been prescribed by law. The drug taker was not at that time the criminal he is today. Hence, many of the neuroses and psychoses created by the law did not exist to cause the social problems that face us now. It is one of the peculiarities of our present social system that greater profits accrue from the illicit traffic in drugs than from their open and properly regulated sale. The Diary of a Drug Fiend was withdrawn from circulation in 1922, a few months after it was published by William Collins. Yet, far from advocating the use of drugs, Crowley emphasized the argument obvious to thinking people, that natural ways of arousing the Kundalini and of discovering the true will are to be preferred to artificial means. Nevertheless, the book was described as advocating the use of drugs, and diatribes against Crowley appeared in the daily newspapers of the period. The Legend of Aleister Crowley by P.R. Stevenson, London, 1930, contains typical examples. Howard P. Lovecraft, the New England writer of macabre tales, would have agreed with Crowley's deprecation of the use of drugs in favor of more natural means of magical control. In a letter dated June 11, 1920, Lovecraft wrote, apropos de Quincy, "I never took opium, but if I can't beat him for dreams from the age of 3 or 4 up, I am a dashed liar. Space, strange cities, weird landscapes, unknown monsters, hideous ceremonies, Oriental and Egyptian gorgeousness, and indefinable mysteries of life, death, and torment were daily, or rather nightly, commonplaces to me before I was 6 years old. Today it is the same, save for a slightly increased objectivity." But Lovecraft seems not to have passed the final pylons of initiation, as evidenced by his stories, and particularly his poems, in which, at the last dreadful encounter, he invariably recoiled, resolved not to know what horror lay concealed behind the mask of his most critical incarnation. He was haunted by his dweller on the threshold, failed to resolve the enigma of his own particular sphinx, and because of this, no doubt, feared to use drugs in case his nightmare vision swept him beyond the point of no recall. Understandably terrified of crossing the abyss, he forever recoiled on the brink and spent his life in a vain attempt to deny the potent entities that moved him. Little wonder the tales he wrote are among the most hideous and powerful ever penned. Crowley, on the other hand, proved that the judicious and thelemically controlled use of drugs positively assists the occultist in his exploration of suprasensible realms, such as those that Dee, Kelly, and other magicians investigated. Barbarous names of evocation. Commerce with the denizens of other worlds requires a system of communication. In the West, the Hebrew Kabbalah has been used for many centuries because it contains the most convenient and reliable body of correspondences ever concentrated in a single glyph. The divisions and subdivisions represented by the 10 Sephiroth and the 22 paths comprehend the entire magical universe. Crowley, Jones, and Fortune use this system extensively. It is the most easily verifiable and at the same time the most precise. When Crowley contacted the intelligence named Aboldes through the mediumship of the Scarlet Woman, Virakam, he used the Kabbalah to check the validity of the visions she described. He was also able to verify the identity of Aboldes as a genuine representative of the AA. Similar remarks apply to the communication which he received through Sister Ahitha, who is used as a mouthpiece by an intelligence with the name of Anialantra. Both the Aboldes and the Anialantra workings survive among Crowley's papers. They are fine examples of Kabbalistic usage in connection with vision testing and astral working. Knowledge derived from Kabbalistic analysis of the names of ancient deities enabled Crowley to restore rituals that were of vital importance in his own initiation. The names of deities are nothing less than magical formula, and their restoration supplies the key to their invocation, or evocation, as the case may be. The most important rite that Crowley restored is the preliminary invocation of the Goetia, a medieval rite stemming from much earlier phases of magic, which Crowley succeeded in redeeming from unintelligibility by transforming it into a powerfully thaumaturgic machine. The invocation is based upon a translation by C.W. Goodwin of a Greco-Egyptian work on magic. It is known as the Invocation of the Bornless One, or, as Goodwin translated it, the Headless One. The Headless One was a name given by the Gnostics to the sun in Amenti, i.e. the light in the underworld. This concept was represented anciently by a decapitated figure, and it is paralleled by the Egyptian image of the lioness, or manaless lion, which represented the sun in its feminine phase of passivity and darkness. The lion shorn of its mane, yet fierce with concealed force and hidden heat, typified the hidden god submerged below the horizon. In terms of psychology, the subconsciousness, the subliminal will. Crowley translated the term a Carolon, as the bornless one to indicate the fact that the true will is subject to neither birth nor death. Its vehicles alone are subject to these twin phases of activity in the phenomenal world. The invocation of the bornless one, therefore, forms the practical basis for contacting the most hidden of all gods or demons, the holy guardian angel. As this experience forms the first major task of every aspirant to self-realization, Crowley's achievement is by no means negligible, as is proved by the fact that others have also attained by the use of this restored right. From a psychological standpoint, the problem of establishing successful contact with spiritual entities, whatever their nature, involves a profound degree of self-analysis. Crowley had been trained in the disciplines of Mahasatipatthana, Samasati, and Atmavichara while working with his guru, Anandamateya, Alan Bennett. Together, they performed many magical rites during the early days of Crowley's magical training in Chancery Lane, where he had established a fully equipped magical temple. They regularly evoked spirits to visible and sometimes even to tangible appearance. Whether spirits are considered as subjective or objective phenomena makes little difference so far as practical magic is concerned. No experience, occult or mundane, is possible in the absence of a subject. The experience is dependent, absolutely, upon the union, or yoga, of a subject and an object in consciousness. No awareness of the universe is possible without the presence of consciousness. In fact, no universe exists outside consciousness. The Book of the Law proves, beyond doubt, that mind can and does exist independently of brain or nervous structure. That Crowley sometimes experienced samadhi is clear from his magical diaries. He made the experience of samadhi the condition of his continuing to work as the prophet and promulgator of the law of Thelema. As early as 1901, he experienced dhyana. It was fleeting and fitful, and did not then develop into samadhi. He was, at that time, unable to stabilize the new faculty of consciousness that samadhi confers, and which is necessary for the full experience of the ethers, or most tenuous realms of the spiritual universe. In John St. John, published in The Equinox, first number, 1909, Crowley records success in stabilizing within himself this new and samadhic functioning of consciousness, an enhanced degree of awareness that made possible the higher magic. He was thereafter able to devote himself unreservedly to the establishment of the law of Thelema and to understanding the deeper issues of the Aeon of Horus, as described in the Book of the Law. He implored his angel to remain in perpetual communion with his magically exalted and consecrated consciousness. During the years 1906 to 7, Crowley attained to the knowledge and conversation of his holy guardian angel. A few months later, after returning from Morocco, where he had been invoking the angels of the ethers with Victor Newberg, he wrote John St. John, the record of his initiation. This was followed by further communion with Aiwaz, whom at this time he called Adonai, the Lord, and the receipt of the holy books, Elixfat and Sept. These works were received directly from his angel by plenary inspiration, without the mediumship of a scarlet woman. He described these books as being wholly different from anything I have written myself. In 1909, he resumed the invocations of the angels of the Aethers, known as the Vision and the Voice, or the 418 working, which he had had to abandon in Mexico 9 years previously because he had not attained a sufficiently exalted degree of initiation to enable him to penetrate the subtler airs. He recommenced the working by invoking the 28th Aether, using the 19th key of Dr. John Dee's Enochian system. See the Equinox, I've seen it. The great value of this system, which is far too complex to describe here, lies in the fact that it is probably the most potent in existence. Crowley says of it, the conjurations given by Dr. Dee are in a language called angelic or Enochian. Its source has hitherto baffled research, but it is a language and not a jargon, for it possesses a structure of its own, and there are traces of grammar and syntax. However this may be, it works. Even the beginner finds that things happen when he uses it, and this is an advantage or disadvantage shared by no other type of language. The rest needs skill. This needs prudence. He re-established intercourse with the denizens of the Ethers with the assistance of Victor Newberg, who was at that time a probationer of the AA, with the magical name or motto Omnia Vincam. Brother O.V. assumed the office of the scribe, as Dr. Dee had done several centuries earlier. The beast himself scried in a shoe stone made of a golden topaz set in a cavalry cross of 6 squares, made of wood and painted vermilion. The topaz was engraved with a Greek cross of 5 squares charged with the mystic rose of 49 petals. The crosses of 6 and 5 squares symbolize the 11-fold nature of the work, which was to unite the mundane consciousness with the spiritual consciousness. The 49 petals are an allusion to the 49 fires that flame in the 7 subtle centers, 7 in each. The beast and brother Ov walked steadily through the desert, invoking the Aethers one by one at convenient times and places. As a rule, 1 Aether was obtained every day. The visions that accompanied these invocations enabled Crowley to harmonize all the major systems of magical attainment and to relate them to each other with scientific exactitude. The symbolism of Asiatic cults, the mysteries of the Chaldean, Hebrew, and Greek Kabbalahs, the secrets of the Gnostics, the mysteries of ancient Egypt, paganism, the rites of Eleusis, Celtic and Druid rituals, Mexican, Polynesian, and African traditions, etc., formed the basis of a synthesis not previously achieved in the history of comparative religion and occultism. The main results of his researches were carefully tabulated and published the same year, 1909, in a slim volume entitled 777, which is described in the official AA publications list as a complete dictionary of the correspondences of all magical elements, making it the only standard comprehensive book of reference ever published. It is to the language of occultism what Webster and Murray is to the English language. Crowley's scrying led to results far beyond anything achieved by Dee and Kelly in the 16th century. However, we owe the system to those 2 occultists. They obtained mysterious messages during intercourse with non-terrestrial entities, but unfortunately left no precise clues as to how they were obtained. It seems that Dee had before him several tablets containing various letters of the alphabet, and Kelly, after performing appropriate conjurations, gazed intently into a shoe stone that had been given to him by an angel. The stone had been specially treated to catch in its depths the spectral forms of unearthly visitants. Soon after the conjurations, a form appeared in the stone and proceeded to point out certain letters on the tablets. This was done with a magic wand. Dee wrote down the letters as Kelly dictated them. In this way, messages were formed, but they were spelled backwards because each word contained such potency that direct communication would have invoked forces disruptive of the whole work. Thus were obtained the keys or calls of Enoch. The messages were composed in a definite, though unknown, language, which Dee and Kelly called the Enochian or angelic language. Crowley systematically explored the Aethers with the result that he became possessed of knowledge beyond any previously obtained. This exploration not only illuminated his personal magical ordeals and initiations, but also provided him with solutions to many cosmic problems. Through Dee's system, Crowley was able to unlock the pylons of the new aeon and penetrate unknown dimensions of consciousness beyond the confines of space and time. It is significant that Crowley claimed to have been a reincarnation of Sir Edward Kelly, who, according to Crowley, misunderstood certain messages that had reference to the new aeon. This is made clear in the following passage from The Vision and the Voice, Liber 418. And in the Book of Enoch was first given the wisdom of the new aeon, and it was hidden for 300 years because it was wrested untimely from the tree of life by the hand of a desperate magician. Crowley comments on this passage as follows. The desperate magician was Sir Edward Kelly. The reference is to the famous passage which Dee maintained to be given by demons. It taught there was no sin, etc. Liber 418 goes on to say, for it was the master of that magician who overthrew the power of the Christian church, but the pupil rebelled against the master, for he foresaw that the new, i.e., the Protestant, would be worse than the old. But he understood not the purpose of his master, and that was to prepare the way for the overthrow of the aeon. Martin Luther is the master to whom reference is made. According to Crowley, Luther's magical act of cohabitation with a nun was the key to this doctrine. By this gesture, Luther affirmed his magical intent in overthrowing the mainstay of the old aeon. It would seem that had Kelly understood the significance of the nature of the great Aeon of Horus, he would have understood the purpose for which his master had incarnated. The new Aeon would have dawned 3 centuries before its actual time. According to Crowley, Kelly was an initiate of the 6=5 number grade in the A. The message resulting from Kelly's scrying in the 7th ether, the message which so nearly approximates the teachings in the Book of the Law, so terrified Dee that he implored God to have mercy upon him, vowing that I from this day forward meddle no more herein. The voice of the angel speaking through Kelly resulted in a sinister dissociation of Kelly's personality. Shortly after this episode, he robbed Dee, absconded with his wife, and began a career of crime. This is what the voice had proclaimed. I am the daughter of fortitude, and ravished every hour from my youth. For behold, I am understanding, and science dwelleth in me, and the heavens oppress me. They cover and desire me with infinite appetite, for none that are earthly have embraced me, for I am shadowed with the circle of the stars, and covered with the morning clouds. My feet are swifter than the winds, and my hands are sweeter than the morning dew. My garments are from the beginning, and my dwelling place is in myself. The lion knoweth not where I walk, neither do the beasts of the field understand me. I am deflowered, yet a virgin. I sanctify and am not sanctified. Happy is he that embraceth me, for in the night season I am sweet, and in the day full of pleasure. My company is a harmony of many symbols, and my lips sweeter than health itself. I am a harlot for such as ravish me, and a virgin with such as know me not. Purge your streets, O ye sons of men, and wash your houses clean. Make yourselves holy and righteous. Cast out your old strumpets and burn their clothes, and then I will bring forth children unto you, and they shall be the sons of comfort in the age that is to come. John W. Parsons, head of the Pasadena Lodge of the OTO, between 1940 and 1945, observed that Kelly's life of crime, sparked off by the angel's communication, resembled closely what occurred to himself while working with the same ether, i.e., the 7th. Parsons invoked this ether in 1945 with appropriate rituals backed up by the powerful sexual magic of the VOOTO, which means that he added his own magnetic emanation to the materials used in the magical ceremony. Shortly afterward, his scribe absconded with his wife and tricked him out of money and possessions. Parsons, who was at the time working in an air rocket factory, died disastrously when he dropped a phial of fulminate of mercury. His scribe, however, is still at large, having grown wealthy and famous by a misuse of the secret knowledge which he had wormed out of Parsons. The working basis of communication with occult entities is as arbitrary as any system of algebra or geometry. As long as the system possesses an inherent harmony and internal coherence, it is valid within its sphere of function. Riemann, Lobachevsky, Poincaré, Einstein, and Cantor all constructed mathematical systems which, although at variance with each other, are consistent within themselves. Various methods were used by Crowley for checking and counter-checking signs or utterances received by him in the course of clairvoyant vision, astral traveling, and scrying. In the Abeldes and Amalantra workings, he employed the numerical method of checking spirit names and answers to his questions. He also used the Chinese system of hieroglyphics known as the Yi King, geomantic, tarotic, and similar systems. The interrogation by pure number is Kabbalistic, whether the Hebrew, Greek, or Chaldeo-Coptic Kabbalah is employed. It is from this method that so-called numerology derives. Numerology is a misapplication and consequently a debasement of the Kabbalah of pure number. Because your name happens to be Tubby Hogg, it does not mean that your number is 506, because although by Hebrew Kabbalah the value of Tubby Hogg is 506, Tubby Hogg is not you, but a collection of letters which, quite arbitrarily, distinguishes you from other members of your class, the human species. The second half of a name may indicate a certain bodily lineage, but the first is merely parental whim. Tubby Hogg cannot be said to be your name in the sense that the name of the spirit of the sun is Soroth, the number of which is 666. The confusion of planes is caused by the erroneous assumption that a human being and a spirit are alike in all ways but one. The former is visible, the latter not. The actual difference is that a human being is a microcosm. A spirit is not. A human being, furthermore, is not a specialized entity, but a spirit is such an entity. To define a thing by number is to indicate its nature, and this accords entirely with the qualities represented by the number. Dion Fortune notes that even objects do not have number values assigned to them arbitrarily, but in accordance with the substance out of which their atoms are composed. Thus, geometrically determined yantras, or trigonal diagrams, have 3, 4, 5, or more sides, according to the atomic constitution of the plane of consciousness to which they are the key. On this system, an invocation will include a battery of knocks consonant with the relevant number, and if mantra is used, the mantra will consist of an appropriate number of stresses or syllables, for the unsealing of inner planes is affected by a process of reciprocal reverberation, and each vibration affects a particular part of the subtle anatomy, represented biologically by the endocrine system and mystically by the chakras. Each subdivision of the astral plane, therefore, exists by virtue of a special type of force and consciousness, the stress of which depends upon its atomic constitution, which in turn determines the type of figure, yantric or mantric, that will effectively tap its hidden energies. Because each plane of consciousness has as the focus of its influence one of the stars or planets, the celestial bodies are represented by diagrams whose lineal forms symbolize their occult constitution. A type of consciousness, a planet or star, and a particular type of atom are consequently interrelated, and man is included in this complex, for every man and every woman is a star. It is futile, therefore, to represent a human being by the number derived from Kabbalistic considerations of his bodily name. He may, with equal validity and equal absurdity, be defined as having the properties of 1, 2, 3, or more numbers, according to the numerical value of his name. Hence, it is erroneous to speak of a person's number in the sense used in and by popular numerology. In the spirit world, conditions are different from those that obtain in the mundane sphere. A spirit represents a special function. It is either an archangel, an angel, a demon, a gnome, nymph, satyr, or what you will, always specialized and therefore strictly limited, however potent it may be, in its own sphere of activity. When Crowley or Fortune received a specific number in response to questioning, they were able to determine by Kabbalistic analysis of the spirit's name the kind of entity with which they were dealing. If the number accorded with the general nature of the vision as a whole, the vision was continued. If it was alien to the nature of the vision, then the spirit was suspected of being an intrusive elemental masquerading as the real thing. It would not be able to respond to the counterchecks for long and would be dissolved by the banishing ritual of the pentagram or some similar simple exorcism. On the other hand, because each man has an angel, a guardian angel, he also has a true number, as his number is identical with that of his angel, with whom he is one in the depth of his being. Name and number are therefore synonymous, and no man knoweth the name of his brother's angel, for to know it would confer the ability to invoke it. This is at the root of primitive man's dread of revealing his name. It is also the reason for the elaborate lengths to which ancient Egyptians went to preserve inviolable secrecy regarding their names. It was not the mundane name that they shrouded in impenetrable mystery, but the name of the angel or daemon. To allow this to be known was to expose their souls to seizure by demons or hostile sorcerers. One of Crowley's methods of counter-checking a name or a number was by reducing it to a single number and adding together its component digits, referring the result to a tarot key. For example, if a spirit gave as its number 761, this would be checked as follows: 7 plus 6 plus 1 equals 14, the tarot key entitled Art. If the symbols and attributions of this key were consonant with the meaning of the number itself, it offered good grounds for assuming that a bona fide spirit had responded to the invocation. But further tests would be necessary if doubt remained. Not only can the disembodied spirit of dead or sleeping people impersonate spirits and work evil by such means, but extra-cosmic entities can masquerade as spirits. These entities are infinitely more dangerous, and if they are not banished before they can gain a foothold in the consciousness of the person who invoked them, obsession follows. Austin Spare is the authority on their control. Lovecraft on the devastation they leave in their wake when they are let loose upon the earth. Dion Fortune, in The Secrets of Dr. Taverner, has several tales, based on fact, of the more elemental, less cosmic of these entities. Their influence is considerably less extensive, but no less demonic. The barbarous names of evocation and invocation, whether Enochian, Goetic, Gnostic, Tantric, etc., are particularly suited to the unsealing of the subconsciousness. Their potency lies chiefly in the fact that they are unintelligible to the conscious mind. The long strings of formidable words which roar and moan through so many conjurations have a real effect in exalting the consciousness of the magician to the proper pitch. Magic, p. 69. The Enochian language is sufficiently alien to the mind in its normal state to act as if it were meaningless, and this is what matters. This, and the potency of its vibrations when chanted, screamed, or roared in desolate and terrifying places. The cremation ground strewn with corpses, lit by a baleful moon and haunted by hyenas, sets the scene for some of the tantric evocations of Kali and other dread deities. Much of the potency of an evocation, as in the case of mantra yoga, lies in its vibratory affinity with elemental phenomena. The violence and thunder of the storm for the element air, the seductive and insidious plashing of fountains for water, the lambency of flickering flame, summer lightning for fire, and the booming echoes of Thonian reverberations for earth. The strings of words rise and fall, fitfully or with majesty according to the nature of the operation. The plasticity of the human mind, exalted to a pitch of evocative suggestibility, is molded into words and names containing intrinsic magical energies. The result is a compelling incantation capable of tapping and unsealing the caverns of hell, the subconsciousness. The traditional formula for opening infernal regions is Zazas, Zazas, Nasatanada, Zazas. By this spell, Adam was reputed to have opened the gates of hell. Hell is the concealed place, the hole or hall of the dead being the forgotten images of our past selves, which respond to the incantation and resurrect in the flesh of the present. Hell is the region which the ancient Egyptians named Amenti, the place of the hidden sun. The word Amen means the concealed one, and Ta means land or abode. Amenta or Amenti is thus the place of the spirits of the dead, that is, to the conscious mind, but very much alive to the subconscious. Crowley often supplemented verbal conjurations with alcoholic stimulants, drugs, and sexual excitation. Such methods are indicated in the Book of the Law and are basic to the new Aeon. These usages have their counterparts in the Tantras, as already noted. Young and attractive virgins are employed to stimulate the erogenous zones during the process of mystical rites, which often consist of the hypnotic murmuring of deliberately unintelligible mantras. But they are not unintelligible in an absolute sense, for their meaninglessness is their meaning, in much the same way as the barbarous names of Goetic sorcery. Godi means howling. Crowley notes in the Confessions that Godi is the technical word employed to cover all the operations of the magic which deals with the gross, malignant, or unenlightened forces. The spells do in fact suggest very strongly the howling of wolves, the baying of jackals, and the shrill tittering ululations of the hyena, animals traditionally associated with sorcery and the hidden world. In the Aeon of Horus, ushered in by Crowley, the Logos, being a beast and therefore inarticulate, can but utter a weird and monstrous speech, which the Scarlet Woman interprets or manifests as the word of a god. The formula is that of the beast and the woman conjoined, and the key of their union is the number 11, which is the number of magic or transformation. The transformation of the animal totem into the god, after the manner of the ancient Egyptian mysteries, was revived in the Golden Dawn, where it was known as the Assumption of God Forms. The expression barbarous names evidently refers to monstrous speech or the speech of monsters, and this is the key to the meaning of the word Godi, howling like a beast. The mysteries stem from the earliest phases of evolution, when the transformation from beast into man occurred. During this period were laid the foundations of world mythology and of the greatest civilization ever known. Practices so remote in time as to have been almost totally forgotten before the monumental epoch of Egyptian history began are coeval with the practices revived by Aleister Crowley. As previously explained, the cult of Aiwaz of Akkad may be traced to an earlier period than the Sumerian, to a period that inspired the age-long draconian tradition of Egypt, which lingered on into the Dark Dynasties, the monuments of which were laid waste by the opponents of the Elder cult. These dynasties were blackened in order to annihilate all traces of a supposedly evil cult. The Draconians, or Typhonians, oblivious of the role of the male in the biological mysteries of procreation, had worshipped the whore and her bastard, who were ages later typified as the virgin and child. It may be argued that all the adverse criticism leveled against Crowley and his cult is justified, that the acceptance of the Book of the Law would inevitably plunge mankind once more into the pit of savagery and barbarism out of which it has taken so many aeons to crawl. Such criticism has in fact been made. Crowley, in a letter to Norman Mudd, Frater OPV, dated May 1924, makes it clear that outwardly and politically his aim is a reconstitution of society aimed at averting the catastrophe of bloody revolution. He also wrote, "For the last 20 years, i.e. since the receipt of the Book of the Law from Aiwaz, I have been maturing a plan for saving civilization. The struggle for life between the capitalist and the red has become constantly more acute and is now being brought to a crisis everywhere. Even England, the stronghold of conservative ideas, is almost ready to follow the example of Russia. The one hope of avoiding a conflict which would be finally fatal lies in a spiritual revolution." There is no indication in these passages, and others like them, which it would be inexpedient to quote here, of any desire to revert to the blackest days of Atlantis. On the contrary, there is expressed the sincere hope of finding a brain or center of intelligence sufficiently vast and comprehensive enough to solve the problems with which civilization is faced. Crowley places the ultimate burden upon the individual and their spiritual regeneration through the ordeals of initiation. No one who has studied and applied Crowley's system of magic will reject it on the ground of ineffectuality. It works. It unlocks the doors of the mystic palace of human consciousness as few systems ever have done. Eliphas Levi, H.P. Blavatsky, and Rudolf Steiner, to name a few, have produced no such reliable system. Levi deliberately concealed his knowledge and misled his readers by misrepresentation. Blavatsky dazzled and bewildered with massive agglutinations of her symbolic thought, blending fact and fiction into an inextricable fabric of fantasy that makes the mind real. Steiner and Heindel lapsed into sectarian fanaticisms caused by incomplete initiation into the mysteries they sought to expound. A few described clearly the essential dynamics of occultism, though they discreetly concealed the more profound aspects of initiation. Fortune, Jones, and Spare were among these. Like Crowley, Fortune scattered secrets throughout her writings. Only those who were properly prepared could recognize and use the keys she supplied. Like Blavatsky, she frequently resorted to fiction, and because of this, her work has neither been properly valued nor generally appreciated, even by occultists. Fiction, as a vehicle, has often been used by occultists. Bulwer Lytton's Zanoni and A Strange Story have set many on the ultimate quest. Ideas not acceptable to the everyday mind, limited by prejudice and constrained by a bread-winning education, can be made to slip past the censor, and by means of the novel, the poem, or the short story, be effectively planted in soil that would otherwise reject or destroy them. Writers such as Arthur Machen, Brodie Innans, Algernon Blackwood, and H.P. Lovecraft fall into the category of authors who explore themes of resurgent atavisms that lure people to destruction, similar to aspects of Crowley's cult discussed in the present chapter. Their novels and stories delve into visions of Pan, as seen in Machen and Dunsany's works, or the even more sinister dealings with denizens of forbidden dimensions, as in Lovecraft's tales. These narratives immerse the reader in a world of barbarous names and incomprehensible signs. Interestingly, Lovecraft was unacquainted with both the name and work of Crowley, yet some of his fantasies mirror, albeit distortedly, the salient themes of Crowley's cult. The following comparative table highlights the similarities between the two. 1. Lovecraft, Al-Azif, the Book of the Arab. This book is frequently referred to as all-powerful in a magical sense. Crowley, Alvel Legis, the Book of the Law. This book is claimed by Aleister Crowley to contain the supreme spells. See Magic, p. 107. 2. Lovecraft, the Great Old Ones. This expression occurs in Cthulhu cult stories. The Great Ones of the Night of Time, a phrase that occurs repeatedly in the rituals of the Golden Dawn. 3. Lovecraft, Yog-Sothoth, a barbarous name to evoke utmost evil. Crowley, Sut-Thoth, Sut-Typhon. Crowley identified his holy guardian angel with Set, considered an abhorrent deity, called evil to conceal his holiness. 4. Lovecraft, Nofhek, the hairy thing, obviously phallic. Crowley, Kafnia, a barbarous name in the Book of the Law, probably associated with a phallic concept. 5. Lovecraft, the Cold Waste, Kadath. Crowley, the Wanderer of the Waste, a title adopted by Crowley. 6. Lovecraft, Nyarlathotep, a god accompanied by idiot flute players. Crowley. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute. Crowley in Liber 7. 7. Lovecraft, Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young. I am the hideous god. Sepis, the hideous god, a blend of dog and bear, Sut-Typhon. Crowley in the Book of the Spirit of the Goat. 8. Lovecraft, the overpowering stench associated with Nyarlathotep. The perfume of Pan pervading. Crowley in Liber 7. Lovecraft, great Cthulhu dead, but dreaming in Arlaia. Crowley, the primal sleep in which the great ones of the night of time are immersed. See if Pan is not dead, he liveth Pan. Lovecraft, Azathoth, the blind and idiot chaos at the center of infinity. Crowley, see if Azoth, the alchemical solvent. Thoth, Mercury, chaos is hotted at the center of infinity. Lovecraft, the faceless one, the god Nyarlathotep. Crowley, the headless one, or the bombless one, as A.C. Hack called his favorite magical invocation. Lovecraft, the five-pointed star carven of gray stone. Crowley, Nuit's star, the five-pointed star with the circle in the middle. Gray is the color of Saturn, the great mother of which Nuit is a form. Finally, the following passage from the lurker at the threshold could be interpreted in terms of the iridescent globes in the circle containing the green pentagram at the base of Crowley's pantacle. Not stars, but suns, great globes of light. And not these alone, but the breaking apart of the nearest globes, and the protoplasmic flesh that flamed blackly outward to join together and form that eldritch, hideous horror from outer space, that spawn of the blackness of primal time, that tentacled, amorphous monster which was the lurker at the threshold, whose mask was as a congeries of iridescent globes, the noxious Yog-Sothoth who froths as primal slime in nuclear chaos beyond the nethermost outposts of space and time. The table is interesting because it shows how similarly and yet how differently reflected were certain archetypal patterns characteristic of the new aeon. But whereas to Crowley, the motifs conveyed no moral message, to Lovecraft they were instinct with horror and evil. Arthur Machen, in Far Off Things, has explained the psychological mechanism which led him also, at one time, to interpret the entities of unfamiliar realms in terms of moral values, which in cases of terror and dread he classed as evil. Writers in the horror genre, from Poe to Lovecraft, tended mostly to place a similar interpretation upon the intrusive presences sensed in dreams or abnormal states of consciousness, and many of them wove into their spells the barbarous names and monstrous speech of the ancient grimoires. Goetic magic liberates the consciousness from the thraldom of individual existence. It permits it to billow into cosmic immensity. The result is a divine madness, an inebriation of the senses, which is nonetheless perfectly and exquisitely controlled. The magical will is projected into the sphere of its most profound and interior mysteries, there to consummate the marriage of the individual with its divine source, which assumes the form of the holy guardian angel. After intimate and persistent intercourse with the angel has been established, he utters the word. When this is heard and correctly interpreted, the magician becomes an adept, aware of his proper place in the scheme of existence. He knows his will and can proceed to fulfill it, confident that his angel or genius will facilitate his path and make available all that is necessary for the fulfillment of his nature. The Book of the Law contains the supreme spells for those who have discovered their true wills and know the nature of the great work. It is the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel and the degree of its assimilation by the human psyche that makes spiritual progress possible. In psychological terms, the ego must be extinguished or surrendered unconditionally to the true self, the angel, before reality can be grasped. It is only individual ego consciousness that has forever a new beginning and an early end. But the unconscious psyche is not only immensely old, it is also able to grow unceasingly into an equally remote future. Jung, Integration of the Personality, p. 25. It would be more exact to say, into eternity. Starfire. The barbarous names of evocation not only exalt the magician's consciousness, they also vitalize the secret zones of erogenous activity in the priestess chosen for the rite. The science of the wheels of force, or magical vortices, is not peculiar to the Tantras alone, although the Tantras, Hindu and Buddhist alike, are the chief surviving repositories of the ancient science of the kalas, sacred emanations. The books on Tantra that have been translated into Western languages are usually silent regarding the nature of these mysteries, the physiological bases of which are as follows. The human body contains 28 marmas and 24 sandhis, and to these are allotted the 52 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, one to each zone. On the Great Yantra, a marma appears wherever a threefold junction of lines occurs. Such junctions indicate zones of sexual tumescence. They are symbolized generally by the lotus, which is the typical flower or flower, the flowing one that gathers together all the mystical essences, stars or callus of the human body, and conveys them via the pudendum to the sacred leaf ready to receive them. The lotus comprising all these currents, all these essences, flowers in the vaginal emanations that flow from the priestess. It is with these subtle emanations, magnetized by appropriate manual passes as they travel along the occult arteries of the invisible anatomy, that the rites are performed and the magical talismans consecrated. In a letter to Frater OPV, Norman Mudd, who was at the Abbey of Thelema in Cefalù, Crowley comments on the word secret, which appears several times in the Book of the Law. I doubt whether the word secret is used in the book in its vulgar sense. I assimilate it to ideas in secretion. This sentence provides a vital clue to an understanding of the Book of the Law and its connection with tantric rites, as will be seen from the following extract from an initiated comment on a sacred tantra. What is not generally known is that these secretions are not mere excretions, but are valuable fluids which contain in themselves the secretions of the endocrine glands in a much purer form, and more fit for human use than the gland extracts and desiccated gland products of the present-day organotherapy. It must be remembered that the extracts of the endocrine glands, chemically made, are taken from the dead glands of animals, which lack certain essences that exist only in living beings. Also, they are different in humans from what they are in animals. The secretions of women are made in the laboratory of the deity, the temple of the mother, and they supply just what is needed by the human in just the right proportions. In the more ancient versions of these rites, the kalas are collected on a burja leaf, or a talisman specially prepared to receive the divine efflux. When the priestess, or the scarlet woman, is en rapport with a god or spirit, her utterances, from both upper and lower mouths, are regarded as oracular. This is why the primordial utterer of the word was held sacred as the goddess, the primal uterus, the first mouth to speak and reproduce the image long before verbal speech had been evolved. According to a text known as the Lalita Sahasranama, the 1,000 names of the goddess, the 16th kala, or ray of the moon, the most secret of all the kalas, is the essence where time stands still, where time is not, i.e. nuit. The tantrics of the Kala sect, which forms a division of the left-hand path, Vamaiharans, identify the body of the priestess, Suvasini, literally sweet-smelling woman, with the Sri Yantra itself. The sweet-smelling perfume of sweat, mentioned in the Book of the Law, carries over the same symbolism. The goddess Kali represents a similar concept in the Tantras. Among other things, Kali denotes time. Kala also means time. Time and periodicity are associated with the lunar cycle of the female. The Ka is the emblem of the female in Egyptian, as well as in numerous African dialects, and the Kala is the emanation of the Ka in terms of time or periodicity. Like the Ku or Ku, the Ka is the magical power, the Sakti of the gods. The Ku, as the Q, is the tail. In the Kabbalah, it is signified by the letter Kuf, Q, which is assigned to the moon. The English letter Q shows the female emblem, O, with the tail added. The lunar rites associated with the mysteries of Kuf, the Ku, are closely related to the stellar or astral current, typified by the Kalas or stars. The OTO, in its higher degrees, teaches the magical control and direction of the sexual current in a threefold sense: autosexual, heterosexual, and homosexual. The corresponding degrees are the Vaith, the Iankth, and the Surth, reversal of the Eichth, respectively. There are, however, important variations of the Sith degree which do not involve the homosexual component. How far Crowley was indebted to the order's previous tantric contacts for the reformulation of these degrees, it is impossible to say. But one thing is certain: the representation of Nui and the posture ascribed to her in the Book of the Law shows great similarity to a tantric formula known as Viparita Maithuna. This term is almost as difficult to translate without the probability of its being totally misunderstood as the term Vamamarga, left-hand path. In their symbolic sense, both terms hark back to the earliest cosmogonies, wherein the feminine principle is regarded as predominant. In the more technical and specialized sense, the term Viparita Maithuna means upside down, sexual congress, the position in which the woman is active and uppermost. This posture is adopted to facilitate the free flow of the magically charged fluids which emanate from the priestess. That this formula was known outside the tantric tradition is proved by Muhammad's counsel: "Cursed be he that maketh himself earth and woman heaven." Crowley's comment is, Muhammad understood this formula as of enormous magical power and wished to keep it from the profane, who might abuse it or injure themselves by ignorant application. He refers to relevant passages in the Book of the Law, I 14, 16, 19, and the Book of Lies, chapters 4 and 15. He also compares the formula with the Saivite doctrine of Bhavani, who hath encroached even upon the other half of the destroyer, i.e. Siva, and the well-known Yab-Yum posture of Tibetan Buddhism. But the greatest of all is the Stele of Revealing, known as the Stele 718. It is probable that the symbolism of the tarot key entitled the Hanged Man also has affinities with this formula. The man is suspended, or hanged, upside down. This was the position, asana, in which the Knights Templars were said to meditate. It is also alluded to as the sleep of Siloam. The symbolism of this posture no doubt accounts for the peculiar reverence in which the bat is held in cults usually considered evil or averse. In passing, it is interesting to note that according to Henri Boguet, Discours Sorcières 1590, when Satan means to lie with a witch in the form of a man, he takes to himself the body of someone who has been hanged. In the Book of the Law, the goddess Nui says, "Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law, love under will." The stars, as previously shown, are the callus of Tantricism. These stars, rays, flowers, essences, perfumes, oils, unguents, time, cycles, emanations, parts, etc., are all concentrated in the black goddess, Kali. The flower, the one who flows, is Kali, the living symbol of time. The nubile maiden in her first menstruating phase is referred to as Rtu, from which derive the words right, root, and red, denoting not only the nature of the first rite, but also its character and complexion. In the Hebrew tradition, the Bath Kol, daughter of the voice, is a cognate symbol. The voice originated as the Vak, cf. Vox, of female puberty and gestation. Gerald Massey notes that this was the first and most mystical of all the tellers of time. It became the Holy Ghost of a feminine nature that was represented by the dove of Hathor, Semiramis, and Mary. In Hebrew, Kol is the voice in a mystical sense. It is an indistinct, inarticulate voice. Also, in the form of Kara, Sanskrit, it is the word, the messenger, or feminine logos, one with the Bath Kal. Kal in Sanskrit means to announce the time, a period, a fixed or proper time. One form is the Ritu Kala. The bloody goddess Kali came from this source. The womb or uterus, as the utterer forth, is the Kalana. The fixed or proper time is the right time, which later denoted the right time, i.e. the permitted or lawful time of congress. In ancient Egypt, the passage of time was registered in the temples by the periodic fluxes of the sacred baboon, the female cynocephalus or dog-headed ape. She was the first mother of time in the pre-human phase of symbolism and the prototype of the clepsydral horologe. Her male counterpart was adopted by the Egyptians as symbolic of the priest or holy one, for the cynocephalus appeared to worship the sun at its rising, with arms upraised and phallus erect. The religious custom of circumcision originated with the cynocephalus, who seemed to be born in this condition. It thus became the type of the priest of the sun, the human holders of the office being artificially circumcised to approximate to the natural type. The Book of the Law declares, "The best blood is of the moon, monthly." This is the lunar blood, 13 cycles to the year, which characterized the ancient pre-Solarite cults, and one of the reasons why the number 13 became anathematized in later times. It related to the era of the north, the night, moon and stars, the left, the lower, and the earliest era was founded on the female as savior of the race through her redeeming blood, the Gnostic Sophia. The tantric flavor of the Book of the Law is here emphasized, and a practical interpretation of many of its verses depends upon a knowledge of tantric lore. The psychosexual doctrines involved are complicated, and even the comparatively simplified versions taught in the OTO contain deeper meanings than some writers, thinking to find a merely sensational explanation, have hitherto supposed. When it is realized that some tantric rites involve the use of as many as 43 flowers, lotuses, and that these are sometimes further subdivided into as many as 108, and, according to some traditions, a much greater number of subdivisions, such facile descriptions as phallicism or sex worship betray only ignorance on the part of critics. Owing to Crowley's magical experiments, certain regions of natural, though mysterious, activity have become easier to access for occultists working with the same current. Acceptance of the law of Thelema automatically makes it possible for a person willing to undergo the necessary training to work in accord with and not in opposition to the energies of the new aeon, thereby enabling them to draw on immense reservoirs of elemental power sealed up in the current which Thelema embodies. Such acceptance involves not only empathy with the spirit of the Book of the Law, the manifest image or word of Aiwass, it also vitalizes the marmas, which are connected with specific psychosexual zones of the human organism. Although Western scientists have lately become aware of their existence, their specific locations and potentialities are, with few exceptions, still unknown to them. Some of the ancient texts refer to as many as 16 fluids or kalas, some of which are unknown to orthodox science. Havelock Ellis, in Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Vol. 3, p. 146, refers to the numerous secretions of the female genital canal, but makes no attempt to interpret their possible uses. As a tantric commentator observes, "In the East, there is more certitude. Of the three kinds of fluids, urine is the least and weakest. Rajas, menstrual secretion, is next. And Bindu, the last, is a secretion not currently known to the West and obtainable only by means of the Shakta Tantra and their analogues in Mongolia, Tibet, China, Peru, Mexico, and elsewhere, a fluid that bisexualizes man and woman and rejuvenates to an extraordinary extent. In the East, 15 kinds of fluid secretions from women are known and used, all from the feet of the mother. The 16th is kept secret and known as the Sadhakya Kala, the ray of value. No doubt these secretions convey values from the cerebrospinal fluid and from the endocrine glands, for it is known that there is a nerve center governing micturition in the floor of the third ventricle, and a nerve directly connecting that center with the bladder. Along this nerve, some part of the secretion within the third ventricle, with which the pituitary body, pineal gland, and other parts of the brain are in direct communication, passes. Some of these secret zones, marmas, equate with the chakras known to yogis pursuing definite lines of spiritual culture. And in the subtle effluvia, or kalas, emitted by the marmas when properly vitalized by yogic methods, resides the true magic light. In the African systems of Obeah and Voodoo, this light is known as Ob, or Ob, root of Obeah. The word Ob means a serpent. It is the serpent called Kundali, or Kundalini, in the Indian mysteries. It is said to be coiled at the base of the spine and remains dormant in the spiritually unawakened person. In the Book of the Law, it is unequivocally identified with Hadit, or Set. Practices designed to awaken this power are known to be dangerous. The foolhardy alone undertake them without due magical preparation. Kundalini, when awakened, vitalizes the marmas and imbues them with nectar, or perhaps the venom, of its serpent kiss. The mingling of the nectar with the fluid surrounding the sacred lotus at each marma generates a kala of great potency. The nature and position of the lotus will determine the type of vision experienced. If the Sakti plays in the psychosexual centers exclusively, depravity and destruction inevitably result. But if the serpent is raised erect and surpasses all the lotuses during its upward flash, and if it then unites with the nectar dripping from the 1,000-petaled lotus in the cerebral region, illumination ensues, and the highest initiations result. The technique of the process is contained in the Book of the Law, and the strange drugs mentioned in Chapter 2 probably refer to the imbibition of the kalas themselves. Crowley, an incorrigible jester, translated the serpent's kiss into a practical erotic joke when he sank his teeth into the flesh of a woman's arms or thighs. The idea may have come to him when rumors had it that he was a vampire. To take his actions seriously is to emulate those who regard the Kundalini as the phallus, instead of regarding the latter as an expression on the material plane of the former, or those who mistake Blavatsky's suspect tintinnabulous device for the astral reality upon which it was modeled. The revival of tantric elements in the Book of the Law may be evidence of a positive move on the part of Aiwaz to forge a link between Western and Oriental systems of magic. Be this as it may, it does emphatically establish a relationship between the most ancient and stellar form of the goddess Nui and the Kalas of Kali. The latter equates with the psychologically modified somatic secretions of the erogenous zones that have not yet been investigated by physical science. The magic of the left-hand path is far from being mere sex magic in the usual connotation of the term. It is also far removed from the crude interpretations given to it by writers as ignorant of religious symbolism as of most other matters. To the tantric, as to Crowley, nothing of a supernatural nature is implied by the term occult. On the contrary, occult laws once discovered are no longer occult in the strict sense of the term, though they may continue to remain hidden from physical vision or apprehension, in the same way that the mind will ever remain invisible, although the brain may be revealed to the senses. However deeply we penetrate the mysteries, we remain in the domain of an exclusively natural order. A philosophy of emergent materialism may be implied, but need not be. Another point of contact between Tantra and Thelema is contained in the Thelemic aphorism, "There is no God but man." This is not an expression of atheism, but a statement of fact directly dependent upon the conception of a natural order of phenomena. As man goes on unveiling and understanding the powers of his own constitution, he realizes that the macrocosm, universe, is contained within him, not vice versa. For man, being the only complete microcosm, he alone of all orders of existence has a link with, or possesses within himself, the potential of the entire gamut of manifestation. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes, thrice greatest, states a similar truth. That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above for the performance of the miracle of the one substance. The mysterious science of alchemy approximates closely to the tantric doctrine of the Kalas, and it contains concepts of a parallel nature, but the literature of alchemy is by no means as systematized. Furthermore, individual experimenters, usually under duress, employed intricate ciphers, thereby adding to the jungle of symbol and glyph that has baffled all interpretation. The one substance is consciousness. Its reflection, or projection in physical terms, has absorbed the interest of the alchemist, the tantric, and the scientific illuminist. The germ of consciousness abides in chaos, the primeval substance from which all things are generated. The 17th century Arab alchemist, Ali Puli, declared, all animals increase themselves by a slime. This may seem an oversimplification, yet undoubtedly it indicates the nature of the first matter of the alchemists, their menstruum or basic effluvium. It is the Kamakala of the Indian systems, the Tribindu, which is referred to in the higher degrees of the OTO as the solar fire, the Ub and the Ud combined, the sun of the Illuminati. Commencing from Ali Puli's simple statement, the alchemists, the tantrics, and ages before them, the star worshippers of Akkad in ancient Egypt elaborated a ramifying science of living substances of which slime is the matrix, the mother source. The exudation and imbibition of magical kalas inherent in human fluids is the main subject of this ancient science, known in India as the Sri Vidya. In a letter to brother OPV, Norman Mudd, dated 1924, Crowley stresses, the alchemists' metals were living substances. These metals, or medicines, are further subdivided according to whether their generators are solar, lunar, or mixed currents of creative energy, or, in spagyric language, whether they proceed from gold, silver, or mercury. The Hindus would say from sulfur, salt, or mercury. These three, sun, moon, fire, form the threefold substance, the triune seed, of which the Sri Chakra or Great Energy Zone is the full and final flowering. This is the Mother Lotus, the source chakra of supreme occult power. The threefold seed is represented geometrically by the triangle or pyramid, the symbol of Horus and of the unwedded mother. When the apex is uppermost, Horus is indicated. When it is inverted or southward pointing, Set is implied. In the Tantras, the Sri Yantra appears with the central triangle upward or downward pointing, according to whether the ritual is of the right-hand path or the left-hand path. The fusion of these two triangles of Nui and Hadit, north and south, female and male, forms the six-pointed star of spirit, symbolic of transcendental consciousness. This star is the symbol of the Ixigrios of the OTO Babylon. The Scarlet Woman is the earthly avatar or priestess of the stars, of those kalas which inform the sexual emanations of the magically trained woman. Likewise, the beast, her complement, is the vice-regent of the sun upon earth, i.e., the vehicle of the solar current represented by the phallus. In a comment on The Vision and the Voice, 12th Ethar, Crowley says that the formula of Babylon is constant copulation or samadhi on everything, or as Austin Spare has it, all things fornicating all the time. Any properly trained woman may become oracular in the sense which applies to the Scarlet Woman. Similarly, any properly trained and magically consecrated male may perform the office of the beast, though Crowley thought that this office referred to him alone. The beast signifies the non-individualized or anonymous transmission of solar energy, had it, to particular matrices, thus creating souls or stars in the body of Nui. As in the primordial cult of Shaitan, so in Thelema, the role of the unwed mother, the whore, is exalted above all other expressions of the feminine principle. According to Skeet, Etymological Dictionary, the word whore signifies dear one, Kara, the beloved. It originally conveyed no moral obloquy and was not interchangeable with prostitute. Crowley uses the word in its pristine sense. Of the three main phases of femininity, the virgin, the mother, and the whore, Crowley exalts the whore as the type of thelemic womanhood. In the formula of the virgin and the wedded mother, respectively, he sees the formula of the Black Brothers, isolation and rejection of the universal life current. The virgin represents the wrong kind of silence, i.e., the silence of the Black Brothers, the sterile inertia resulting from exclusiveness and restriction. In the Book of the Law, it is said, "The word of sin is restriction." Crowley therefore identifies virginity with sin in this specific sense. The active form of silence, on the contrary, is typified by the secret creativity which operates in the darkness and solitude of gestation. It is symbolized by the dwarf god Harpocrates, the Greek form of a whore par krat. When the formula degenerates to the physical level, resulting in motherhood, it is regarded as negative because the mother represents the antithesis of the free-roaming taker and giver of love wherever and whenever unity seeks expression through the mechanism of duality. This is explained in a comment that Crowley wrote in Cephalou. Woman is Sakti, the Te, the magical door between the Tao and the manifested world. The great obstacle is if that door be locked up. Therefore, Our Lady must be symbolized as a whore. Clearly, the enemy is this shutting up of things. Shutting the door is preventing the operation of change, i.e. of love. The objection to Calypso, Circe, Armida, Kundry, and co. is that one is liable to be shut up in their gardens. The whole of the Book of the Dead is a device for opening the closed vehicles and enabling the Osiris to go in and out at his pleasure. On the other hand, there seems to be a sealing up for a definite period in order to allow the change to proceed undisturbed. Thus, Earth lies fallow, the womb is closed during gestation, the Osiris is plugged with talismans. But it is vital to consider this as a strictly temporary device and to cut out the idea of eternal rest. This Nibbana idea is the coward mother's boy idea. One ought to take a refreshing dip in the Tao. No more. I think this must be brought forward as the cardinal point of our holy law. The semen is God, the going one, as shown by the ankh or sandal strap, which he carries, because he goes in at the door and comes out again, having flowered and still bearing in him that seed of going. In his Magical Record, 1920, Crowley notes how the Scarlet Woman riding upon the beast is going, drinking the lifeblood of the saints, adulteress, the lady of change, of energy, of life, while the modest woman, Marian Violet, is shut up stagnant, impotence and death. Thus the modest woman, the mother, is to me the symbol of defeat and death. The scarlet whore who rides the great wild beast, who drains the blood of the saints into her cup, who is adulteress, demanding change, is victory and life. In another sense, however, the formula of the whore is connected with the moon of witchcraft, with black magic and the dark sorceries involving sterile and malevolent entities such as Echidna, Lilith, Melusina, Lamia, certain aspects of Kali, Kundry, and the fairy nature generally. This comes closer to the popular conception of the whore as a vehicle of sterile lusts, nosogynous and vampiric. Unlike the true whore or beloved, she cannot form a gateway through which the magician is able to contact sources of real power. Her way is limited to the world of glamour, of illusion, and of the treacherous realms of the astral plane which skirt the Qliphoth, the world of shades or shells. The word Qliphoth betrays its close connection with these ideas. It is the plural form of Qlipha, meaning a harlot. Her importance is of a different kind to that of the Virgin, whose chief magical power is inspiration, a power which Crowley for some reason fails to consider in the passage quoted above. In some of the tantric rites, none but virgins are used. In fact, the childless though nubile female is prized more highly than the mother herself, because the magical energy of the latter has been to a certain extent dissipated and therefore impaired by the production of physical offspring. The Scarlet Woman, the woman of the moon juice, is paramount in magic. She is oracular at the moment of lunar eclipse, for at this time a gate is opened and the solar phallic energy of the mage floods the darkness with light, and in the darkness of Nuit, infinite space, a star startles the earth. Babylon, the Scarlet Woman, is the star of blood, the star ruby typical of the north, the cardinal point towards which the Yazidi faced when invoking their devil. As shown, Crowley insists that this devil was a god. The god Set, Shaitan, or Satan, degraded to the status of a demon by later cults in exactly the same way that the polar light, Nuit, the dragon of the seven stars, became the evil mother, the primordial witch woman, goddess of the night and of dark infernal rites. Classic methods of establishing communication with the gods are on record, and the use of blood in ceremonial magic is so well known that elaboration is unnecessary. The technique peculiar to the Tantras is reflected by Crowley in Liber 777 in connection with the Hebrew letter Kof, which is the letter of the Qliphoth. He says, the Hebrew letter Kof represents the hysterical sealed womb at night. The womb sees things in the glamour of physiological upset while the sun lurks. The Kabbalistic value of Kof, or Q, is 100, the number of Maya, magic, illusion, and of the phallus and teis conjoined, for these are the generators of illusion. Kaf is attributed to the 29th path of the Tree of Life. A description of the relevant tarot key, entitled The Moon, resumes the formula epitomized by Crowley's comment on Kof. The use of the lunar current involves the densest aspect of the astral plane. Its solidification in metallic substance as gold is but the final and, to the adept, usually unnecessary completion of the process on the material plane. To make gold, you must take gold is an alchemical maxim relating to the mundane aspect of the great work. An important feature of the magical practices of the Yazidi was the use of the lunar current for materializing the astral double of the adept. And it is now clear why Crowley's work contains so many references to the left, the lower, the north, the Qliphoth, the whore, the beast, and finally to Aiwaz himself, the solar phallic Lucifer of antiquity. Crowley was fully aware that this symbolism would be misinterpreted and deliberately distorted by sectarian prejudice, no less than by the upholders of bourgeois morality, particularly by the believers in historic Christianity, the typical cult of the dying god that dominated the previous aeon. In his Confessions, he writes, "The cult of the dying god introduced by Dionysus destroyed the Roman virtue and smashed the Roman culture. Possibly, the introduction of the worship of Osiris in an earlier epoch was primarily responsible for the decay of Egyptian civilization. The nature of Horus being force and fire, his aeon will be marked by the collapse of humanitarianism." By the last sentence, Crowley means the pseudo-altruism that boosts the ego, nothing more. Some of the absurd legends that grew around Crowley during his lifetime are being perpetuated today by those who fail to grasp the significance of the ancient symbology that preceded the epoch of historic Christianity. Crowley did not discourage the growth of these legends because it enabled him to gauge the suitability, or otherwise, of candidates who came to him ostensibly to help him in his work. Those who believed the legends automatically proved themselves devoid of the qualities which he most needed in his collaborators, i.e., the ability to discriminate between falsehood and truth, the ability to recognize a true master in whatever guise he should choose to appear to the world. As it is written in the Mahavakya-ratnamala, "The knower of truth should go about the world, outwardly stupid like a child, a madman, or a devil." A formidable work confronted Crowley, that of training people to discover and exercise their true will, stabilize the new current, and establish the Aeon of Horus on sure foundations. At a time when humanity is threatened with total collapse, when the planet is, for the first time in its history, totally lacking a brain, expansive enough to control and command all the energies that science has recently placed within man's grasp, Crowley had no time to spare on those whose critical faculties were swayed by slanders on his personal character. It was necessary to institute a general and automatic test of individual fitness for the great work, and the legend was that test. In tantric terms, it was a case of being adhikari, or spiritually ripe. In the East, where the arcane traditions operate at more refined levels of selectivity, such a situation as that which congealed about Crowley would have been inconceivable. A false guru is swiftly ejected from the system, and no guru would be expected to prove himself to people ignorant of all spiritual traditions, even their own, as Crowley was expected to do. He compared himself, in this respect, with Helena Blavatsky, who deliberately repelled by pretending to be a cheat. It was, in the main, the formula of the Scarlet Woman and the utilization of sex in the service of self-knowledge that aroused unreasoning hostility and malice against him. This, and the use of drugs, alcohol, and other means of stimulation which the Christianized West regards as the devil in disguise. Even today, more than 20 years after his death, the vilification of Aleister Crowley continues. Crowley realized that notwithstanding the various Scarlet Women who had helped him in his work, the particular woman described in the Book of the Law had not appeared to him. Although several Scarlet Women were to succeed Leah Hersig, the Ape of Thoth, the role was never satisfactorily fulfilled according to the specifications in the book. See AL, chapter 3, 43-45. In his comment on the Book of the Law, Crowley notes that in the Scarlet Woman is all power given. I expect a new Semiramis. Others followed Leah as they had preceded her. Dorothy Olsen, Sister Astrid, Hani Jaeger, the Monster, Pearl Brooksmith, Anu, and so on. But none of them fulfilled the necessary requirements. In the 20s, the idea became a veritable obsession with him. In a letter to brother OPV, Norman Mudd, dated July 1923, he wrote, "There has always been a very definite picture of the woman in my mind. Rather tall, muscular, and plump, vivacious, ambitious, energetic, passionate, age from 30 to 35, probably a Jewess, not unlikely a singer or actress addicted to such amusements. She is to be fashionable, perhaps a shade loud or vulgar. Very rich, of course. It would be child's play to recognize the right person as soon as she appeared. My feeling is that the woman must be, principally, an anti-Christian social force, fit to lead a definite movement to destroy the convention of the social superiority of Christians. E.g., in Paris, the Jewesses go to Mass, most unthelemic thing possible, and so on. Maybe the mother of the true Antichrist. And on October 15th of the same year, while at Nefta in North Africa, Crawley wrote, "About the Scarlet Woman, Alastrel, i.e. Leah Hersig, can and is probably meant to assist us as Awarda 12 did. The bride is definitely Awarda. See Elisik 37. The great miss was Awarda's toying with old sweetnesses. On our return to England, her family laughed her out of continuing my program. My idea of the Scarlet Woman is much like yours. 12 Orda is the Arabic for rose, the name of Crowley's first wife. She it was who put Crowley in contact with Iwar in Cairo in 1904. Amy Gouraud, or much better, Eva Tanguay 13, or even at a pinch, Roddy Minor, might fill the bill, but I expect someone much younger. She should be my concubine for form's sake, but bust up society on her own, acting as Bina to my Chokma 14. I have always doubted whether Alastrel could do this job, and she did fail in our supreme ordeal. Hence, no doubt, our present necessities. She has the qualities, however, of Scarlet Woman, but no opportunity. We do not want a common adulteress a la Lady Abdi, or even a selfish, stupid debauchee like Amy Gouraud. Eva Tanguay is the ideal if she were 10 years younger." Towards the close of Crowley's life, certain strange events occurred which made it seem likely that the Scarlet Woman had at last appeared. These events did not occur to Crowley directly, but to the head of his magical order, OTO, in California. This person, John Parsons, performed an elaborate magical operation in 1946 with the object of invoking the Scarlet Woman. He called the operation the Babylon Working, and a creature claiming to be Babylon answered the call. It is doubtful whether Crowley ever knew or cared about her advent, for at the time of the working, he was a dying man. She may not have been the Semiramis Crowley had expected, but she was certainly as strange and disturbing as any of the Scarlet Women who had assisted the Beast 666. Her name was Marjorie Cameron. Further reference will be made to her in Chapter 9, Infra. Blood, vampirism, death, and moon magic are topics associated with certain esoteric and occult practices. Aleister Crowley, a prominent occultist, devised two rituals involving the use of blood, the Mass of the Phoenix and a secret rite of the Gnosis taught in the sovereign sanctuary of the OTO. The Mass of the Phoenix has been published in Liber Ex Forth, part of the Book of Lies, and in Magic. The number 44 signifies the Hebrew word dam, meaning blood, representing the red source of creation from which man was created. In the Mass of the Phoenix, the magician cuts his breast and consumes his blood orally. In the rite of the Gnosis, he unites with the source of manifestation, Yoni, and consumes a wafer soaked in blood, creating a sacrament infused with the magical current of his energy expressed as will. Blood acts as a powerful materializing agent for spirits seeking to incarnate in this world or take shape to leave an impression on human beings. Ancient texts like those by Homer describe magical rites using blood to manifest the shades of the departed. Blood also serves as the physical basis for materializing elemental and demonic forces. The theory underlying blood rites is based on the biblical identity of blood with life, Genesis 9:4. The feminine seminal source is equated with the masculine energy, prana, ruach, spirit. Blood, therefore, becomes the vehicle of spirit and the means of manifesting spirits. The dual components, male and female, refer to the soul of darkness and the soul of light, the spirits of Set and Horus respectively. These spirits represent the dual polarities of Heru-Raha, Horus, specifically Hor-Par-Krat and Rahur-Kuit. This balance sustains the cosmos, and in moral terms, this duality expresses itself as good and evil. The symbolism of the Gnostics includes the serpent and the dove, representing this polarity. In the Book of the Law, it says, "There is the dove, and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. He, my prophet, hath chosen, knowing the law of the fortress, and the great mystery of the house of God." Crowley's doctrine comments on the balanced interplay of these two forces, the downward demon pull and the upward angel. Confusion of symbolism has arisen due to the transition from feminine to masculine interpretations of primal energy, caused by the gradual evolution of ideas and shifts in emphasis. Similar transitions of symbols into their opposites have occurred with the Christianization of pagan deities. This process is particularly apparent in the Voodoo mysteries, where saints retain their original dark powers along with their newly acquired virtues. Twin forces in Crowley's system are Rahur-Kuit, Herakti, and Hor-Par-Krat, Harpocrates, the two aspects of Heru-Raha, Horus. Their significance as spiritual entities is tied to the basic mysteries of physiology on which they rest. Applied to humans, these twins embody the concept of the soul and the spirit. The soul is the astral shade, the stellar light and darkness represented by Set and Sirius. The spirit is the solar body of light, represented by the sun. One is associated with night, the other with day. In Egyptian culture, the human double was represented by the sunshade, which combined these ideas in one image. It was called the Kaibit and is connected to the English word habit, signifying repetition, duplication, and adaptability. Every individual assumes and relinquishes this shade each time they sleep and awaken. During sleep, the light and dark aspects of the shade are unified and appear identical, unless the sleeper is an initiate who understands the distinction. In death, a longer form of sleep, the two aspects become separate. The dark shade hovers over the corpse, while the body of light breaks away from its twin and ascends like a golden hawk. Propitiatory offerings were made near the mummy for the dark shade. The mummy was depicted with a fish, symbolizing its connection to the waters or blood of birth. In a magical sense, the fish represents the rebirth of the Kea, or soul of light, into the world of spirits. The Kea, resembling a hawk, soars beyond the mundane basis of its activities. This does not mean the ascending spirit appears as a hawk. Rather, the hawk is a determinative glyph symbolizing the Kea's attributes. Much of the darker aspects of Egyptian magic were practiced by sinister priests who misused these mysteries for personal gain. One such perversion involved the enslavement of a departing shade to serve as a familiar spirit for the magician. Abnormal desires were instilled in the dark shade's consciousness through a lack of posthumous nourishment. Throughout history, great care has been taken by the deceased's relatives to ensure that the departing spirit could restore its vitality by drawing upon the subtle counterparts of the food offerings placed in its tomb. The mummy served as the physical medium for energy absorption, acting as the material basis for the manifestation of the shade during its feasting. Countless horror stories have explored the theme of the malevolent mummy, which, when unwrapped, exhibited signs of recent feeding despite having been dead for centuries. The magically imprisoned shade used the mummy as a foundation for its activities, a situation that is plausible in reality. If sustenance was not periodically provided by relatives or friends of the deceased, the corpse would shift its attention to living people. Posthumous rites and food offerings were originally propitiatory in nature, intended to ward off the terrifying hauntings frequently found in occult literature. The legend of the vampire has its roots in this level of mythology. The magical formula of rejuvenation involves a similar process, with the key difference being that the vampire is alive, not dead. Although Crowley only resorted to this kind of sorcery once, he was acquainted with certain adepts who frequently practiced it. He was once engaged in a mortal combat with one of them, which he recounts in the Confessions, pages 335 to 337. In the comment to Liber Agape, the book containing the secret sex magical instructions for members of the sovereign sanctuary of the OTO, there is a relevant paragraph on vampirism. The vampire selects a strong and vigorous victim, and with the magical intention of transferring that strength to themselves, exhausts the quarry using their body, often through the mouth, without engaging physically themselves. This is thought by some to be a form of black magic. The exhaustion should be complete. If executed skillfully, a few minutes should suffice to induce a state close to coma. Experts may take this practice to the point of the victim's death, not only absorbing their physical strength, but also imprisoning and enslaving their soul. The soul then serves as a familiar spirit. The practice is considered dangerous. It was used by the late Oscar Wilde, Mr. and Mrs. Horos, and in a modified form by S.L. Mathers and his wife, as well as E.W. Berridge. The ineptitude of the three latter saved them from the fate of the three former. The mass of the phoenix can be considered a mass of the vampire. The magician, like the phoenix, after traversing the cycles of time or entering the caverns of blood, merges his own essence with the blood and absorbs it with the words, "I entered in with woe. With mirth I now go forth, and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living." Crowley practiced a form of moon magic to replenish his sexual energies after they had been depleted by prolonged magical ceremonies. However, he never carried the practice to the point of death. It is considered unmitigated black magic and completely contrary to the law of Thelema to interfere with the will of other individuals, much less to take their life. Crowley's partners were always willing participants, and the act was never an assault. His magical record repeatedly indicates that his partners experienced pleasure. In cases of exceptionally vital and robust women, he considered it essential for their well-being to drain off superfluous energy. The Book of the Law declares that the best blood is of the moon, monthly. This is especially true for the materialization of occult entities whose visible presence is necessary. Crowley described various rites involving what he called the elixir rubeus, the red filter, in his magical record. He occasionally used it to materialize the elusive commodity of money, or red gold. The term evokes the red tincture of the alchemists, and the red, or scarlet, woman who embodies it. The image of the Scarlet Woman is a literary device used in the Apocalypse, though it predates the work by several thousand years. In alchemy, red is synonymous with gold, representing fire symbolism. In the Tantras, red, or black, is the color of Kali, the goddess of time, seasons, periods, and cycles. The association is significant. The metals of the alchemists were not ordinary metals, but living substances, which serve as materializing elements of occult forces embodied in the wealth secreted by the minds of Kali. Kali, the black one, contains fruth, or blackness, that reveals itself in matter as the purest metal, gold. Red, black, and gold are equivalent terms. The menstruum, or vehicle of light, gold, on the physical plane is blood, the liquid source of manifestation. The mystical water, the sea of infinite space represented by Nu, equates with red, gold, or black, symbols of one principle, one tattva, one truth. In the symbolism of the Hebrews, the Seal of Solomon exhibits the triangle of fire, gold, or light, triangle pointing upwards, and the triangle of water, or blood, triangle pointing downwards. Their union is a percent hexagram. This seal is the supreme symbol of spirit manifested in matter, or God united with man. It is a glyph of the great work perfected in the OTO by the union of fire and water, and thus represents the 9th degree. The name Sol Am is composed of the Latin, Sanskrit, and Egyptian words for solar phallic creative energy. The sun, whether golden as in its rising or red as in its setting, is the glyph of the rising and setting returner, who is the hawk, heron, ibis, or phoenix, the Bennu bird of the Egyptians. The gold merges into red, into the black of a menti, when the sun sets or dips below the western horizon. The triple phases of the sun's journey, represented by these three colors, are paralleled biologically by the birth, death, and burial of the physical body. The mummy being the seed cast into the earth to await resurrection on the eastern horizon. The Tantrics prize the first RTU, CF Ruti, of a young woman because it contains great magical virtue. The Matrikabhata Tantra glosses this as follows. O Lady of Mahesha, the flower which charms all is the ritu which first appears in a married girl. The word ritual, the Sanskrit or ritu, the Egyptian rudi, the black or red substance, all show the equivalence of these ideas. The flower-strewn yoni of the woman participating in the mystical worship of the chakras is symbolized by the lotus of 8, 16, 32, or 64 petals. The number of petals indicates the nature of the rite performed and is emblematic of the first flower or ritu. Another parallel symbolism is the smasanam, the cremation ground of Kali, where the tantric performs his mysterious rites. This is the burning ground of desire, the place in which desires are consumed and extinguished. Hence, Kali is said to grant kaivalya, liberation, in the void, yoni. The symbolic correspondences are as follows. R2 equal blood, red, black. Rite equals the first rite performed when a girl attains puberty and becomes the flower. The flower, lotus yoni, the cremation ground where desire is finally extinguished, i.e. satisfied. Satisfied because, as Crowley observes, a perfect orgasm should leave no lust. If one wants to go on, it simply shows that one has failed to collect every element of the personality and discharge it utterly in a single explosion. The cremation ground is to be compared with the cup of Babylon, the red or scarlet woman, into which the adept expresses the last drop of his blood. The desires of the tantric are consumed on the funeral pyre of the beloved. Here is the connection between blood, death, vampirism, and lunar magic. The concept of death has undergone radical changes in the present aeon. In the previous aeon of Osiris, death was considered a reality. It was the apotheosis of suffering that purged the individual of sin. In the present aeon, death is known to be an illusion. It is equated with the phenomenon of sexual orgasm and interpreted as the mystical annihilation of the personality, which occurs when the individual unites ecstatically with any one of his ideas or possibilities, anything that constitutes his not self and therefore his opposite. The process may apply to body, mind, or spirit. It may be experienced during the period of embodied existence, in the waking state, or in dreams, or in the disembodied state of sleep. But it is not necessary that the physical body should die before enlightenment occurs. The transition from a doctrine of suffering and compassion to one of rapture and passion creates a fundamental change in the individual viewpoint, though both doctrines are equally illusory from the standpoint of the true self, Atman. In the Aeon of Horus, physical life is recognized as a sacrament. Death is the disintegration of the gross body, but there is no interruption in the continuity of consciousness that once bound the bodily particles together. Death is the liberating kiss, the dissolution and release of the inmost particle of dust, which is Hadit, eternally radiating energy at the heart of Nu. Feast, rejoice, there is no dread hereafter. There is the dissolution and eternal ecstasy in the kisses of Nu. The reorientation of viewpoint is productive of more profound changes in consciousness than may at first be realized. In the ontology of the new aeon, writes Crowley, macroprosopos, God is no longer the unique and supreme point of view to which every ego is subsidiary and must conform. The emphasis has shifted from without to within. Hadid exclaims, I am the flame that burns in every heart of man and in the core of every star. I am life and the giver of life, yet therefore is the knowledge of me the knowledge of death. As the ancients discovered that it was one and the same sun that rose and set daily, annually, aeonically, so man in the new aeon will realize that consciousness is uninterrupted, although it periodically appears to rise and set, and to assume different guises or bodies. Death is an illusion, not therefore a state to be dreaded as in the old Osirian cults, for all the sorrows are but as shadows. They pass and are done, but there is that which remains. That, the Hindu tat, is the essential Hadit particle, which is consciousness. It is not an individual possession. Rather, it possesses the individual. Death is to be understood as the invisible arc of a curve that disappears beneath the horizon of limited consciousness to re-emerge like the sun, with its essential identity unimpaired. In sexual congress, each coition is a sacrament of peculiar virtue, since it effects a transformation of consciousness through the annihilation of apparent duality. To be radically effective, the transformation must be an initiation. Because of the sacramental nature of the act, each union must be magically directed. If the ritual be not ever unto me, nui, then expect the direful judgments of Ra-Hor Kuit. The ritual must be directed to the transfinite and non-individualized consciousness represented by nuit, naught, i.e., nothing that can be thought about or in any way formulated by the mind. The act must not concern itself in any way with the personalities involved, the terminals conducting the lightning flash, which makes possible this illumination. The individual identities of these poles are immaterial. Take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will, but always unto me. The earthly Nui is Isis, the Scarlet Woman. Crowley describes her as any woman who transmits the solar word or Hadith particle. Her formula is love under will. Similarly, Nuit is the heavenly Isis, and her formula is represented in the stele 718. The double nature of the goddess is therefore resumed in the formula of Nu Isis. Acts of love under will performed with full awareness of their occult implications radically transform the consciousness of the participants. Analogous is the change of mentation affected by meditation, which engenders a new faculty of awareness. The continued practice of transcendent union of opposites creates an analogical state of mind that will reach a high degree of development in this aeon. The ancient wisdom religions were concerned with psychosomatic phenomena connected with seership and spirit vision, with clairvoyance and clairaudience, etc. The priest-magicians of Egypt, India, and the extreme East were versed in the science of the Kalas, known in India as Sri Vidya. This science, as has been shown, concerns itself primarily with the subtle powers, saktis, that emanate from the human body. The saktis, like the chakras of yoga, are non-existent until vitalized by magical processes, of which love under will is the all-comprehensive formula. The 7 major lotuses become active and flower only when stimulated from within by the awakening of the kundalini. The lotus, grawl, cup, or chalice are synonymous terms. Of the magic cup, Crowley writes in Book 4, Part 2, "This cup, composed of the crescent, sphere, and cone, represents the 3 principles of the moon, the sun, and fire. The 3 principles which, according to the Hindus, have course in the body. The Hebrew letters corresponding to these principles are Gimel, Resh, and Shin, and the word formed by them means a flower and also expelled, cast forth. In Sanskrit, the word Vama, which is used to denote the left-hand path, means the flower, or flowing one. Vama also means to vomit forth or expel. There is therefore an equivalence of ideas. Lotus equals flower, cup equals woman, Vama, secretion. The magic cup is also the flower. It is the lotus which opens to the sun and which collects the dew. This lotus is the hand of Isis, the Great Mother. It is a symbol similar to the cup in the hand of Our Lady Babylon. The science of the chakras is described in the Satkakarnarupana and other classics of Kundalini Yoga. The brain also contains magical powers, which are dormant in most individuals, although they respond to proper stimulation. Powells and Bergier note that their researches and investigations incline us to admit as a hypothesis the existence of a superior equipment in the brain that has scarcely as yet been investigated. In the ordinary waking state of consciousness, only 1/10 of the brain is actively functioning. What is happening in the other, apparently dormant 9/10? And later in the same book, according to the latest scientific discoveries, considerable portions of the brain are still terra incognita. Are they the seat of powers we do not know how to use? Machines of whose purpose we are ignorant? Instruments in reserve with a view to future mutations? We also know that normally a man, even for the most complicated intellectual operations, uses only 9/10 of his brain. The greater part of our faculties, therefore, is still virgin soil. The immemorial myth of the hidden treasure has no other meaning. And in his magical record, 1920, Crowley wrote, "The brain is the ultimate development of the spermatozoa, and the infinite potential of the latter flowers, if it flowers at all, through the former. The spermatozoa contains quite incalculable spiritual possibilities, more in its milligram than the whole brain in its ounces." According to the Kala sect of Vama Marg, the trees of heaven are the 5 bosoms of the 4th, 3rd, and 5th ventricles of the brain, the pituitary body, and the pineal gland. The tree of life itself is equated with the pineal gland, which contains the 16th ray, or digit, of the moon. From this ray flows the nectar of supreme excellence. The symbolism of the serpent drinking the fluid which flows from the higher lotuses, especially in the region of the Visuddha throat chakra, could easily be misinterpreted as a formula of vampirism, and the origin of the vampire legend may well have its roots in this tantro-yogic process. The nectar of immortality is the soma, or moon juice, celebrated in the Samaveda. The lotus at the crown of the head, Sahasrarakakra, which is said to have 1,001 petals, secretes this amrita, or ambrosia of immortality. Its physical analog is the brain, the chief seat of the mind. At the other extreme of the body complex, at the root lotus, Muladhara Kakra, which blossoms with 49 petals at the region of the vulva, the amrita infuses the lunar blood. Havelock Ellis, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, states that only 14 of the 17 bodily secretions known to tantrics are recognized by Western science. These numbers are related to the lotus petals of certain erogenous zones. The secretions are related to the days and nights of the dark and bright fortnights, which constitute one lunar cycle, culminating in the full moon, sometimes called the 16th digit of the moon. The science of these zones is highly complex and is communicated under cover of secrecy during initiation. Tamil literature is replete with references to it, though, like the medieval alchemical literature, it is veiled in obscure terminology requiring initiated interpretation. Such obscurity is warranted because the candidate must be prepared in a very special manner. As exoteric science approximates closer to the secret wisdom of antiquity, so too will scientists have to undergo certain ordeals and initiations before being able to direct the forces which they discover. Herein lies the danger which Crowley strove to offset by making man conscious of his true will. Even so, mankind may miss its one avenue of escape from self-destruction because not too much time remains before its choice of path becomes irrevocable. Part of the preparation of candidates seeking initiation into these mysteries consists in the control and direction of sexual energy through the formula of agape, love under will. Only when used sacramentally can sex create and not merely reproduce. The debasement of this formula is vampirism of a negative kind. It is a pathetic comment on our times that it is the debased form of the sexual mysteries that permeates popular thought. Outside the mystery schools themselves, very little knowledge has seeped. It is partly because the likelihood of misinterpretation is so immense and so dangerous in its consequence that the writing of this book has been undertaken. Non-fictional treatments of the so-called supernatural concern themselves almost entirely with the abnormal and degenerate aspects of these matters. In the secret instructions accompanying Liber Agape, however, as well as in Liber Aleph, published posthumously, Crowley gives the correct working of the formula. Strayed Gods, Crowley's magical son, Frater Akkad, Charles Stansfeld Jones, was the living proof that the Book of the Law issued from a praeter-human intelligence that used Crowley as a focus for its influence. On the other hand, Akkad seems also to have been a classic example of the type of insanity that overtakes an individual who binds himself by a magical oath beyond his grade. A similar, though less extreme instance, is observable in the case of Frater Genestai, Cecil F. Russell, a disciple of Crowley who participated in the magical rituals at the Abbey of Thelema in Cefalù. Frater Akkad took the oath of a master of the temple, 8BE3*AA, that is to say, vowed to interpret everything that occurred to him as a particular dealing of God with his soul in Vancouver, BC on June 21, 1916. When a person takes such an oath, the psychological effect, as may be imagined, has profound consequences. The world appears in a light totally different to that in which it is seen by the ordinary individual. Every incident becomes charged with a particular significance. Every and any chance event is vividly felt as bearing a direct and personal relationship to the person who experiences it. A vast and cosmic pattern begins to formulate itself in the mind so that the most trivial event appears charged with portentous meaning. Akkad's taking of the oath was quite legitimate. Any individual has the right to do so, even though they may not be a member of the order. But taking the oath implies the ordeal of the abyss, which is the most critical experience a person can undergo. Less than a month later, Crowley received a telegram from Akkad, which announced, in terms unintelligible to Crowley at the time, that he had crossed the abyss and had been reborn into the Third Order or the Great White Brotherhood. Crowley, of course, had all along realized the necessity of producing a magical heir, and he interpreted the need literally. For several weeks preceding the arrival of Akkad's cable, he had been trying to beget a physical child with his Scarlet Woman, Jane Foster, known in the order as Sister Hilarion. But all his efforts had proved unsuccessful. Hilarion and another woman with whom he was cohabiting for the same end did not conceive then or during the ensuing months. It was with astonishment, therefore, that Crowley recorded in his magical record on August 21st, 1916, an amazing discovery. The operations to have a child by Hilarion, July 8th, 1916 on, 7 in all, and 1 upon Helen Westley, ended September 12th and September 16th with 3 operations at beginning and end of catamenia. These operations are described as particularly good. On September 23rd, 1915, the word of the equinox was nebulae, one i.e. the babe of the universe as I now see it. This present equinox, the word is Sol Omon, the child of David's adultery. Now, OIVVIO2 was born on June 21st, 1916, exactly 9 months after the Libra, i.e. the autumn equinox, 1915. On conclusion of the equinox ceremony, Hilarion had seduced me, and I had concentrated on the word just obtained. It is really very remarkable that I did no operation for a child after this September 12th, 16. We were at Vancouver on October 19th, I 2 or 3 days earlier. It is to be noted, too, that Hilarion was the perfect Scarlet Woman as described in the Book of the Law. Then OIVVIO may be the child coming from no expected house, 3 since I always thought of a material baby, and never tried for a spiritual son, and yet the child of my bowels, 4 since OIVVIO has Sagittarius 5 on the ascendant, and Sagittary is on the cusp of my 6th house, Virgo the bowels, and also because I did the Eichsingst operation for him upon the body of Hilarion. He may be mightier than all the kings of the earth, because cast out into Malkuth, tick 6. I woke up with these ideas in my head about 3:40 this a.m. Note, too, the dreams of September 20 to 21. Hilarion as a Titan woman on whom I performed act fully. In this dream, I was more than half awake. Not only did Akkad's attainment justify the methods that Crowley adopted in his training of aspirants in the AA, it was also an unequivocal fulfillment of the prophecy in the Book of the Law, which declared that the beast himself would not understand all the mysteries that the book contained. When Jones became a neophyte, 1B = 10 Shak of the A, in 1913, he adopted the motto, Akkad, AHD, which means one, unity. Crowley soon realized that Akkad was indeed the one who came after him, in the sense of succession to the grade of 8B = 3 Shar, Magister Templii. He came after Crowley and crossed the abyss to be reborn in the Third Order, the Silver Star. Also, Akkad did in fact discover the key of the Book of the Law in the word AL, which means existence, or God, its number being 31. The word Akkad, unity, adds up to 13, which is 31 in reverse. 31 is the number not only of AL, but also of LA, meaning not or nui. Also, by the Tarot, 31 is equal to Ash-T, the god set or Shaitan. The formula El-Ash-Tal, which comprises 3 Chi 31, adds up to 93, the sacred number of Thelema, Agape, and Iwaz, or will, love, and the magical formula of their operation, Ish-T, or Set. These discoveries resulted from Akkad's revelation concerning the number 31, which he obtained at the winter solstice, 1917, and which he delivered to Crowley in 1919. Crowley accepted the key, and in consequence, the title of the Book of the Law, originally Liber Legis, was changed to Liber Al Vel Legis. Frater Akkad's account of his association with Crowley, and his discovery of the key of the Book of the Law is embodied in an unpublished document which he entitled Liber XKXL. It was to have formed the Kabbalistic appendix to Crowley's account of the Book of the Law, which was published, finally, many years later, as The Equinox of the Gods. By that time, however, Akkad had forfeited his position in the A, in Crowley's eyes at least, by failing to prove his unbroken line of ascent from the grade of probationer, 1B equals 10 Schnur, to that of a master of the temple, 8B equal 3 Schaber. According to Crowley, it was in connection with the grade of 7B equal 4 Hammer, Adeptus Exemptus, that Akkad had failed. He had not composed and published a thesis on the universe as required of a member of that grade. Examples of such theses are cited by Crowley in One Star in Sight, Eliphas Levi's Cleftogram Mystères, the works of Swedenborg, von Eckartshausen, Robert Flood, Paracelsus, Newton, Bolyai, Hinton, Berkeley, Loyola, etc. But at the time of Akkad's discovery, Crowley was overjoyed by the thought that he had produced a son and heir magically competent to take his place in the Great White Brotherhood. Furthermore, he considered the strange concatenation of circumstances as conclusive proof of the praeterhuman intelligence of Aiwaz, his holy guardian angel. He saw in these events the full justification for his reorganization of the original Golden Dawn system and the acceptance of that reorganization by the secret chiefs themselves. The system had proved itself. Any person of average intelligence and capacity could, within a single lifetime, attain by its means to the highest spiritual eminence. But Akkad's success, striking proof as it is of the transcendental origin of the Book of the Law, ended in failure. And in later years, Crowley wrote to Frater OPV, Norman Mudd, to the effect that although any man whosoever was free to take the formidable oath of a master of the temple, he, the Chancellor 8, should dissuade anyone from so doing unless the earlier grades had been systematically worked through. Akkad, no doubt encouraged by the unusually swift progress he had made as a neophyte, had omitted certain tasks connected with later grades, and this had had drastic consequences. The Egyptian Revival, which Akkad wrote and published in 1923, contains evidence of his unbalanced and therefore imperfect attainment. He reversed the order of the paths of the Tree of Life and turned the Serpent of Wisdom upside down. He also declared that a new Aeon, the Aeon of Mot, Truth and Justice, was at hand, that the Aeon of Horus was over and done with, almost before it had started. On April 2nd, 1948, less than a year after Crowley's death and shortly before his own, Akkad announced the onset of the Age of Aquarius. Precisely 44 years after the Equinox of the Gods in 1904, when Aiwaz announced the inception of the Aeon of Horus, which was due to last for approximately 2,000 years. Akkad names the new age, the Mephoron, the Aeon of Truth and Justice, and claims that he prophesied its inception in a book entitled QBL, which he published in 1923. Proof is everywhere apparent, however, that no Aeon of Truth and Justice has yet dawned. But if Akkad failed personally to make good his rebirth in the Third Order, he did without a doubt discover the key to the Book of the Law. He did indeed come after Crowley, and he most certainly did prove the efficacy of the system as reconstructed by Crowley along Thelemic lines. Akkad thought he had attained the summit of spiritual realization, having, as he declared, passed the magician, i.e. Crowley, on the path to the crown, Kether. He then went through a period of temporary insanity during which he came to England and joined the Roman Catholic Church, convinced that by thus forging a magical link with the enemy, he would be able to persuade that church to accept the law of Thelema. He then returned to Vancouver, clad only in a raincoat. Upon disembarking, he flung it off and began a ritual circumambulation of the city's center to affirm his intention of casting aside all restriction. His action was a defiant gesture of release from orthodox behavior. He was summarily arrested and imprisoned. During his incarceration, he continued to interpret every event as having oracular and divine significance. The casual words, gestures, even the blasphemies of his fellow prisoners were interpreted after this fashion. During this period, he claims to have completed his crossing of the abyss, having fulfilled the oath of a master of the temple, and having in actual fact interpreted every phenomenon as a particular dealing of God with his soul. The record of Akkad's attainment is a document of great mystical interest. Part of it has been published in the Equinox 3:1. Although Crowley accepted Akkad's discovery of the key of the Book of the Law, declaring that it opened the palace of the king, he did not accept Akkad's claim to the grades of Magus, 9 gri equals 2 sesher, and Ipsissimus, 10 gri equals 1 sherf. Because of this, or so it seems, Akkad endeavored to wreck Crowley's work, particularly the work of the OTO in California, and Crowley expelled him from that order. Akkad then turned on Crowley's genius, or angel, and in a paper entitled The Teachings of the New Aeon, describes Aiwaz as the malignant intelligence who transmitted to him, i.e. Crowley, the Book of the Law in 1904. He goes on to say that the beast may be considered as his own worst enemy, but Aiwaz is quite evidently the enemy of mankind, and should be recognized as such, if this new system, deliberately calculated to bring about the self-destruction of the human race, is to be rightly evaluated. Akkad's case, tragic as it must seem to those who saw in him so much promise and worth, cannot be lightly dismissed, if in fact it can be dismissed at all. In 1925, Crowley wrote to Mudd, "I'm treating Akkad as in the midst of a long ordeal, and so quite blind, although in one aspect 8-3 shark, master of the temple. Hence, care should be taken not to jog his elbow, in the hope he will come through. I think both he and Fuller can be saved by you. It's all, as always, the ego that starts hell. Never forget this. There are no exceptions. Hence, if A plus B in AA are at odds, the only question is, which of the two has an ego abscess forming from some drop of blood which he failed to squeeze into the cup of Babylon?" The last sentence refers to the supreme formula of the mystic, the absolute abandonment of everything, even the holy guardian angel. For should one ego thought, one drop of blood remain in the cup of Babylon, the force of the attainment short-circuits itself, and obsession results. The ego swells to unimaginable proportions, and the aspirant begins to believe that, as an individual, he is equal to the absolute. Fuller later became Major General JFC Fuller. He was known in the order as Frater Per Ardua, and was Akkad's immediate superior in the order. Fuller, too, failed to make the grade, and fell from the path, as Crowley hints in this letter. Another example of a magical abortion is that of Wilfred T. Smith, known in the order as Frater VOVN, or Frater 132. He was born at Tunbridge, Kent, towards the close of the last century, and began his magical career in Vancouver under Frater Akkad, who was at the time head of the OTO for Canada and North America. Crowley first met Smith in Vancouver in 1915. As a result of the meeting, Smith was given permission to establish a lodge of the order at Winona Boulevard. This he did, together with a sister of the order named Regina Call. Sometime later, he moved to 1003 South Orange Grove Avenue, Pasadena, California, the place which eventually became the headquarters of the OTO in America. It was there that Smith seduced Helen Parsons, the wife of a promising young scientist named John W. Parsons, who was known in the order as Frater 210. Smith had a child by Helen, and a series of entanglements ensued, which provoked Crowley to issue an encyclical expelling Smith from the OTO. But there was more to Smith than mere lubricity. The power of attraction which he possessed to a marked degree, and his strong personal devotion to Crowley and to the doctrine of Thelema, suggested something more than an aptitude for magic. Crowley drew up a progressed horoscope for Smith, and found it to be one of the most astonishingly fortunate figures that Frater 666 has ever set up in his whole life. But when he proceeded to set up Smith's birth chart, he was bewildered by an array of aspects, which, in contrast to Smith's actual character, should have placed him among the foremost personalities of his time. For instance, Crowley noted, "A complex of more than 5 planets is rare. Of 8, Frater 666 knows one only, William Shakespeare, besides Wilfred Smith." This and other equally puzzling indications of an unusual destiny continued to mystify Crowley and Lodge members. Suddenly, the simple, the astounding truth flooded the mind of Frater 666 with light. It explains all obscurities. It reconciles all contradictions. We have all of us throughout been kindled by a single misapprehension, precisely as if a staff of astronomers, mistaking a planet for a star, observed its motion and so found nothing but irritating. bewildering, inexplicable attacks upon the laws of nature. All becomes clear on recognizing the fundamental mistake. Wilfred T. Smith, Freighter 132, is not a man at all. He is the incarnation of some god. Following upon this discovery, Crowley prescribed a grand magical retirement during which Smith was to realize the nature and identity of the god indwelling him. It was to this end that Crowley composed Liber Apotheosis, Liber 132, wherein he suggested suitable methods for discovering the hidden god and the best means for communing with it. Smith was to have no commerce with the outside world. He was to inhabit a tent or shack, set up in a remote and little frequented place. Crowley suggested Temple Hill as a particularly consecrated site. It was easy of access to the new OTO headquarters at a place named Rancho Royal. There, Smith was to build himself, single-handed, a chapel or temple from the surrounding stones and boulders. He was to have the mark of the beast tattooed upon his forehead, or in the palm of his right hand, and also, if he chose, over his heart and upon his mons veneris, to solemnize his dedication to his holy task. Any visions or unusual states of consciousness manifesting in Freighter 1132 during the course of his retirement were to be recorded and communicated at stated intervals to his superior in the order. That portion of Liber 132, which treats of the indwelling of non-human powers, is of such interest, apart from the particular case of Smith, that I quote it at length. His superior at this time was Frater Saturnus, Carl J. Germer, who was to become Crowley's legal heir in 1947. The word God implies a fact. It is no question of convenience, as when the Ephesians called Barnabas Jupiter and Paul Mercury. The incarnation of a god is an exceedingly rare event to become known, although frequent enough when he makes it secretly to take his pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. It being known, it is important to ascertain his purpose, especially as, in the present case, the material envelope has been so perfectly constructed that he is himself not fully aware of it. One must distinguish such cases very sharply indeed from that phenomenon, in these days so common as to constitute an appreciable percentage of the population, and to exercise noticeable influence upon society, of the incarnation of elementals. Nor is a god here to be confounded with a daimon or angel, even although his function wholly or in part proved to be that of an angel or messenger. Cf. The Book of the Law, verse 7. There is no reason to suppose that Aiwaz is, or is not, a living man. By God is to be understood a complete macrocosmic individual as contrasted with human elementals who incarnate partial, planetary, or zodiacal intelligences of higher or lower rank in the Yetziratic hierarchies. Such are salamanders, undines, sylphs, and gnomes in human form. It is of the first importance for those who would reap full benefit from the sojourn of such a king on this planet that they should understand his nature. They ought to know his name. To determine his identity is a task of notable magnitude. It must therefore be his primary task to recognize himself. With this end in view, he must first of all withdraw completely from further occasion of contamination, and he must devise for himself a true method of self-realization. It is not necessary that the god should have incarnated at or before the birth of Wilfred T. Smith. A quite possibly significant moment might have been the summer solstice of 1916, or during the winter of 1906, when terrific forces were set in motion by the chiefs of the order. The child, i.e. the god, might well have been begotten by the Paris working, January 1914, or as the result of some of the immense Enochian invocations. In the latter case, the name of the god required might be found on the watchtowers of the universe, his nature determined by analysis of the squares concerned. Another possibility suggested by the place of residence of Freighter 132 is that one of the aboriginal Red Indian gods may have seized the opportunity somehow afforded by Freighter 132's state at the moment. Frater 132 has to realize and proclaim his identity and function very much as Frater 666 regards himself in the light of what is spoken of him in the Book of the Law. He ought to be able to say simply, I am Aput, or Kebeshnut, or Thum Eshnath, or as may be the case. It will not serve the present purpose to accept Asar or Ra or one of the universal gods, such as of whom all men are in a sense incarnations. Further on in the same Liber, Crowley alludes to magical obsessions which occurred to various adepts he had known in the past. Frater Lampada Tratum, for instance, who became for periods, on one occasion it extended to 11 days, the vehicle of such deities as Isis, Jupiter, and Pan, also of obsessing demons who were of course exorcised without delay, but often with extreme difficulty. At such times, Noberg was bereft of all his human characteristics. He lost consciousness of the world around him and was as if immersed in some inner world, consonant with the nature of the obsessing deity. He manifested the qualities of the deity in singular perfection, untainted, unalloyed by any corporate externalization of the vehicle. On the other hand, Smith, when obsessed by the unknown god, became restless, enraged, almost animal, as if the imprisoned god were chafing at his base confinement. Smith, in fact, exhibited all the symptoms of atavistic resurgence, which Austin Spare has well described. Perhaps it was owing to this, and not to any defect in the ritual which he used during his magical retirement, that Smith failed to discover the nature of the god within. Yet fail he did. In a letter to Crowley, he laments his defeat. Ill started, ill maintained, ill terminated. The shrine is desolate of the divine, has ever been, and I am completely empty. So much so, I do not know if I write accurately about myself. In fact, I don't know anything at all, have nothing, am nothing. The worst of it is, I have some years yet to go, and the prospect of having to live with myself is, I assure you, not at all pleasant. For I can't see, but that my brain will continually flog me till I go to sleep once and for all. I have ill understood your dealings with me these many years, and I am no better informed at this moment. Smith, like all magicians engaged in a magical retirement, had a familiar spirit or servitor to take care of his bodily requirements. In this case, the familiar was Sister Grimaud, or Helen Parsons, whom he had seduced some time previously. Jack Parsons had ceased sending money to Helen because he had lost all his possessions to a confidence trickster who had wormed his way into the OTO on the pretense of being interested in magic. Smith winds up on a note of despair in his last letter to Crowley. It all seems to be folding up together. Grimaud can't send any more money. Grimaud's is running out. These and the fierce stab of Regina's death occurred all within a day or two. But above all, I feel I have shot my bolt, such as it was, and missed the mark. From the utterly desolate state in which I started out, which held for months, I am glad to say very recently the joy in some of the masterpieces has returned to me. I expected never to write to you again, hardly know why I do. But there is a feeling one owes a gentleman a letter when one fails to turn up at a dinner engagement. Besides, I don't think I could get Grimaud to write you this. She refuses steadily to accept my negative view of this grand magical retirement. You must be so inured to disciples, failures that just one more won't surprise you. Was Smith a god? We shall never know. The case of John, known as Jack W. Parsons, Frater 210, is perhaps stranger still. Imbued with the idea of kingly man as that expression is understood in the cult of Thelema, Parsons bent his not inconsiderable energies, physical and intellectual, to the discovery of his true will. Born on October 2nd, 1914, in Los Angeles, he lived a lonely childhood due to his parents' broken marriage. He spent a great deal of his youth reading and daydreaming and nurturing a growing resentment of all interference, especially of the kind posing as authority. He developed strong revolutionary tendencies, and when he encountered Crowley's writings, which he first did through Wilfred T. Smith, he was instantly alive to the significance of Thelema. He joined Smith's Agape Lodge, OTO, and at the same time became a probationer, 1B Tench-Hark of the A. Shortly afterwards, Helen Parsons had a child by Smith, and because of this, Parsons directed his affection to Helen's younger sister, Betty, who became his mistress and magical partner in the ceremonies of Agape Lodge. While Parsons was engaged in these matters, a certain Frater X appeared on the scene, and such was his fascination that Parsons, who had gained admission to the highest grades of the OTO, was persuaded to break his oath of secrecy, and X came into possession of the secrets of the order, although he was not at any time properly initiated. These secrets comprise the psychosexual and magical techniques to which reference has already been made 21. Frater X then persuaded Parsons to form a tripartite trust with Betty and himself. This agreement was called Allied Enterprises. Parsons put the lion's share of the money into it, Frater X contributing a merely nominal sum, and Betty nothing at all. Parsons was then persuaded to sell the property, which constituted the headquarters of the Agape Lodge, and on the proceeds, plus the money invested in Allied Enterprises, Frater X and Betty absconded, leaving Parsons under the impression that they intended to buy a yacht, which they would eventually sell to the advantage of all three. The yacht was duly purchased, but instead of returning to California, Frater X and Betty sailed around the East Coast together, living the life of Riley, as a member of the order graphically expressed it. In a letter to Crowley dated July 1945, Parsons wrote, "About 3 months ago, I met X, a writer and explorer of whom I had known for some time. He is a gentleman, red hair, green eyes, honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. He moved in with me about 2 months ago, and although Betty and I are still friendly, she has transferred her sexual affections to him. Although he has no formal training in magic, he has an extraordinary amount of experience and understanding in the field. From some of his experiences, I deduce he is in direct touch with some higher intelligence, possibly his guardian angel. He is the most thelemic person I have ever met, and is in complete accord with our principles. He is also interested in establishing the new Aeon, but for cogent reasons I have not introduced him to the Lodge. We are pooling our resources in a partnership which will act as a limited company to control our business ventures. I think I have made a great gain, and as Betty and I are the best of friends, there is little loss. I cared for her rather deeply, but I have no desire to control her emotions, and I hope I can control my own. I need a magical partner. I have many experiments in mind. The next time I tie up with a woman, it will be on my own terms." His wife, Helen, had been filched by Smith. Now, Frater Tex had stolen his mistress. Having lost confidence in women, Parsons decided to attract an elemental spirit to take Betty's place and to assist him in his magical workings. The instructions which accompany the 8th degree of the OTO contain methods for evoking an elemental or familiar spirit. It is said to be an easy matter to attract such a spirit because the souls of the elements desire constantly to be absorbed into the cycle of human evolution, this being the only way in which they can achieve salvation and perpetuity of existence. On being appropriated by a human organism, the elemental finally becomes absorbed in the immortal principle in man. Crowley applies similar reasoning to the practice of eating animals. We have a right to eat animals, he says, because it is the kindest thing that we can do to them. Thus, and only thus, can we enable them to fulfill their ambition by building up their tissue into that of a higher organism. In the matter of calling forth an elemental spirit, the adept is advised on several points. 1. That he choose wisely a reasonable soul, docile, apt, beautiful, and in all ways worthy of love. 2. That he fall not away from love of the great goddess into love of this inferior fish, but give only as a master and of his mercy, knowing that this also is service to the goddess. 3. That of such familiar spirits he have but 4, and let him regulate their service, appointing hours for each. 4. That he treat them with kindness and firmness, being on his guard against their tricks. This being said, it is enough, for to have them is but the pains to call them forth from their homes. And the spirits of the elemental tablets given by Dr. D and Sir Edward Kelly are the best, being very perfect in their nature, and faithful, affectioning the human race. And if not so powerful as, they are less dangerous than the planetary spirits, for these are more boisterous, and by disastrous stars easily perturbed and afflicted. Call them therefore by the keys of Enoch, as is written in the book ye know of. And let there be after the call an evocation by the wand. And let the marrow of the wand be preserved within the pyramids of the letters that make up the name of the spirit. In January 1946, Parsons wrote again to Crowley and referred to the operation which he had performed. I have diligently followed the Ve-8-Scare instructions as A, creation of new orders of beings with consecrated talismanic images. Possible connective result, increase in writing output. B, invocation of Mother Goddess, using priest's call in Mass and silver cup as talisman, sometimes using suitable poetry such as Venus. Possible connective result, loss of Betty's affections as preliminary to invocation of air elemental Kerub in Enochian air tablet. He goes on to give details of the rite he used. It ended with a command that the spirit appear visibly in human form before him, as a familiar spirit and as a mate. Parsons recognized a possible connective result of the operation in the form of a windstorm, which, for the first 3 days of the working with the air tablet, was excessively violent and unnatural. He says that although he bent all his will and scientific knowledge to the correct performance of the rite, nothing seems to have happened. The windstorm is very interesting, but that is not what I asked for. His disappointment was a little premature, however, for a few days later he wrote, "An interesting incident. Freighter X attempted to escape me by sailing at 5 p.m., and I performed a full invocation to Bartzabel within the circle at 8 p.m. At the same time, so far as I can check, his ship was struck by a sudden squall off the coast, which ripped off his sails and forced him back to port, where I took the boat in custody. I am not greatly impressed, but it is interesting." Still not the desired result, but owing to the above, he was able to say of Frater Kanks and Betty, "I have them well tied up. They cannot move without going to jail. However, I am afraid that most of the money has already been dissipated. I will be lucky to salvage $3,000 to $5,000. Then, on February 23, 1946, Parsons wrote triumphantly to Crowley, "I have my elemental. She turned up one night after the conclusion of the operation and has been with me since, although she goes back to New York next week. She has red hair and slant green eyes as specified. If she returns, she will be dedicated as I am dedicated. All or nothing. I have no other terms. She is an artist, strong-minded and determined, with strong masculine characteristics and a fanatical independence." This woman's name was Marjorie Cameron. She became Parsons' second wife and led him deeper into occult waters, from which he never emerged. Crowley warned him several times of the dangers he was courting, and in a letter to him dated March 15, 1946, Crowley wrote, "I am particularly interested in what you have written to me about the elemental, because for some little time past I have been endeavoring to intervene personally in this matter on your behalf. I would, however, recall Levy's aphorism, 'The love of the magus for such things is insensate and may destroy him.'" Crowley warned him that because of his sensitiveness, he should be more on his guard than the majority of people. At about this time, Parsons, in the course of his magical workings, contacted an intelligence that was to disrupt his existence entirely and cause Crowley to write him off as yet another failure. Between the 2nd and 4th of March, Parsons recorded what he described as the most devastating experience of my life. I believe it was the result of the Ixer working with the girl who answered my elemental summons. I have been in direct touch with one who is most holy and beautiful, mentioned in the Book of the Law. I cannot write the name at present. He received certain instructions from this intelligence, first directly, then through Frater X, who had returned and who had been forgiven. Frater X acted as a seer on several occasions when Parsons contacted denizens of other dimensions. Frater X declared that he was overshadowed by an angel, a beautiful winged woman with red hair whom he called the Empress. She guided him at all times and, so he claimed, saved his life on several occasions. Wilfred T. Smith, after his expulsion from the OTO and his failure to identify the God within him, conceived an enmity for Parsons and attacked him astrally. On one occasion, Frater X, who had not met Smith, described him as clad in a black robe and having an evil pasty face. An expert with the throwing knife, Frater X pinned the phantom figure to the door with 4 knives. Later the same night, Parsons was awakened by a feeling of oppression. He heard a distinct sound in the room, though no one but himself was present. A muffled yet metallic voice screamed, "Let me go free!" Parsons, recalling the strange events of the evening, gave the license to depart and freed Smith's astral body from the transfixing knives. Parsons looked forward to the result of his secret illumination, which was to occur in 9 months' time with the birth of a magical child, mightier than all the kings of the earth, as had been prophesied in the Book of the Law more than 40 years earlier. He believed that this child, and not Frater Akkad, was to be the child destined to lead mankind to true freedom. Parsons continued to receive revelations through the agency of his elemental, whom he named Babylon, the Scarlet Woman. And such was the coherence of the material obtained from the spirit world that he claimed it actually constituted the fourth and final chapter of the Book of the Law. During the receipt of these communications, Parsons, reduced to penury by the indefatigable Frater Essex, had been earning his living by working for an aircraft company. He wrote to Crowley, "It has now been almost a year since I last wrote. At that time, I was near mental and financial collapse. Since that time, I have laboriously gained some sort of mental equilibrium and gradually regained something of a position in my old field in a large aircraft company. My one aim is to rebuild myself." Crawley, dying slowly in England, was unable to follow the wild stories about revelations and initiations too secret and too holy even to be mentioned. He replied, on April 19th, 1946, "You have got me completely puzzled by your remarks about the elemental, the danger of discussing or copying anything. I thought I had a most morbid imagination, as good as any man's, but it seems I have not. I cannot form the slightest idea what you can possibly mean." And to Carl J. Germer, his right-hand man in California, he wrote, "Apparently he, or Frater X or somebody, is producing a moonchild. I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these louts." Not long afterwards, Parsons took the oath of the abyss. He adopted the magical name Belerion, and in 1949 issued the Book of Antichrist, which he divided into two parts, the Black Pilgrimage and the Manifesto of the Antichrist. In the first part, he alludes to his interior struggles and the ordeal of disillusionment that he suffered in the external world. These experiences occurred when he was stripped of his fortune, his house, his wife, and his mistress, everything he possessed. He undertook the Black Pilgrimage when this disillusionment made him realize the futility and impermanence of phenomena. He had the choice between madness, suicide, and the oath of the abyss. Surviving the ordeals that plunged him into the abyss for 40 days, he took the oath of Antichrist before his former superior in the order, Wilfred T. Smith. In his manifesto, he identifies himself personally with the Antichrist and declares war upon all authority that is not based on courage and manhood, and calls for a halt to the authority of lying priests, conniving judges, blackmailing police. He further called for an end to restriction and inhibition, conscription, compulsion, regimentation, and the tyranny of false laws. He claimed that he would bring all men to the law of the beast 666, and in his law I shall conquer the world. Apart from these intentions, other, more esoteric purposes were declared in the manifesto, which reveals Parsons as an ardent advocate of total freedom and a loyal, though somewhat fanatical, devotee of Crowley's thelemic principles. Had he lived, he would no doubt be among the foremost fighters for individual liberty today. In the ritual instructions he received in connection with the Book of Babylon, which formed, he claimed, the fourth chapter of the Book of the Law, appeared the following: "She is flame of life, power of darkness. She destroys with a glance. She may take the soul. She feeds upon the death of men. Concentrate all force and being in Our Lady Babylon. Light a single light on her altar, saying, 'Flame is Our Lady. Flame is her hair. I am flame.'" It was not very long after the Babylons started working that Parsons dropped a phial of fulminate of mercury and was, in truth, devoured by flame. Parsons' papers show that he had the makings of a genuine magician. Apart from his correspondence with the Scarlet Woman, which is of great interest both magically and psychologically, he left some essays on magic that deserve to be preserved in permanent form. It is unfortunate that Crowley was too ill to appreciate the situation and all its implications. He died in Hastings in 1947 before the first act of the drama in California had played itself out. He regarded Parsons as one more failure and wrote about the matter to Carl Germer on May 31st, 1946. His remarks were prompted by the reappearance on the scene of Frater Akkad, who had written to Germer concerning a series of initiations which he, Akkad, was currently undergoing. Thanks for yours of May 23rd, enclosing one from Frater Akkad. It is very good that he should come crawling back to the penitent's form after 30 years, but I do not quite see how it is going to make up for the time he has wasted on his insane vanity, and you might let him know this view. His case serves as very useful to quote in discussing the business of Jack Parsons. The question of Frater 210, i.e. Parsons, seems to me very typical. He reminds me up to a point, though he is on a much lower plane than they, of two men who joined the order shortly after I took it over. Both cases seem to me to have certain significance if applied to the present position of Frater 210. Both cases were alike in this, that after a very short period of training, both had more than fulfilled their early promise. They could claim not only attainment, but achievement, and that in no small degree. I am sorry that there is no possibility of making any similar claim on behalf of Frater 210. The elder of the two men rashly took the oath of a master of the temple. He must have failed to expel the last drop of blood into the cup of Our Lady Babylon, for a comparatively few months later, he got an initiation by his own account so marvelous that it superseded our own work altogether. It was, of course, much too sacred for him to give even the least hint of its nature. What was the result? From that moment, his attainment stopped, his achievement stopped. He never produced anything from that hour to this which was worthy a moment's consideration. Now, after 30 years, he has realized his mistake. He has come crawling back in penitence, but that will not do him the service of filling up the gap of 30 wasted years. The second case was really much simpler. His attainment and his achievement were on the whole of a higher class than that of the other man. But what happened to him? He got into the clutches of a vampire. The result was identical. From that hour, his attainment stopped, his achievement stopped. He lived a miserable life, the life of a slave under the influence of this appalling old woman, and some half-dozen years ago, death relieved him from his sufferings. That is, sufferings of that kind. It seems to me, on the information of our brethren in California, that, if we may assume them to be accurate, Frater 210 has committed both these errors. He has got a miraculous illumination that rhymes with nothing, and he has apparently lost all his personal independence. From our brother's account, he has given away both his girl and his money. Apparently, it is the ordinary confidence trick. Of course, I must suspend judgment until I have heard his side of the story, but he promised me quite a long while ago to write me a full explanation, and to date, I have received nothing from him. The poet, Victor Newberg; the soldier, J.F.C. Fuller; the mathematician, Norman Mudd; the magical son of the beast 666, Charles Stansfeld Jones; the Lancashire bricklayer, Frank Bennett; the ritualist, Wilfred Smith; and the scientist, John Parsons, are a few of the many who tried, and tried wholeheartedly, to discover the identity of the hidden God, to discover their true will, and to put their discovery to some use. Of these few, perhaps Norman Mudd and Stansfeld Jones came nearest to achieving their aim. They did indeed come nearest to understanding the essential doctrines of Thelema, as is proved by the voluminous correspondence between Crowley and Mudd, and in the works, published and unpublished, of Frater Akkad. Crowley himself, the greatest sphinx of all, even to himself, did not live to see his will prevail in terms of humanity's acceptance of the law of Thelema. Within him, the constant conflict between magic and mysticism was never wholly resolved, and gradually widened the rift between his inner experience of truth and the outer dull clay of cosmos, to which he tried so courageously to transmit the fire of his immense fervor. He was an Advaitin at heart, and, despite all his protestations, the way of the Tao brought him inevitably to the way of the Tao. Dion Fortune was one of the members of the Stella Matutina, the later Golden Dawn, who formed an occult organization with many similarities to Crowley's cult. Her real name was Violet Mary Firth, 1891 to 1946, but she was known as Dion Fortune. Of Norse extraction, she was fair and strong of physique and possessed the courage and determination of her Nordic ancestors. Although she came from a part of Yorkshire previously occupied by the Danes, she was related to the Firth family, celebrated for stainless steel. A portrait of her grandfather in a flame of this metal is said to have hung in one of the boardrooms of the Firth Stainless Steel Company, and stainless steel aptly described her character and attributes. I met Dion Fortune while I was staying with Crowley in the mid-1940s, studying magic and acting as his famulus. I saw many of the letters Crowley wrote to and received from Dion Fortune. And one in particular stands out in my memory. In it, Fortune asked Crowley for advice about a ritual procedure involving a blood sacrifice with 2 young cocks. I did not know at the time that Fortune was more obsessed with the idea of Sakti power than most occultists, viewing power not in terms of self-aggrandizement or domineering interference in the affairs of others, but as something that may exist in places and people, often in a latent form. Many of Fortune's novels revolve around people who, unaware of their potential for occult work, lead drab, unfulfilled lives until a chance incident opens up their inner potential. She also took a great interest in places linked to ancient and forgotten rites performed by extinct peoples, as these places often carried a palpable atmosphere for sensitive souls. An unhappy childhood tended to set Dion Fortune apart from others. She was an orphan with a highly sensitive constitution that made her receptive to the auras of places and people, resulting in her being introverted and prone to prolonged daydreaming as a child. She was raised in a household that rigorously practiced the tenets of Christian Science, which heavily influenced her early ideas and instilled in her a lifelong interest in the strange powers of the mind. Fortune's penchant for daydreaming caused her guardians concern, but during these moments of fantasizing, she developed the remarkable powers she would later demonstrate. The imagination plays a dominant role in occultism, and Fortune learned how to make use of reverie to control her daydreams and develop the power to influence objective events. She discovered that, by adopting a practice similar to that taught by St. Ignatius Loyola, she could explore the astral plane and access interior regions normally inaccessible. Her novels, The Goat-Foot God and The Winged Bull, clearly illustrate the mechanism of dreaming true. When she was 20 years old, Fortune experienced a traumatic event that determined the course of her life. While working at an educational establishment, she encountered her employer, the principal of the establishment. The principal was a domineering and unscrupulous woman with a particularly malevolent disposition who had lived in India for many years. When antagonized, the principal directed currents of baleful energy at Fortune, which ate into her like acid and left her in a state of total prostration, shattering her mentally and physically. Fortune's recovery and return to health and vitality are recounted in her book, Psychic Self-Defense. This critical experience led her to study analytical psychology, join the Theosophical Society, and devote herself to occultism. She attended courses in psychology and psychoanalysis at the University of London, and in 1918, she became a lay psychotherapist at the East London Clinic. For a time, she was almost exclusively influenced by the doctrines of Aveling, but her interest in these gradually waned, and she became absorbed with the theories of Freud, Jung, and Adler. While studying these, Fortune noticed the close connection between certain psychosomatic states and those described by ritualists of the Eastern Tantras and the Western Kabbalistic traditions. She realized that woman, considered in the West to be the negative or passive aspect of the creative energy, was, on the contrary, the dynamic awakener of the solar phallic current, and as such, the factor that made the male positive. She devised rituals, wrote novels, and at one time a play, which was in effect a rite of Isis that enacted the eternal drama of polarity between the male-female modes of the creative fire. In 1919, Fortune joined the Golden Dawn, or the Alpha and Omega, as it was then called. The lodge she joined was headed by the occultist J.W. Brodie Inness, an accomplished writer who had produced several novels and essays treating of witchcraft and Highland magic. Fortune held him in high esteem and learned from him the correct procedures of ritual magic. In 1920, she left the lodge she initially joined and became a member of a London Temple of the Golden Dawn operated by Moyna Mathers, who was the sister of Henry Bergson and the widow of S. Liddell MacGregor Mathers, who died in the influenza epidemic after the First World War. The conflict with her employer at the educational establishment had severely damaged Fortune's etheric body, causing it to leak. These rents in the etheric sheath led to a loss of energy across all planes, but the damage was repaired once she received initiation in the Golden Dawn. The suffering inflicted by the black magician turned out to be beneficial, as it prompted her to study the diagnosis and cure of psychic and occult attacks in general. She published her findings in Psychic Self-Defense, a unique book filled with deeply insightful observations on the underworld of black magic and the shadowy realms of pseudo-occultism. Her mediumistic abilities were developing rapidly, allowing her to provide first-hand accounts from her experiences on the invisible planes, which she frequently explored. Fortune married Penry Evans, a highly qualified medical practitioner. The combination of his knowledge of the mind and her knowledge of the soul led to the founding of the Fraternity of the Inner Light. This organization aimed to revive specific aspects of ancient worship with the doctrine of sexual polarity at its core. Fortune and Evans treated cases of obsession, dual personality, schizophrenia, and various mental diseases. They successfully cured seemingly hopeless cases of nervous collapse caused by demonic possession and banished haunting entities back to their proper realms. These and other similar cases formed the basis of The Secrets of Dr. Taverner, a powerful collection of horror stories first published in 1926. Dion Fortune's two novels, The Sea Priestess, 1938, and Moon Magic, published posthumously in 1956, explore the revival of paganism in a world that has lost touch with the elemental forces of nature essential for creative living. However, they focus on the power of Nu, or Black Isis, rather than simple, unregenerate nature or primal, emotional, and sensual pleasure. This power represents the primordial essence of woman, Sakti, in her dynamic aspect. When united with its male complement, stripped of the layers of civilization through the realization of inherent godhead, this Sakti can bring about profound transformations in human consciousness. Black Isis destroys all that is inessential and obstructive to the soul's development, liberating the spirit from the confines of limited experience. The core of Fortune's work involves manifesting this Sakti through the magically controlled interplay of sexual polarity between the priest, the consecrated male, and the specially chosen female. Together, they perform the ancient rite, creating a vortex in the ether that allows the powerful energies of Black Isis to rush into manifestation. Fortune died believing her work would form a nucleus that would enable the ancient mysteries to operate freely once again. Her immediate superior in the Golden Dawn was a remarkable woman named Maya Tranchell Hayes, later known as Mrs. Curtis Webb. Fortune portrayed her as the ancient yet ageless and magnetic super witch, Vivian Lee Fay Morgan, in two of her novels. Maya Tranchell Hayes had a dominant personality and was a pupil of the Scottish occultist J.W. Brodie Innans. When Fortune knew her, she was the widow of an eminent psychiatrist who directed a lunatic asylum near Northampton. Like Dion Fortune, Maya also studied the various forms of mental derangement that her husband treated. Fortune had a close relationship with Maya Tranchell Hayes, and her behavior was so notorious in some circles that Crowley was inspired to write a characteristically caustic lyric about her. The last few lines of the poem read, "Mrs. Webb does what she can, as a lusty lesbian, to make a Sappho of the filly, who never trots in Piccadilly. Girl to girl and man to man is part pattern of her plan. Lad to lass and lass to lad, bread to bread alone is bad. So the changes she must ring if the angels are to sing. Aristo and putrid pleb, Harridan and dainty Deb, there's never one that Mrs. Webb." Although she was something of a recluse in her earlier years, Fortune changed her mode of life with the onset of the Second World War. She met a more varied assortment of people, was not as exclusive as she used to be, and flung herself almost recklessly into society, organizing group work in a way she had not done during the days when the members of her fraternity used to meet at No. 3 Queensborough Terrace in the Bayswater district of Hyde Park. That house contained rooms dedicated, each in its own way, to a particular aspect of the ancient mysteries. There was even a place set aside for the study of mystical Christianity, with special emphasis on the Arthurian and Graal legends. However, her life had been very enclosed until this change modified her personality. Her rooms became quite exotic, draped with heavy silks and hung with strange tapestries. A young girl, oddly dressed, served tea and strange symbolic little cakes that had an indefinable aura suggestive of the spices and drugs of the East. Fortune wore rich jewels beneath a flowing cloak, and on rare occasions when she went out, she donned a black broad-brimmed hat from which her sun-glinting hair sometimes strayed and fluffed about her head like a golden nimbus. Her personality contained more than a streak of exhibitionism, reminiscent of Crowley, and towards the end of her life, she collected an odd assortment of talismans and magical impedimenta. She burned strange perfumes in curiously chased basins of glittering metals. Her afternoon stroll in Hyde Park was undertaken in a voluminous cloak that recalled the advertisement for Sandeman's Port. She describes the heroine of Moon Magic as similarly dressed as she paces the misty Thames embankment. Like Crowley, who once marched along Bond Street in full Highland regalia with a drawn claymore, she imagined she passed unnoticed on these casual strolls. Fortune arrived through the medium of the Western esoteric tradition, at conclusions similar to those of the Tantrics regarding the interpenetration of the subtle powers of mind and body. She knew that the chakras, the zones of magical energy in humans, were situated in the region of the endocrine system within the highly complex web of the human nervous anatomy. She also knew that surgery had often released or unsealed cells of energy in the brain that brought back past events, allowing them to be relived with all the vividness and immediacy of actual experience. In her novels, this aspect of her knowledge is often highlighted when her characters undergo a shock that releases a chain of subconscious impressions that once had been conscious in a past incarnation. They become so intensely disillusioned through sorrow or suffering of one kind or another that their minds are turned forcibly inwards. This introversion taps the memories of previous incarnations, allowing the individual to gain a clear insight into the purpose of their present life and enabling them to act with wisdom. Thus, from the debris of the everyday personality, Fortune showed a way out of the impasse of wasted lives, regrets, and nostalgias, opening a direct path to the true will that enabled the soul to know its own past and chart its future. The mechanisms of her teachings are plainly set forth in her novels, and this aspect of her work forms the most definite link between Crowley and Austin O. Spare, whose system of sorcery will be discussed at length in the following pages. Austin Osman Spare and the Zaskia cultist H.P. Lovecraft, in one of his tales of terror, alludes to certain entities which have their being not in the spaces known to us, but between them. They walk calm and primal, of no dimensions, and to us unseen. This aptly describes Austin Osman Spare. The circumstances of his birth emphasize the element of ambivalence and in-betweenness, which forms the theme of his magic. He told me he was not sure whether he was born on the last day of December 1888, or on New Year's Day, 1889. Whether, as he put it, he was Janus backward turning or Janus forward facing. But whichever aspect of the deity he more closely represented, it is a fact that his life was a curious blend of past and future. Despite his inability to remember quite when he was born, the place was certainly Snow Hill, London. He was the only son of a City of London policeman. When barely 20 years of age, he began writing the Book of Pleasure, in which he used art and sex to explore the subconscious mind. The Book of Pleasure reeks of diabolism to such an extent that Mario Praz in The Romantic Agony, Oxford, 1933, refers to Spare as an English satanic occultist, and he places him in the same category as Aleister Crowley. Spare's intense interest in the more obscure aspects of sorcery. Although penniless, she would accept no payment for her fortune-telling, but insisted on the odd symbolic coin traditionally exacted as a sacrifice fee. Apart from her skill in divining, she was the only person Spare ever met who could materialize thoughts to visible appearance. Aleister Crowley, who met and attracted all kinds of psychically active individuals, met two only in the course of his life who had this particular city. Mrs. Paterson, when visited for purposes of fortune-telling, would read a person's character immediately as a matter of course before going into details about the future. If she prophesied an event she was unable to describe verbally, she would objectivize the event in a visual image, and the querent would see, in some dark corner of her room, a clearly defined, if fleeting, image of the prophesied event. And this never failed to follow at the appointed time. It was undoubtedly Mrs. Paterson's influence that stimulated Spare's innate interest in the occult, which, allied to his remarkable skill as a draughtsman, enabled him to reproduce through his art the strange entities he encountered in transmundane spheres. He drew several portraits of Mrs. Patterson, one of which appeared in The Focus of Life, published by the Moreland Press in 1921. Another drawing of her by Spare recently appeared, 1971, in the part-work encyclopedia Man, Myth and Magic, where she is shown after having exteriorized herself in the form of a nubile girl. Spare, too, was able occasionally to conjure thought forms to visible appearance. But whereas in the old witch's case it was an unfailing power, in his own case it was erratic and uncertain. On one occasion, it worked only too effectively, as two unfortunate persons learnt to their cost. They were of the dilettante kind, mere dabblers in the occult. They wanted Spare to conjure an elemental to visible appearance. They had seen materialized spirits of the dead in the seance room, but had never seen an elemental. Spare tried to dissuade them, explaining that such creatures were subconscious automata inhabiting the human psyche at levels normally inaccessible to the conscious mind. As they almost always embodied atavistic urges and propensities, it was an act of folly to evoke them, as their intrusion into waking life could be extremely dangerous. But the smatterers did not take him seriously. Using his own method of elemental evocation, Spare set to work. Nothing happened for some time. Then a greenish vapor, resembling fluid seaweed, gradually invaded the room. Tenuous fingers of mist began to congeal into a definite, organized shape. It entered into their midst, gaining more solidity with each successive moment. The atmosphere grew miasmic with its presence, and an overpowering stench accompanied it, and in the massive cloud of horror that enveloped them, 2 pinpoints of fire glowed like eyes, blinking in an idiot face which suddenly seemed to fill all space. As it grew in size, the couple panicked and implored Spare to drive the thing away. He banished it accordingly. It seemed to crinkle and diminish, then it fell apart like a blanket swiftly disintegrating. But while it had cohered and hung in the room like a cloud, it was virtually opaque and tangible, and it reeked of evil. Both the people concerned were fundamentally changed. Within weeks, one died of no apparent cause. The other had to be committed to an insane asylum. Although Spare was convinced that an occult intelligence frequently painted, drew, or wrote through him, he was unable to discover its identity. He was, however, in almost daily contact with a familiar, a spirit guide, known as Black Eagle, whom he had clearly seen and drawn on several occasions. But he was convinced that Black Eagle was not the sole source of his automatism. Spare had but to turn his head suddenly, and he would sometimes catch a glimpse of the familiar spirits that constantly surrounded him. Several times he had caught one of them long enough to make a lightning swift sketch. Spare's frequent traffic with denizens of invisible realms led to his evolving a graphic means of conjoining all thoughts, past, present, and future, in the ever-fluid ether of consciousness. His graphic symbology represents a definite language designed to facilitate communication with the psychic and subliminal world. It was Spare's opinion that for this language to be truly effective, each individual should evolve his own, creating his sigils from the material nearest to hand, his own subconscious. He gave as a reason for so much failure in divination the fact that, although the operator sometimes succeeded in annexing traditional symbols to his own subconscious awareness of their true values, many of the symbols eluded correct interpretation. They therefore failed of nexus and were consequently sterile. Not only could Spare tell fortunes in the usually accepted sense, he could also use the cards for influencing the host of subtle entities which swarm in the astral light, and with their cooperation, he accomplished much of his magic. He designed and used a pack of cards which he called the Arena of Anon, each card bearing a magical emblem which was a variation of one of the letters of the alphabet of desire. When vividly visualized, the emblem or sigil mysteriously stirs the subconscious, and a corresponding image or set of images arises in the mind. In proportion to the power of belief in the sigil, so is the clarity of the image which it evokes. If the sigil taps a layer of ancient or cosmic memory, some astonishing images surge into the mind, and the skillful sorcerer is able to project them into the astral mind stuff of other individuals, so that they imagine the image to be a palpable presence. Spare could influence elemental phenomena as well as the minds of other people. Great danger lies in possession, and Spare wisely refrained from writing too openly about the processes he employed. What I know about his methods I learned from personal contact with him. Even as a child, Spare employed these curious sigils. One is reminded of Yeats's words in The Trembling of the Veil. Mathers described how as a boy he had drawn over and over again some event that he longed for, and called those drawings an instinctive magic. When he was 17, Spare stayed at the home of the Reverend Robert Hugh Benson, author of The Necromancers and other occult novels. They went out for a walk one summer day. A serene and cloudless blue sky shone overhead. It had been fine all day, and Benson was curious to know whether Spare could, in such unlikely circumstances, produce rain by magical means. Spare said he could, proceeded to trace a sigil on the back of a used envelope, and, pausing in his tracks, concentrated all his attention upon it. Within 10 minutes, small clouds began to appear. They massed at a point immediately above their heads and discharged violently. Both Benson and Spare were drenched to the skin. A year or two later, Benson introduced Spare to the Hon, Everard Fielding, secretary of the Society of Psychic Research. At the time, Fielding was associated with Frederick Bligh Bond, the president of the Archaeological Society, who, by psychic means, had discovered the buried Edgar Chapel at Glastonbury Abbey. Like Benson, Fielding wanted proof of Spare's magical powers, and when the latter offered to oblige, proposed the following test. Spare was to materialize an object that Fielding mentally visualized without giving any clue as to its nature. Spare drew one of his magical sigils, which, instead of being symbolic of the unknown desired object, was the ideograph of a familiar spirit whose services he frequently employed when any mind reading was required. After some time, Spare received a vivid impression of the object in Fielding's mind. He then drew a second sigil, told Fielding he need no longer concentrate, and proceeded to do so himself. These proceedings were interrupted by a knock on the door. Fielding tiptoed to the door, opened it, and was amazed to find his valet proffering a pair of slippers. Fielding turned to Spare and asked him how he had done it. An essential part of Spare's technique lay in deliberate forgetfulness, and this is the part which a novice finds extremely difficult. One is reminded of the king who lavished a fortune on an itinerant alchemist who had successfully manufactured the Philosopher's Stone. After giving the king lengthy and complicated instructions, which the king repeated by heart, the alchemist smiled and said approvingly, "Yes, your highness has remembered every detail perfectly. There is just one further point to remember. For 3 minutes before the alchemical substance congeals, you must concentrate your mind upon its luster as it seethes in the alembic. But during this time, you should on no account let the thought of greenness cross your mind for even a moment." The king thanked the alchemist and prepared to make the stone. Everything went according to plan until the last few minutes, when the mind of the king was invaded by an army of green objects, which he was powerless to banish. With Spare's sigils, the case is somewhat similar. The reason he gives for forgetting the desire at the time of invoking it lies in the fact that for the operation to succeed, the conscious mind must have no inkling of the transaction. Consciously formulated desires take time to materialize. Subconscious desires can be made to materialize very swiftly. Consciousness of the desire vitiates the entire process, so a method had to be found of forgetting the desire during the period of magical evocation. Spare called the process union through absent-mindedness and advocated the yogic method of emptying the mind of all but the sigil. This is not always successful, so as an alternative, he suggests the sigilization of perennial desires, desires that are sure to arise periodically, as for instance, the desire for beautiful women. Several such desires are then sigillized, scrambled together, and laid aside for several days. On reassembling the cards upon which they have been drawn, the operator is unable to remember precisely what sigillizes what. The rite is then comparatively easy to accomplish, for it requires only concentrated thought. Spare often supplemented the process by a sexual formula which endowed it with added efficacy. He derived most of his sex magical formula from a Delphic pythoness who communed with him during sessions of automatic writing. This Delphic oracle was probably the spirit of old Mrs. Paterson, guiding him from beyond. One such formula enabled him to give life to the autistic by an earthenware virgin. In view of the present-day predilection for autoerotic aids to ecstasy, the resuscitation of the dildo 3, and the widespread curiosity about the sorcery of sex, Spare's formula of the earthenware virgin is of particular interest, though for Spare it had an exclusively magical aim. Until he received this formula, he had, as he put it, copulated merely with the atmosphere or rode whores, witches, and bitches of all kinds, there being few virgins. In order to translate a specified desire from the level of subjective consciousness to the material or objective plane, the Pythoness instructed him to construct an urn in conformity with the dimensions of the erect penis. Sufficient space, but no more, was to be left at the end of the vessel in order to form a vacuum when the phallus was inserted. The cavity was to contain the sigillized wish, which was automatically consecrated at the moment of orgasm. The greatly enhanced pleasure induced by the suctional power of the vacuum increased the size of the penis and caused an unusually prolonged orgasm. At the critical moment, the desire was to be vividly visualized and held steadily in mind for as long as possible. When the mental image began to wane and disappear, the urn was hermetically sealed and buried in a casket filled with earth, or in the ground itself. Spare maintained that this was the formula used by the ancient Greek urnings, hence the designation. In one of his unpublished writings, he gives the following instructions. Bury the urn at midnight, the moon being quartered. When the moon wanes, disinter the urn and, while repeating a suitable incantation, pour its contents as a libation onto the earth, then rebury it. As the sperm would by that time have congealed, Spare advised a replenishment before the second burial. He describes the earthenware virgin as the most formidable formula known. It never fails and is dangerous. Hence, what is not written down must be guessed. From this formula was derived the legend of the genii of the brazen vessel associated with Solomon. Whether this is so, I do not know, but there is a curious illustration in Payne Knight's celebrated Discourse on the Worship of Priapus, London, 1865, which is not satisfactorily explained in the text. It is in two parts and depicts a male figure with a sexual organ erect. In his raised right hand, he holds a vase-shaped sheath which he is about to clamp upon the phallus. The second part of the illustration shows the same image, but with the penis drooping languidly after ejaculation, and the waist of the figure girdled with fruits symbolic of the rite's fulfillment. There are also one or two illustrations in Reynoc's Repertoire de Vases Pints, Paris, 1899, which suggest a similar magical practice. Spare could undoubtedly materialize atavisms from his own subconsciousness and clothe them fleetingly in the sexual ectoplasm, or astral semen, of his atmospheric copulations. Occasionally, these entities actually achieved a degree of density sufficient to make them visible and even palpable to other people. He called them elemental automata, or intrusive familiars. They frequently copulated amongst themselves, engendering offspring simultaneously. Spare has depicted many of these creatures engaged in their peculiar pursuits and has written several accounts of the Sabbath which he attended in their company. Old Mrs. Patterson's influence is very marked here, as he used her likeness as the type of the ancient witch in many of his drawings. One of Spare's constantly recurring themes concerns the transmogrification of age into youth. The first time Mrs. Patterson transformed herself before his eyes, the sorcery of it left a permanent impression which inspired many of his later works. One moment, she was the lined and wizened old crone. Then, in a flash, she appeared to him as a siren equipped with all the allurements of sex appeal, an image that fulfilled his penchant for full voluptuous contours. How she projected such a glamour he was unable to discover, and although he never surprised her secret, he tried, with partial success, to emulate her example. This he did by a magical induction of ecstasy, which enabled him to function at levels of high emotionalism. He was at such times creatively active for days on end, needing neither food nor sleep. Enhanced sexual activity accompanied this condition. On the few occasions when he did not sublimate this energy and direct it to artistic creation, he regretted it. Such was his hunger that in one night alone he coupled with 18 women. He called these outbursts Dionysiac spasms of pansexualism, in which he had a vision of all things fornicating all the time. Spare wrote down his witch guide's instructions and over the years worked them into several books which he illustrated by some of the best of his drawings. It was only towards the end of his life, however, that he concentrated the mass of Mrs. Patterson's teachings into definite form. This consisted of a series of aphorisms and a magical grimoire, which he was working on at the time of his death in 1956. Both these works survive in manuscript. He intended calling the grimoire the Book of the Living Word of Zeus, the name Zeus being his magical name in the witch cult. The grimoire is not so much a resume of the witch tradition as a highly individualized system of sorcery reflecting Spare's creative genius and aesthetic theories. He also developed and extended his magical alphabet, the atavistic alphabet, about which he had first written in the Book of Pleasure in 1913. Each letter represents a sex principle potent to awaken remote atavistic strata of the psyche. Examples of its use are given in the grimoire, where he allies it with witchcraft. The following is a literal translation of one of his favorite spells. O mighty Rectaw, thou who exists in all erogeousness, we evoke thee. By the power of the meanings arising from these forms I make, we evoke thee. By the talismans that speak the secret leitmotif of desire, we evoke thee. By the sacrifices, abstinences, and transvaluations we make, we evoke thee. By the sacred in-betweenness concepts, give us the flesh. By the quadriga sexualis, give us unvarying desire. By the conquest of fatigue, give us eternal resurgence. By the most sacred word graph of heaven, we invoke thee. This prayer or evocation embodies traditional sabbatic concepts and might be described as the alpha and omega of Spare's doctrine. Rectaw, watcher, is spelled backwards, not for the reason given in connection with Dee and Kelly's angelic communications, but because the backward symbolism conceals the key to the reification of desire, the final absorption of the ego current in its source, the self. Hence, Spare's emphasis on self-love or autotelic ecstasy. Rectaw is the symbol of reaching backward in time to infinite remoteness by the mechanism of intense nostalgia. Whether it is symbolized by the moon presiding over the nocturnal orgies of the Sabbath, or by the back-to-back dance of the witches and warlocks, see Delunk, or by the infamous kiss of the Sabbath, which is applied to the anus of the demon. All such symbols indicate an infinite regression that causes atavistic resurgence and the inversion of sex to self-love. Shall I speak of that unique intensity without form? Know ye the ecstasy within, the pleasure between ego and self? At that time of ecstasy, there is no thought of others. There is no thought. The opening line of the evocation summarizes the method employed at the Sabbath for conscious wish fulfillment through self-pleasure, and it is explained by the words, "Except in the sensuous impact of flesh on flesh, there are no meanings." The self lives in, permeates, and is identical with reality, the enduring and ever-present consciousness, the living flesh compact of endlessly reifying dream. The second part of the evocation refers to the sigils and letters of the sacred alphabet, wherewith Zeus, i.e. the body considered as a whole, produces its subtle spells by projecting itself onto the mists of matter without. In other words, the language of desire and its meanings penetrate the silent regions of consciously forgotten experiences, evoking by its reverberant power the ineluctable memories that abide perpetually in subconsciousness. The talismans that speak the secret leitmotif of desire are primarily the two major magical instruments of Spare's system, the hand and the eye, of which the phallus and the ktes are the secret symbols. They are both used, as in Crowley's cult, for evoking or provoking consciousness in touch, ecstasy in vision. The fourth clause of the Sabbatic prayer refers to the occult maxim that great achievements proceed upon total exhaustion of energy in one great burst of release, after a period, long or short, of sacrifice or abstention, during which time the necessary energy is accumulated and intensified. The Sabbath is always secret, communal, and periodic, an enforced consummation for almost unlimited wish fulfillment. Prolonged voluntary abstinence, repression, and sacrifice are released in mass sexual congress and sublimated to one end, the exteriorization of a wish, which is thus achieved by a great saving and a total spending. The transvaluations are affected by the shedding of conventional ideas and beliefs and by the absorption of the energy thus liberated. Spare terms such energy free belief. It is this aimless energy that is seized upon at the Sabbath and directed to given ends. The fifth clause of the prayer introduces one of the most important aspects of Spare's magic, the state of in-betweenness. In everyday life, one craze or belief follows another. By a process of not believing, of emptying the craze or obsession of its content, we can surprise the tendency of belief to appear as one thing rather than another, or as one thing after another. This way, we can break through into the ecstasy of communion with the atmospheric eye, which Spare calls the Kia, the state of in-betweenness, or neither-neither. Primordial belief is self, God, or Kia. It does not matter what we call it. It is the only belief that is self-evident because it is experienced by each one of us at every moment of our existence. It is also the only belief that is truly free of belief, because to be is to be live it, as Spare aptly expresses it. It is void of necessity to become anything else, for it is all things all the time, and can only and always be itself. If we can realize this, we shall not fall into the error of conceptual thought, which constantly breeds other thoughts with which we temporarily identify ourselves, the Buddhist cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. In a few words, Spare states the crux of the doctrine. By hindering belief and semen from conception, they become simple and cosmic. Only when desire has become cosmic can the total ecstasy, which characterizes Kia, dawn in the individual consciousness nature, because it is then no longer limited or personalized consciousness, but cosmic in scope and free to enjoy itself eternally. In other words, one must enlarge belief or desire until it embraces all things. Spare urges us to will, insatiety of desire, brave self-indulgence, and primeval sexualism, for belief freed from conception merges desire with the infinite, creates a unity of self-knowing, which is also supreme self-love, and transcends the two poles of objectivity and subjectivity, discovering in between the two the real self-Kia, the atmospheric I. After the oath, which constitutes the fifth stage of the evocation, the refrain changes from "we evoke thee" to a demand to the hidden watcher to give us the flesh. The petition is for the material medium whereby the desire will actually substantiate itself. From certain historical accounts of witchcraft, we learn that the roasted flesh of children and animals was sometimes sacrificed to the infernal powers as a sacrifice potent to achieve the realization of the desires of the celebrants at the Sabbath. The literal performance of this sacrifice was a degeneration of the original magical act of transubstantiation effected by the sorcerer when he sacrificed the child of his loins, i.e., when he consumed or burnt up his sigillized wish in the fire of forgetfulness. The next stage of the rite evokes the quadriga sexualis, the four horsemen or powers of sex, which adumbrates the various mystical attitudes, forms of congress, postures employed at the Sabbath. Although these are numerous, there are four main kinds. Firstly, the gesture of constant congress. Secondly, the gesture of abstract creating, a masturbatory gesture involving the hand, the eye, and the atmosphere. Thirdly, the gesture of simulation or astral reflection, symbolized by the formula of the divine ape. And fourthly, the gesture typical of the witch cult, which involves the sodomitical use of the female organism. Comparisons with Crowley's cult of sexual magic will spring to mind, but Spare elaborates these four great gestures as follows. In the first instance, he interprets constant congress as the perpetual interplay of the will, symbolized by the hand, and the imagination, symbolized by the eye, for it is will and imagination that cause things to appear. The Tibetan yabyum is the oriental mode of representing this constant interplay of the active and passive potencies. The gesture of constant congress, therefore, resumes the prime function of the sabbatic rite, which is excreation, or evolving from our innerness through living contact with all otherness, typified by the world without. The second gesture, that of abstract creating, is performed by a special kind of mantric vibration, and the mouth is the symbol of the magical implement which performs it. Reverberant evocation, prayer, adoration through song, incantation, or mantra conveys the energy of desire by tonal nuance to the necessary stratum of the subconsciousness. The technique of making the utterance effective, of resounding the depths of cosmic memory and making the sacred alignments is a major arcanum of the Zos Kia cultus. What sounds the depths and conjoins will and belief? Some inarticulate hieroglyph or sigil wrought from nascent desire and rhythmed by unbounded ego. The second gesture therefore resumes the formulation of the great wish on the astral plane prior to its excreation, projection, and subsequent embodiment. The third gesture of the quadriga sexualis, the concept of simulation, reveals the means of reifying the great wish. The archetype of all such simulatory techniques is the state of total vacuity, which Speer named the death posture. By feint, the means of reification is concentrated through a simulation of death or annihilation. This posture is explained in the next chapter. The fourth and final gesture, that of reorganization, rearrangement, or abortive congress, implies a magical formula deriving from the ancient draconian cults of Egypt. Either moon magic is implied, or the formula of Gomarali, both of which appear in the Crowley cult as aspects of the Iktu and Thektu, OTO, respectively. The reorganization of magical power within the human organism involves a consolidation of the reified wish until it exhausts itself through non-necessity. Hence, the gesture of the quadriga sexualis impregnates the glamour already projected onto the astral plane, endowing it with the energy of the sorcerer himself, so that it becomes a living entity, capable of reverberant copulations through increative congress. Speer explains the Sabbath as an inverse reversion for self-seduction and undoing for a divertive conation. Sex is used as the technique and medium of a magical act. It is not only erotic satisfaction. The sensualist is made detached, controlled, until later and final sublimation. His whole training is designed to render him submissive and obedient to the witch until he can control, transmute, and direct his magical energy wherever desired by cold and amoral passion. Following upon the appeal to the quadriga sexualis are the words, "Give us unvarying desire." Desire, without variation of any kind, undifferentiated and undifferentiating, leads to the consummation of an unvarying bliss which is free from all concept, and therefore habitually infinite. Ecstasy is our outspan, touching reality a potent generative instant. Its surplus may be used abstractly, i.e. by mantric vibration, see the second gesture, to incarnate another wish, and so on, endlessly. This is what is meant by reverberant evocation. The seventh stage of the rite concerns the conquest of fatigue, which is essential to effective sabbatic functioning. It involves sustained somatic, cerebral, and psychomagical energy, ensuring intense ecstasy when the great exhaustion makes possible the voidness necessary for the projection of the sigil. This voidness serves as the chalice containing the great wish. This recalls Crowley's innumerable sex magical operations for sex force and attraction. The penultimate petition, "Give us eternal resurgence," is a plea for the constant return of the primordial rapture, aiming to establish a continuum of bliss where the Kia is seen, felt, and known as the background of all possibility, the source of creation, and the aim of all pleasure. It is the doctrine of atavistic resurgence. The sabbatic prayer concludes with an invocation of the most sacred word graph of heaven. The word graph of heaven is a glyph of the goddess, and it conceals the true purpose of the Sabbath. It is a secret glyph of the Zos Kia cultus, invoking the goddess, whereas the preceding stages of the rite evoked her. Invocation is a call for the spirit to appear subjectively, while evocation is a call for the spirit to manifest objectively. The hidden rectaw is evoked to visible manifestation by the power of meanings arising from these forms I make. According to Spare, the witch presiding at the sabbatic rite is usually old, grotesque, worldly, and libidinously learned, and is as sexually attractive as a corpse. Yet she becomes the supreme vehicle of consummation. This is necessary for the transmutation of the sorcerer's personal aesthetic culture, which is thereby destroyed. Perversion is used to overcome moral prejudice or conformity. By persistence, the mind and desire become moral, focused, and entirely acceptive, and the life force of the ID, the great desire, is free of inhibitions prior to final control. Thus, ultimately, the Sabbath becomes a deliberate sex orgy for the purpose of exteriorization, thus giving reality to the autistic thought by transference. Sex is for full use, and he who injures none himself does not injure. Spare believed that the personal aesthetic culture, that is, the individual's idea of what constitutes beauty and ugliness, when exalted as the criterion of value in itself, has destroyed more effective affinity than any other belief. But he who transmutes the traditionally ugly into another aesthetic value has new pleasures beyond fear. In Liber Aleph, Crowley enunciated a similar thesis. The magical ecstasy liberated by union with grotesque or hideous images, usually associated with aversion, repulsion, or horror, is superabundant compared with that released by the union of, usually accepted, opposites. One is reminded of Salvador Dali's observation that the wished-for treasure islands may lie precisely in those images of horror and dread that are naturally repellent to the conscious mind. Such a transformation of values, Arabur, improves health and leads to self-control, tolerance, understanding, and compassion. Not only an adjunct to the rite, it accelerates the fulfillment of the great desire. Nothing is attained merely by wanting. Epistemology, even eschatology, will not help, not God's. But spake Zos, the as-if simulations have been prolific as objective realities. Sublimation of all reason to the blind life force is the whole of wisdom. Spare's drawings were always inspired by the new aesthetic, the new sexuality. They amount almost to masturbation in line. The line coils and curls upon itself and mounts the steep incline of ecstasy as the amazing sigils are woven into a complex web of dream. To follow closely the line of some of his sabbatic drawings is to leave Earth and dive obliquely between those spaces that Lovecraft celebrated in his nightmare tales. Such drawings are themselves the gateway to the Sabbath. One is drawn into a vortex and whirled down the funnel of consciousness, which explodes into unknown worlds. Spare would not reveal the magical graphs that unsealed the cells of these eldritch dimensions. Of the Sabbath itself, he said that it was always secret, communal, and periodic. A concentrated consummation for unlimited wish fulfillment. The hypereroticism induced by this grand-scale hysteria or saturnalia has no essentially sadomasochistic basis. Simulation can, and often does, replace it. Before the ceremony, each participant plays his or her allotted part, which usually develops into chaotic promiscuity. The initiates are trained in their parts individually. They play a passive role, while the witches take the active part. Thus, the symbolic levitation by Besom Handel. There is a secret meeting place and an elaborate ceremony, which is an extensive hypnotic to overwhelm all psychological resistances. Thus, the sense of smell, hearing, and sight are seduced by incense, mantric incantation, and ritual, while taste and touch are made more sensitive by the stimuli of wine and oral sexual acts. After total sexual satiation by every conceivable means, an affectivity becomes an exteriorized hallucination of the predetermined wish which is magical in its reality. No one can say whether certain things happen or not. Each individual may have very different and equally vivid experiences, but some form of levitation seems common to all. My own experience of many Sabbaths is that there is consummate exteriorization of latent potencies, and that subsequent memories are of reality. All excessively sadistic acts are mainly symbolized by the witches, and what simulation there is follows closely the patterns of all erotic love rites. The whole ceremony is based mainly on an inversion of orthodox religious services. In another writing, also unpublished, Spare declared that sorcery is a deliberate act of causing metamorphoses by the employment of elementals. It forges a link with the powers of middle nature, or the ether, the astrals of great trees, and of animals of every kind. Will is our medium. Belief is the vehicle, and desire is the force combining with the elemental. Cryptograms are our talismans and protectors. The will or nervous energy must be suppressed in order to create tension and released only at the psychological moment. At that time, gaze into and beyond the immediate vista, into the aeon, the spaciousness beyond your meannesses, beyond your borrowed precepts, dogmas, and beliefs, until you vibrate in spacious unity. Indraw your breath until the body quivers, and then give a mighty suspiration, releasing all your nervous energy into the focal point of your wish. And as your urgent desire merges into the ever-present procreative sea, you will feel a tremendous insurge, a self-transformation. And the devil himself shall not prevent your will materializing. The death posture and the new sexuality. From the earliest times, from the mystical mummy cult of ancient Egypt to the ritual assumption of God forms as practiced in the Golden Dawn when the chief adept simulated the role of Christian Rosenkreutz and lay in the pastos, ready to resurrect, the concept of death has been inextricably linked with that of sex. The illustration entitled The Death Posture, which forms the frontispiece to the Book of Pleasure, contains in an allegorical form the whole doctrine of the new sexuality. The figure of Zos I is seated at a circular table strewn with strange images. His right hand is pressed to his face, sealing the mouth and hindering the flow of breath, life force, to and from the nostrils. His eyes stare with fixed intensity at you, the witness. With his left hand, he writes the mystic characters which embody his desires in sigil form. The identity of hand and serpent, i.e. phallus, is here made patent. About him are the innumerable images of past desires concealed in figures human and bestial, elemental and fey, some transfixed with the metal of hate, some exalted to his right hand to the place of love, some in attitudes of gaiety, contemplation, and seductive surrender. Another glows, an inscrutable mask of inward ecstasy, transcending duality in a mode of pleasure which baffles the understanding. Before Zos, above him, and to his left side are the winged skulls of the dead. The skull, emblematic of death, is prominently featured, buried in his thick tousled hair. Thus death dominates thought, or more precisely, all thought is dead, utterly abolished, and a compelling intensity of voidness streams from the eyes which regard one hypnotically, and, under the eyes, the hand supports the head as a pedestal supports a chalice. The two magical implements, the eye and the hand, are here made subject to death. They have accomplished their unified task and found apotheosis in annihilation. No breath, life principle, prana, stirs the immobile shapes around them. A state of suspended activity is implied, a suspension which simulates death, H&E. Death or Thane is the motto of Zos, whose full magical motto was Zos vel Thanatos. He says in Earth Inferno, 1905, death is all. All the religions and magical cults of antiquity laid emphasis upon the idea of death, which was interpreted as a birth onto another plane of existence. The tomb and the womb were interchangeable terms denoting the comings and goings of the ego at various levels for the purpose of enacting the laws of karma decreed by destiny. Death is the coming forth of the suppressed, the becoming by going, the great chance, an adventure in will that translates into body. This is the key to the death posture, really an imposture, a simulation of death for the purpose of allowing the suppressed dream to emerge and translate into body. But the death posture is more than a ritual simulation of death. Just as in the supreme rite of Masonry, there is, or should be, a true resurrection born of the imitated resurrection, rehearsed for the purpose of externalizing the interior truth. In the alphabet of sentient symbols, which Spare devised to form the basis of his language of desire, the sign symbolizes the ego, the principle of duality, while symbolizes the death posture, the dissolution of duality in the formless state of absolute consciousness. The preliminary sensation of the death posture, see the Book of Pleasure, is a fine example of Spare's ability of visualizing sensation. The figure is hunched upon itself in a concentration of inner awareness and bliss, and the six-rayed star of will blazes at its heart. The right hand clasps an invisible weapon. The hand symbolizes the creative will, and the eyes, which symbolize both desire and imagination, are closed or covered. It is easy to interpret the picture as meaning intense power locked within the body, pending its explosive outpouring in any desired form. It is at the junction between life and death, between the active current of will and the passive current of imagination, the junction of hand and eye, that the concept of the new sexuality is born. A full understanding of the death posture leads to a full understanding of the primal, unmodified, and new, because ever-fresh sexuality. Spare describes the death posture as a simulation of death by the utter negation of thought, i.e., the prevention of desire from belief and the functioning of all consciousness through the sexuality. By the death posture, the body is allowed to manifest spontaneously and is arbitrary and impervious to action. Only he who is unconscious of his actions has courage beyond good and evil, and is pure in this wisdom of sound sleep. In order to assume this posture successfully, it is necessary to have remembered that remote layer of subconscious memory where knowledge reverts to instinct and becomes law. At this moment, which is the moment of generation of the great wish, inspiration flows from the source of sex, from the primordial goddess who exists at the heart of matter. Inspiration is always at a void moment, and most great discoveries are accidental, usually brought about by exhaustion of the mind, i.e., when conscious knowledge has been discarded and pure instinctive awareness has taken its place. The death posture is the summing up of the four major gestures which constitutes the magic spells of Zaz. Will, desire, and belief are a threefold unity, capable of stirring the subconsciousness and forcing it to yield its content. This varies according to the nature of the desire and the amount of free belief which the sigil contains. Methods of energizing belief vary, but imagination suggests the best means. In other words, be spontaneous. Do not make it a matter for thought. To reify the dream or wish, Spare employs the hand and the eye. The intense nostalgia reaches backwards into remote awayness, and vivid wishfulness craves impact with all otherness, the self with the not-self, so that a long-forgotten familiar spirit arises and obsesses the conscious mind. Then, and then only, the ancient experience is relived and takes on flesh. The embodiment of resurrected selves, evoked by the yearning to know them once more, appears actual, luminous to the eye, and tactual to the hand. In this manner is the body resurrected, not as a misty dream, but palpable to all feeling touch and perceptible to all seeing vision. Out of the past cometh this new thing. The resurrection of the body is always occurring, even in everyday life, but it is an involuntary resurrection, usually mistimed and therefore unwanted. By use of the autotelic theurgy of Zos, it is possible to live all lies and incarnate all dreams, now, at once. In the Zoetic Grimoire of Zos, Spare makes it plain that identity is an obsession, a composite of personalities, all counterfeiting each other. A favelated ego, a resurging catacomb where the phantomesque demiurgoses seek in us their reality. Through the death posture, our thisness is realized as identical with the thatness of so-called others, a quality that is really no quality, partaking as it does of neither this nor that. And with the apprehension of Kia self as neither is born the new aesthetic or sexual sense, which is our thisness in a new dimension, and the source of all thatness that we constantly project as female bodies. This introduces a weird concept of sexuality, which Spare used as the basis of his theurgy. All women are seen as forms of our desire. They are desires sigilized, and because of the conditioned quality of our belief, they are conditioned and subject to change, appearing to us as all otherness, desiring union with our thisness. Fortunate is he who absorbs his female bodies, ever projecting, for he acquires the extent of his body. Spare does not limit the meaning of the word body to the fleshly body. If this were the case, there would be no sense in his declaring death is all, and in glorifying the simulation of a condition which writes finis to the physical organism. The phrase, the extent of his body, involves a state of sentience of which the physical organism is but a single reification and resurrection. Spare's ultimate doctrine implies the unification of sensation on all planes simultaneously, so that the ego may be fully aware of its myriad entities and identities in a now and here that is everlasting. This is what is meant by acquiring the extent of his body. In the grimoire, he says, we are never fully aware of things except by the influx of sexual will awakening us. and the death posture concentrates all the senses and turns them back into the primal sense, the sexual, which infuses the body with total awareness on all planes at once. Without knowledge of how to assume the death posture, entity exists in many units simultaneously, without consciousness of ego as one flesh. What greater misery than this? In the same book, Spare asks, for what reason is this loss of memory by these bewildering refractions of my original image that I once made? The death posture contains the answer for, by uniting vital belief, i.e. organic desire, and dynamic will, the extent of his body is acquired. Ecstasy, perfect self-love, attains its apotheosis in the death posture, for when ecstasy is transcended by ecstasy, the I becomes atmospheric, and there is no place for sensuous objects to conceive differently and react. And so we arrive full circle at the hindrance to conception, which is the basis of Zos Kia Cultus, and which is implied by the sigilization of desire in a figure bearing no pictorial resemblance to the nature of the desire. In order to escape from the cycle of rebirth, we must break free from the transmigratory cycle of belief, for we cannot believe in any one thing for any length of time. Therefore, by assiduously emptying the belief of its charge, and by directing the newly released energy towards a non-necessitousness and non-reactionary self-love, the individual negates karma and attains to the realm of Kia, the atmospheric I. True self-control is achieved by leaving things to work out their own salvation. Directly we interfere. We become identified and subject to their desire. This doctrine resembles, though it is not identical with, the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta or non-duality. Spare sums up with the words, so long as the notion remains that there is compulsory bondage in the world, or even in dreams, there is such bondage. Remove the conception of freedom and bondage in any world or state by meditation on freedom and freedom by the neither-neither. And he adds, there is no crucifixion. In order, therefore, to appreciate the idea of the new sexuality, it is necessary that the mind be merged with the Kia, and that there exist no stresses, i.e. thoughts, in consciousness. For thoughts modify consciousness and create the absurd illusion of an individual owner of consciousness. The concept of the universal woman, she with whom Zos strayed into the path direct, is both the inceptor and preceptor of the new sexuality, which transcends duality. She is the glyph of perfect polarity, which cancels out to naught. In Crowley's cult, she is Nui, of whom 0=2 is the mystical formula. Absolute consciousness, Kia, the self, like infinite space, Nui, is without a boundary. It is the plenum void, formless and unlocatable. To all intents and purposes, nothing at all, except that it is the sole reality. In the deepest recesses of the subconscious, this reality resembles lightning or a flashing shaft of intense brilliance. It is the hieroglyph of potential desire, ever ready to leap into form and become the actualization of our late God, i.e. the embodiment of our latest belief. This primal desire, this new or ageless sexuality, is the one sense of all the senses that is real. It is the one constant factor in our changefulness. The more this sense can be extended to embrace everything, the more the self can realize itself, understand itself, know itself, and finally be itself wholly, perpetually, and non-necessitously. The new law shall be the arcana of the mystic unbalanced, does not matter, need not be. There is no necessitation, please yourself is its creed. The belief ever striving for denial is kept free by retention in this state. This is very reminiscent of Crowley's creed of do what thou wilt, but there is a difference. As the negative path of Taoism is to the positive path of traditional Hinduism, so is this creed of self-love and Zos Kia to that of Thelema and love under will. For Spare, woman symbolizes the desire to unite with all otherness as self, not the individual manifestations of woman, but the primitive woman of which or of whom mortal women are refracted images. Call this inconceivable concept sex, desire, emotion, or personify it as the goddess, the witch, the primitive woman. She is the cipher of all in-betweenness, the elusive ecstasy of the lightning pathway that Zos called the precarious funambulatory way. To adore her is not achieved by imprisoning her in an ephemeral form and limiting her to this or that, but by transcending the thisness and the thatness of all things and experiencing her in the unity of self-love. Spare did not embody her arbitrarily as Astarte, Isis, Cybele, or Nuit, though he often drew her in these god forms, for to limit her is to turn aside from the path and idealize the idol, which is false, because partial, unreal, because non-eternal. The possessive personalize, idolize love, and so the morbid awakening. The use of such idols is permissible, even desirable, for the purpose of storing free belief during an inactive or non-creative period when energy is not required. But the main objection to the continued use of idols is that the familiar induces fatigue. Fatigue induces indifference. Let nothing be seen in such a manner. Let seeing be as vision, every sight a revelation. Fatigue disappears when this is the constant attitude, i.e., when the image is always new, and the sexuality, therefore, always stimulated afresh. By not permitting free belief to be locked in a particular God form, the impact of sight as revelation is easily inculcated and sterility abolished. It is one of Spare's fundamental maxims that the familiar is always sterile. One cannot breed from familiar images. Familiarity leads to devitalization, laziness, and conventional attitudes, the easy way out of difficulties. Let me overcome this cursed fatigue, and I will become a god. The mind must be trained to see ever freshly, and Spare's formula for achieving this is to provoke consciousness in touch, ecstasy in vision. Let thy highest virtue be insatiety of desire, brave self-indulgence, and primeval sexualism. The key to primeval sexualism, or the new sexuality, is given in The Focus of Life, where Zos exclaims, "Dispense with all means to an end." It is the path of immediacy as against the procrastination of reality in an unenergized as-if simulation. Do it now, not eventually, for desire except by the act shall in nowise obtain. And again, realization is not by the mere utterance of the words I am I, nor by self-abuse, but by the living act. Self-abuse is here used as synonymous with simulation. Do not pretend to be I, be the self absolutely, wholly, and in reality, now. This is the theurgy of making the word flesh. In the Book of Pleasure, he asks, why assume ceremonial robes and masks and simulate attitudes of the gods? Most emphatically, there is no need for repetition or feeble imitation. You are alive. This is the reason for his rebuking magicians and those who merely rehearse reality, while mocking the very vitality they embody and desire by a simulation which in itself denies it. Spare claims that magic merely ruins the reality by positing a moment even when the self is not real and vital, when it is not all things, or rather when the power of becoming all things is not inherent in it. People praise ceremonial magic and are supposed to suffer much ecstasy. Our asylums are crowded and the stage is overrun. Is it by symbolizing that we become the symbolized? Were I to crown myself king, should I be king? Rather, should I be an object of disgust or pity? These teachings, evolved by Spare before the First World War, are very close to the doctrines of the Sudden School of Chan Buddhism, the texts of which have only recently been made generally available. To dispense with all means to an end is simply said, but not so simply done. A full development of the aesthetic sense is required, for without it, it is not even possible to accept the doctrine of the new sexuality, either intellectually or symbolically. It may be done by saturating the body-mind complex in the subtle effluvia of Zos Ki Occultus, by following the thread of Spare's work into the deep and dimly illumined cells of the subconsciousness, by acquiring an ultra-sensitive awareness to events and things as being not different from the self. Spare understands all nature, the objective universe, as the sum of our past, symbolized, crystallized apparently outside ourselves. The potential, alone, at the lightning-swift instant of its transudation, is to be seized and be lived, i.e., believed, in an ecstatic immediacy, for when ecstasy is transcended by ecstasy, the I becomes atmospheric, and there is no place for sensuous objects to conceive differently. But one cannot locate the supreme belief in nature, because as soon as the word has been uttered, the reality is of the past, is no longer reality now, can but live in resurrection when re-utterance makes it flesh. It is neither what is uttered nor he who utters, nor is it the utterance, but a vague and subtle in-betweenness concept that renders reality at the split second of its actual transudation. There is no spoken truth that is not past more wisely forgotten. In the grimoire, he says, the fractional second is the path I would open. This path and the path of lightning-swift assimilation are synonymous terms describing an indescribable state which is conceptless, the neither-neither, self-love, kia, or the new sexuality. Spare's art is not widely known, nor has it received the appreciation it deserves, and his intensely personal system of sorcery has not yet woven its way into the structure of present-day occultism. There are signs, however, that it will not be long before the as-if simulations and the as-now ecstasies give a powerful impetus to the magical current of the new aeon, for if anyone sensed and interpreted this current right at its inception, it was certainly Austin Osman Spare. Conclusion. As should now be apparent, the new current is incalculably ancient, so ancient that the further back we go, the older it seems to grow. Whether Crowley restored the Sumerian tradition, the more ancient draconian current, or even the nameless cult that is said to have existed in the pre-Aeonic gulfs of time remains to be seen. We stand on the threshold of several cycles, the least of which, a matter of 2,000 years, is merely preparatory to the vast phoenix cycle upon which we are newly embarked. Dion Fortune has drawn attention to the positions of certain constellations which approximate alarmingly to those that illumined the skies in the last days of Atlantis. This may be so. I am not sufficiently versed in Sabaean lore to make any comment. What does emphatically suggest itself as similar to the ancient situation, if only of 2,000 years ago, is the universal dread and uncertainty that is yet vibrant with a strange expectancy. It must not be supposed that the few exponents of New Aeon magic discussed in this book represent all the exponents. They have been selected as representative, with the exception of Aleister Crowley, who appears to have fulfilled a unique role in the transmission of the current itself. Much that pertains to the personality of Crowley, I have omitted as being irrelevant in a study of this kind. He has himself described in his Confessions his struggle against accepting the current, with all that it implies. I have concerned myself with Crowley only insofar as he is identified with Aiwaz in the peculiar sense we have come to regard as typical of the current that Crowley represented. The work that lies ahead may be described symbolically as the marriage of the beast and the woman, the formula of which I have attempted to explain. Its hieroglyph is the 11th key of the Book of Thoth. In the union of electrochemical and stellar vibrations represented by Babylon and the beast lies the key to the next stage in the advancement of evolution upon this planet. It will be achieved by a willed congress with extraterrestrial entities of which, in a sense, Aiwaz is the immediate messenger to humanity. According to Crowley, Aiwaz is a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present, forces of a kind superior to any of the human race. Aiwaz is therefore the type of extraterrestrial intelligence such as we may expect to come into conscious contact with as the Aeon develops. To the question, what are the forces ruling this planet? We can but reply that according to the Book of the Law, this knowledge seems to be reserved for the knowers of Nui alone. These shall be few and secret, and they shall rule the many and the known. To what end, or in what manner, will become apparent as the kingdom of Ra-Hoor-Khuit takes root. The swiftness and ease of the process will depend upon humanity's willingness to cooperate with the new current and the powers that embody it. We are on the threshold of profound and far-reaching change. The Aeon of Horus is the Aeon of Magic, which is change. But unlike all previous changes in the history of the race, this change will be of cosmic magnitude and it will occur in conformity with will, or, alternatively, it will terminate abruptly in chaos and disaster. Those who will courageously, without reference to the limitations of human consciousness, are the true worshippers of Nui and will partake in the vision of infinity. It is often in the simple things that great truths lie, concealed from common view by our inability to comprehend their vast significance. Take, for example, the ritual of the pentagram, which neophytes of every arcane cult in the West practice daily. It concerns the 4 cardinal points, east, south, west, and north, in that order. As the magician circumambulates his circle, he invokes the powers at each point in turn. The 4 elements are attributed to the points: earth, fire, water and air respectively, and the Hebrew God names are usually vibrated when the appropriate pentagram is formulated in each quarter. Crowley illumined and exalted this simple yet radiant rite to a cosmic formula, merely by interpreting it in terms of new aeon potencies. To the east, the place of the rising power, he attributes the phallus, the beast, which represents the active terrestrial currents as they impregnate the earth. This activity stirs the sleeping fire of the infernal regions, the subconsciousness in the south. The abode of Set or Teth, and the phallic lion serpents are set in motion. These are the electromagnetic lightnings that permeate space. They are concentrated symbolically in the sphere of Sirius, the sun in the south. The terrestrial and celestial vibrations are fused and polarized by Babylon, the dragon of the western deep, to be transmitted by her, and later transformed into regenerate man, represented in the north by the 11th sign of the zodiac, Aquarius, whose elemental attribute is air or space. Through regenerated man flows the influence of Nuit, the sky goddess, a symbol of the cosmic energies of infinite space. In this simple circular process, more properly spiral, for it includes height and depth, is contained the entire formula of magic in its new and cosmic mode. With very slight variation, the formula can be made the engine for invoking those extraterrestrial energies with which Crowley had intermittent intercourse. He knew that each individual had to work out this formula in his own life, and that those who performed the rites with love under will would ultimately establish contact with the 93 current, thus making themselves a channel for the forces that, having molded the astral substance of our planet, are now preparing to permeate the etheric and physical ambience of its atmosphere. I have discussed the initial stages of the process and have indicated, as clearly as may be in a book for the general reader, various methods of establishing communications with those forces. An account of the later phases of the process must be reserved for a future volume.